This novel is called My House of Horrors. By I Fix Air Conditioner. Translator Lonely Tree. Synopsis. The hearse with the weird odor slowed to a stop before the entrance. The sound of pebbles could be heard bouncing on the ceiling. There were footsteps coming from the corridor, and there seemed to be someone sawing next door. The door knob to the room rattled slightly, and the faucet in the bathroom kept dripping even though it had been screwed shut. There was a rubber ball that rolled on its own underneath the bed. Wet footsteps started to surface one after another on the floor. At 3 a.m., Chen-ji held a cleaver in his hand as he hid beside the room heater. The call he was trying to make was finally answered. Landlord, is this what you meant by, the house can be a little crowded at night? Chapter 251, Black Package. While waiting for the traffic light to turn green, the taxi driver took out his phone to look at the message in the chat group. He had just dropped Chen-ji at Hua Street and listened to a series of ghost stories along the way, so his heart was quivering with fear. The car is fitted with a driving record, triangulation system, and security rails, so everything should be fine, the driver said loud enough for the passenger at the back to hear when he replied in the chat group. Things are rather chaotic at night for the past few days, so you be careful. Okay. The light turned green, and the driver put his phone aside to continue driving the car. The scenery on the side flashed by, and the number of cars on the road dwindled. The driver snuck a look at the passenger in the back. The person could not be considered tall, and he was wearing a black jacket on top of a faded red t-shirt. The person had jumped into his car in a hurry and had not said anything after giving the address. The weirdest thing was that he did not remove his jacket or his hood even when he was inside the taxi. Due to the angle, the driver could only see half of his face. Brother, we have some unspoken rules among us late-night taxi drivers. We normally wouldn't go to those kinds of places. Out of fear, the driver started to ramble. But since you're already in my car, of course, I won't kick you out. However, I can only drop you close to the address, and you'll need to walk the remaining 100 or 200 meters. Is that okay with you? He had acted similarly when he drove Chen-ji for the first time. He had a small heart. Before they arrived at the destination, he had started planning his retreat route. He was going to turn and leave once the passenger left his car. No, I just want to go and grab something. My house is back at the city. The man raised his head, and his voice did sound normal. If you leave, it means that I'll be stranded at the crematorium. How do you expect me to get back to the city? Will taxis come to the crematorium at night? Driver Zhang thought about it, and he had to concede to his passenger's point. If you drive me there and then drive me back, that'll earn you 2 rounds of payment. Won't you earn more compared to driving back with an empty car? Zhang was slowly convinced by the passenger. Indeed, why should he give up on the extra money? If this was before driving Chen-ji, he would have agreed readily, but now he was a lot more cautious. That sounds doable, but I'll wait for you at the end of the road, and you come to find me after you retrieve your stuff. Sure, as long as you don't mind the wait. The male passenger placed his hands into his pockets, and he looked like a permissible man. Other than his insistence to keep his hood on, this man sounds perfectly normal, at least much more normal than the dude who went for a date at an abandoned school. Zhang grumbled internally. There were so many late-night taxis at Jiujiang. How come he kept running into these weird passengers? He had run into the same mental patient twice already, which was already rare enough, so it should have been time for his luck to turn already. Zhang tried his best to console himself, but his hands that gripped the steering wheel still sweated. He drove fast and reached the vicinity of the crematorium that was situated at the outskirts in 10 minutes. The people started to disappear, and the neon lights of shop signs could not be seen anymore. Only Zhang's taxi sped down the lonely road. We're about there. Zhang kept glancing at the passenger in the back. The man sat patiently and had not moved throughout the journey. Please move slightly forward. Don't need to drop me at the door, just a little bit forward, the passenger in the back said. His voice sounded weirdly raspy, like he was taking in his breaths while speaking. There was no light in the surrounding 100 meters, and the place was eerily quiet. The taxi moved slowly on the road like a moving black coffin. You can stop here. The night breeze slipped into the slightly ajar window, and Zhang's hands that held the steering wheel were shaking. Okay, give me 2 minutes. Wait the fare. I'll come back to pay you, the passenger said lightly. There was something different about his voice. Zhang thought about getting out of the car to reason with the man. He was afraid that the passenger might escape from his payment. However, the thought of leaving the car was too much for him. Jesus, who would come to the crematorium at midnight? Does he work here or something? All Zhang looked at the time. It was 11:56 p.m. Keep running into these weird customers who want to come to these places. The only good thing is that I don't need to worry about traffic. He looked at the man who ran away. He thought that the man's movement was rather awkward, like he was not used to walking. The passenger entered the crematorium through the side door. All Zhang sat alone in the taxi. He closed the windows, and the enclosed space gave him the security that he needed. He's taking too long. All Zhang was unsettled after 10 seconds. Is he cheating me? Will he not come out again? He thought about it, and his expression slowly changed. He realized something horrible. The passenger who went to Hua Street didn't pay his fare either. When Chen Ji was 50 meters away from Hua Street, All Zhang had already urged him to get out and refused to move forward anymore. When Chen Ji got out and wanted to pay him, All Zhang's taxi had already left. He tapped himself lightly on his face. All Zhang grumbled internally, started work an hour ago but earned nothing, even got to pay for the fuel. Oh well, as long as I do not run into him again, those few notes are nothing. All Zhang was flustered. He turned on the radio to distract himself, but it only made him more nervous. Outside the car was the crematorium. It was completely dark and silent. The sound inside the car only made him feel like he was being watched. Before the song finished, he switched it off and gripped the steering wheel as he looked around. Why isn't he back yet? It was 1 minute to midnight. All Zhang had a bad feeling. He felt like something bad would happen. He picked up the torn talisman, mumbled a few prayers, and shoved it back into his shirt. In a pure coincidence, when he lowered his head to pick up the talisman, his eyes swept the backseat. To ensure comfort, All Zhang had placed a cushion on the back, and there was an inconspicuous blood stain on the white cushion. Was this there before? I was sure this wasn't there when I started the trip tonight. All Zhang turned to look behind him, and he was suddenly reminded of his passenger's weird outfit. There was a faded red t-shirt under his jacket. The red on that shirt wasn't even. Could that be? Bang, bang, bang. Someone knocked on his car window. The passenger had returned from the crematorium and was holding a package wrapped in black cloth in his hands. All Zhang was scared and quickly pulled his gaze back. Found the thing, let's go back to the city. The passenger's tone was completely different from before. Something had changed. All Zhang glanced at the black package that the passenger was holding via the rear-view window. He rubbed his palms on his shirt. They were completely drenched with sweat. Chapter 252, Not Human. When the passenger got back into the car, it was exactly midnight. He hugged the black package and kept his head hidden under the hood of his jacket. The color of his shirt seemed to have become deeper. All Zhang forced himself to not look at the mirror, but his gaze kept wandering toward it. How come it feels like a different person has returned? All Zhang muttered softly to himself as he clicked the warning page on his phone open. Going back to Hua Street. Yes. Do you live there? There are normally elders who live at Jiujiang's old streets, so it's rare for someone your age to reside there. No, I'm not staying there. The passenger's tone was weird. He answered with short phrases, and they sounded dark. Listening to your accent, are you a Jiujiang local? Lately, it has been rather unpeaceful at night, so I'd suggest you go home instead of running about. All Zhang did not want to return to that damn street. He was afraid of running into yet another weird customer. Where is your home? How about I just drive you home? My home? The passenger lowered his head even more to focus on the black package on his lap and did not add anything else. Since the man did not elaborate, All Zhang was too embarrassed to press. He turned the taxi around, back toward the city. The atmosphere got even more depressed after the car started moving. Sitting inside the same space with the passenger, All Zhang felt weirdly congested. He opened the car windows. As the night breeze entered the taxi, All Zhang felt more refreshed. He turned to look at the passenger. No matter how the car bounced about, the passenger kept his upper body in the same fixed position. The man had probably been in a hurry earlier because the t-shirt looked wrinkled, like he did not have time to change it. The uppermost buttons were undone, and there was an inconspicuous strangulation mark. Was he assaulted inside the crematorium? Wait, those looks like marks left behind from a hanging. All Zhang was even more nervous. Half of his attention was focused on the passenger. He was afraid that something might happen once he pulled his gaze away. His pupils shook, and All Zhang's heart was racing. He was worried that his action would be discovered, but he was even more worried that the passenger might do something insane. He stepped on the gas because that was the best solution. As long as he got back to the city with crowds around, he should be safe. The car windows were open. The wind blew into the car, and Al Zhang kept his gaze on the back seat. The passenger seemed to be frozen, but the black cloth around the item on his lap lifted up at a corner. The cloth slid away to reveal the package's real identity. His blood rushed to the brain, and Al Zhang's heart raced. It was a ceremonial urn. The thing that the man had taken from the crematorium was an urn. His arms started to shake, and his fingers curled inward like he was suffering from an involuntary spasm. A chill climbed his spine. The passenger did not seem to notice that the urn had been revealed. The taxi continued to fly down the road. With the wind doing its work, the other half of the cloth had been lifted off as well. Now Al Zhang had a closer look. The black cloth was holding a black urn, and there was a picture on top of the urn. The driver slowed down as he turned his focus on the picture. He could not get a good look, but the chin and lips of the man in the picture had similarities to those of the passenger inside the car. He went to the crematorium to retrieve his own urn in the middle of the night. Al Zhang did not dare to finish his thought. His body was shaking. He kept one hand on the steering wheel while his other sought out his phone to call the police. However, when his hand touched the phone, he glanced behind out of habit, and a pair of bloodshot eyes were looking back at him. The passenger who had kept his head lowered had raised his face, a face that was similar to the picture on the urn, just a little bit whiter. Al Zhang's skin crawled. Thanks to his years of driving experience, he managed to keep hold of the car, or else they would have been in an accident already. The taxi continued to move. They would enter the city in the next few minutes, but Al Zhang's situation was getting worse. The passenger kept his eyes on the rear-view mirror, so whenever Al Zhang tried to look in the mirror, a pair of eyes would be staring at him. The breeze had blown the black cloth away, so the passenger sat in the back, completely unmoving, holding his own urn in his lap. What is he thinking? There were no other cars on the road, and Al Zhang's heart was burning. He had an illusion that he was driving the wrong way. This was not the road heading to the city, but deeper into the countryside. What should I do? He had called the police and sent out a SOS message in the chat group, but there was no one around to help him. Whenever he raised his eyes to the mirror, Al Zhang felt as if the eyes had gotten closer to him. He gripped the steering wheel tightly as the temperature in the car dropped. He was leaning against the chair, but it did not feel soft at all. His phone that he had dropped to the side started to vibrate. Someone was calling him, but Al Zhang did not dare answer. "Hey," the passenger suddenly spoke, and it caused Al Zhang to shiver. 2 seconds later, he said, "Why, yes. Someone is calling you." Al Zhang looked at his phone. The app to call the police with one touch had disappeared, and in its place was an unknown number calling in. The call was hung up soon enough, like the person on the other end of the phone also realized that something was wrong. "Just ignore it. We can't talk on the phone while driving anyway." Al Zhang laughed dryly. Then he glanced at the phone again. A message had come in. "Quickly stop your car. Run down the road as fast as you can. It's not a human being sitting at the back of your car." The message showed on the screen for several seconds. Al Zhang saw it, and the passenger at the back also saw it. "My friend, always a joker." Al Zhang picked up the phone to place it beside the steering wheel. He was about to say something, but when he raised his head to the rear-view mirror, he was shocked to realize the passenger had his face stuck to the partition between them. There was an inexplicable smile on the passenger's face. "There's no need to deny it. I'm sure you've noticed it already." The hood of the jacket fell off. The passenger's neck slowly moved, and there was another face growing on the back of his head. "Technically, he is still human, but I'm not." This sentence was said by the face on the back. Al Zhang had forgotten what he should do. His mind was blank. He remembered stepping on the brake. The taxi stopped several meters later. He ran out of the taxi, screaming. The passenger also got out. He turned away from Al Zhang, and an ugly smile appeared on the face behind his head. "There's nowhere to run. This body has been targeted by a madman, so I need a new partner." The passenger faced away from Al Zhang, and like a puppet pulled along by a string, he chased after Al Zhang, running backwards. Chapter 253, A Hammer to the Face. Help! It was the middle of the night, and they were in the countryside, so there were no cars on the road. Al Zhang remembered the last message that he had seen before he jumped out of the car. He did not run into the forest by the road, but ran down the middle of the road. The wind gathered in his ears, and after several meters, Al Zhang realized that there were no running footsteps coming from behind him, so he turned to look. "You won't be able to run?" The face that grew on the back of the head had become severely twisted, like it was trying to crawl out of the passenger's head. The passenger was only half a meter away from Al Zhang. It wants to drill into my head. All Zhang didn't know why he would have that thought, but he knew that he needed to focus on escaping. He did not dare turn back to look again. However, certain things would not just disappear simply because one did not look at them. There was a needling pain coming from the back of his head, like a sharp knife was slowly poking into it. "Help," he screamed, but the only reply was silence. His neck turned cold, and he did not even have the energy to turn back to look. His speed slowed down, and the oxygen in his lungs ran dry. He could not run anymore. "You'll get used to it." An eerie smile came from the back of his head. All Zhang forced himself to move forward. The road was lined on both sides by woods, and since there was nothing but a crematorium in front, people would not normally use this road at night. His head felt like it was being peeled open. The pain was insufferable. All Zhang's eyes rolled upwards as he started to faint. So painful. That was the only thought in his mind. That and, will I become a monster with a face on the back of my head when I wake up? A chilliness entered his brain and his memory was muddled. All Zhang reached his limits and collapsed to the floor. There was a chill on his back like a venomous snake was slithering on it. There was nothing he could do to stop it. The pain on the back of his head grew intense. All Zhang wanted to scream, but he had lost his voice. He shook his head, trying to shake the thing off, but it was pointless. So painful. He did not make any noise, but there was a sound that entered his ear. Was that me who was talking? All Zhang's consciousness was fraying as he turned toward the noise. The only source of light in the dark was car headlights. The trees on the side rustled. Something was coming down he rode. So painful, so painful. The sound continued to speak. All Zhang's face was white as ash when he realized the sound did not come from his lips. Another monster is coming. All Zhang tried to keep his eyes open. All he wanted to do was earn a living for his family. He did not expect something like this to happen to him. Will someone operate on my body to investigate after I die? Weird thoughts appeared in his mind. The chilliness on his back started to dissipate, but the pain on the back of his head did not decrease. Hearing that voice, the passenger also sensed danger, and he started to increase in pace. How come the monster feels like it is afraid? Before his eyes closed, All Zhang saw a taxi coming his way. He wanted to warn the man about the danger, but his lips would not move. The car door flew open, and the mental patient he had seen several times exited with his backpack. Why is he here? The mental patient dropped the backpack on the ground, and he pulled out a creepy-looking hammer from it before dashing at All Zhang. Looks like I'm definitely going to die this time. Despair swallowed up All Zhang, and the precious memories of his life started to play. When the man was about 2 meters away from him, he raised the hammer and aimed at the back of All Zhang's head. Bang! The pain disappeared instantly. Something that looked like a person tumbled backwards and rolled on the road. The sound of skull cracking resounded in his ears, and his sight was covered by a screen of red. All Zhang turned his head with difficulty. When he saw the mangled body of his passenger, he could no longer hold the fear within his heart. The terror gripped his mind, and he fainted fully. Don't be afraid, Chenji gasped for air. He arrived just in time. All Zhang had fainted, so he naturally did not hear him. The other driver also got out from the car then. When he saw the fainted All Zhang, he screamed. All Zhang, wake up! The peace of the night was shattering. When the passenger saw Chenji, he quickly climbed up from the floor and ran into the woods. Call the police immediately. Tell them the culprit is an escaped patient from the 3rd sick hall. After giving that order, Chenji followed the man into the forest. The passenger ran, and Chenji chased. Both of their speeds were affected by the woody terrain. They continued this for several minutes before the passenger's physique started to weaken. His body tumbled left and right. Half of his shoulder had been shattered from the hit earlier, and his step seemed to be going to break his body. You're not going to run away. Chenji would never let this man go. Be it for the hidden mission or another reason, he had to make the Ghost Stories Society a part of history. Listening the taunt from Chenji, the passenger gritted his teeth. A few minutes ago, he had said the same thing. The passenger accidentally tripped, and his already imbalanced body crumbled to the ground. Not going to run anymore? Chenji, of course, would not let go of such a good opportunity. He closed the distance, and the scary hammer expanded in the passenger's eyes. There was a weird panicky feeling in his heart. The passenger crawled on the floor, trying to hide deeper in the forest. Chenji found him several seconds later. The hammer went flying at the passenger's leg, and at the last minute, the passenger used his elbow to forcibly move his body away. Bang! The hammer fell on a tree trunk, causing the entire tree to shake violently. The passenger's face was white. He looked paler than a dead person. "Don't force me." The face on the back of his head started to move, and blood vessels began to seep out from underneath its skin. They started to reknit themselves. Several seconds later, the face on the back changed into a face that looked suspiciously like Chen-ji. "You're definitely from behind the door if you can control these blood vessels." Before the monster could finish his transformation, Chen-ji rushed forward. He would never hold back against these monsters. "I've been waiting for you." When Chen-ji got close, the passenger suddenly jumped up to grapple him. He used every ounce of his energy to grab Chen-ji. The face that looked like Chen-ji revealed a sick smile as it leaned toward Chen-ji's face. He had planned this when he saw Chen-ji, but he had forgotten something important. In the small space between the two Chen-ji's faces, a blood-curdling scream erupted. Painful, so painful. Chapter 254, Scary Su-yin. The blood-knitted face seemed to knock into something, and halted 30 centimeters away from Chen-ji. "This is—" The face was stunned. The blood vessels on the face started to pull back. There was now a young man standing between it and Chen-ji. "They peeled my skin back, and as the blood fell, I saw how they planned to share me." The young man did not look old, and there were tears in his eyes. He slowly raised his head, and his emotions started to run wild as blood started to flow from every orifice of his body. It was painful, so painful. His face twisted, and the facial features moved. Maddened, he dug his hands into the face on the back of the passenger's head before gnawing and chewing on the blood vessels that formed the face like a crazed dog. The passenger and the face screamed at the same time, and Chen-ji staggered one large step back. This was the first time he had seen Su-yin in the flesh. Probably due to the pain and torment he had suffered before death, Su-yin had turned into an extremely violent specter. Like aggression was the only way to vent the pain and resentment he had suffered in his life. "This is mad." The scene turned increasingly bloody, and Chen-ji nudged another step back. "He won't hold back once he is summoned. That is quite scary." Chen-ji gripped the hammer tightly. "But it won't be good for him to hold onto his rage. I should try to counsel him somehow." Su-yin was not a red specter, so his ability was weaker than Zhang Ye. However, in terms of ruthlessness and tendency for violence, this young man was much more intense than Zhang Ye. "Every single specter in the Wheel of Misfortune is unique. Looks like I need to be careful in the future." With the title of Specters Favored, Chen-ji had a feeling that he would only get baleful specters or items to increase the specter's affection from the spinning wheel. In the end, he would only end up with more specters around him. "I might have a greater courage than most, but ultimately I'm just a human being. Some things should not be pushed too far." The passenger crawled on the ground. The face behind his head was much stronger than Chen-ji had thought. Su-yin also suffered some injuries in the battle. His body started to flicker. However, the face did not have a good time either. It was almost yanked out of the passenger's head by Su-yin. "What kind of monster is this?" The face continued to wail in pain, but no one answered it. The blood vessels continued to crumble, and Su-yin's attacks looked more like he was yearning for death. Chen-ji felt pity looking at him. "Looks like I shouldn't summon Su-yin, unless it's a moment of life and death." Chen-ji now missed the pen spirit. Of all his employees, she was the gentlest. Despite her cunning nature, she had never once gone against Chen-ji's orders. Su-yin started to lose himself in his angered aggression. Chen-ji came out from his hiding place in a hurry. He could not bear to witness this bloodshed anymore and decided to end it as soon as possible. The monsters from behind the door needed to possess a human being if they want to survive for long outside the door. The Dr. Skullcracker's effect on the blood face is limited, so I'll need to target the passenger. Chen-ji charged at the passenger with the hammer raised. He locked onto his target and swung the hammer. Couldn't whack the head, so where should I aim to knock him out without endangering his life? The passenger seemed to have heard Chen-ji coming. The hairs rose on his back and he turned to look at Chen-ji. His eyes were almost falling out of his face. He seemed to want to say something, but Chen-ji did not give him the chance. The hammer fell and the bone cracked. The member from Ghost Story Society collapsed onto the floor with a broken leg. The blood face seemed to know it needed a host, so it peeled itself off to transform into a malicious human head and escaped toward the crematorium. The instant it left the passenger, the soul of the passenger seemed to be sucked out, and he crumbled to the floor. There was no life in his eyes. "Chase after it." Even before the reminder from Chen-ji, Su-yin had already started to move. This young man, who looked quite melancholic and artistic when he first appeared, now had a twisted expression on his face. Wounds dripped blood all over his body as he chased after the human head. "Don't kill it, I still have questions to ask it," Chenji warned, but he was still too late. Su Yin was completely out of control. He grabbed the human head and started to feast on it. Ear-splitting screams caused the leaves to fall, and the human head slowly disappeared from Su Yin's hands. After consuming the monster, Su Yin stood where he was for a long time. The wounds on his body started to heal, but the blood stains on his shirt did not recede. When the blood stains covered his whole clothes, he would become the second Red Spectre at Chenji's haunted house. His arms hanging by his side, Su Yin slowly turned, and a pair of hollow eyes looked at Chenji. Like a man trapped in a house on a rainy day, he wished to leave but was afraid of getting wet. Seeing Su Yin like this, Chenji did not know what to say. He could sense the pain and loneliness in Su Yin. "I know about your past and your pain, but you can select another method to vent them in the future. Perhaps you can come talk to me." Chenji did not berate Su Yin, but walked toward him and reached out his hand. "Perhaps we can be friends." He had told Zhang Ye the same thing some time ago, but slightly edited. Chenji noticed the change in Su Yin's expression and realized that he could use this speech in the future again. Su Yin stared at Chenji's face for a long time. However, he did not reach out to take Chenji's hand, but slowly dissipated into the darkness. "So painful." The tape in the recorder stopped turning, and the woods returned to silence like everything that happened was a dream. Chenji picked up the unconscious passenger and pulled the sleeves back to inspect his arms. After comparing the location of the cigarette wounds, Chenji could confirm this was the man who had appeared at Hai Ming Apartments and was number 5 of the Ghost Stories Society. After the death of Su Tong and the patient with phantom limb syndrome, the black phone gave an alert about increasing mission completion rate. The monster from number 5 has been dealt with, and the person is unconscious, but the black phone has not responded in any way. Looks like the chance of him being a patient from the 3rd sick hall is very low. Chenji dragged number 5 out, and he only took few steps when he was reminded of something. This is weird. With the power of the thin monster on Wang Xinglong, it shouldn't have needed to run from the blood face. But according to Wang Xinglong, the thin monster felt threatened, so it chose to leave. Number 5 wouldn't be able to create such threat, which means that... There was a glow in Chenji's eyes. There must have been others who accompanied number 5 to Hai Ming Apartments. The surveillance had probably caught the face of other members as well, but they hid themselves well, so they had not been discovered. There could only have been a Red Spectre who made the thin monster feel threatened. Chapter 255, thank you for tuning in. After exiting the woods, Chenji dropped the passenger by the side of the road. When Al Zhang saw Chenji, he involuntarily crawled backwards. "Al Zhang, you should really give the young man a sincere thank you. If not for him stopping my car to come save you, the robber would have taken your life already." The other taxi driver accompanied Al Zhang. He did not know what had happened, but he did see Al Zhang being pressed to the ground when he arrived. The first thought that had come into his mind was robbery gone wrong, since that was what they were taught in safety classes. "You have no idea what I've been through," Al Zhang rambled as he pointed at Chenji and the body on the ground. Then again, he would not know how to explain it. Al Zhang had been through a lot that night, and Chenji suspected that the man would need to stay at home to rest for a long time after this. "Are you okay?" Chenji held the scary-looking hammer, found his backpack, and shoved it back into it. "Why, yes." Al Zhang looked at Chenji. He could not understand why a normal person would come out late at night with such a large hammer. Technically, it was Chenji who had saved him, and he should have been thankful, but for some reason he felt scared looking at Chenji. "Good, be careful in the future," Chenji said to make the two drivers calm down. He called Captain Yan on his phone to explain the situation before the two of them. Listening to the conversation between Chenji and Captain Yan, Al Zhang's impression of Chenji slowly improved. He was a normal person who had gotten involved in something supernatural. In his mind, police were there to protect the normal people, and since Chenji knew the police and did save his life, he had to be a good man. After putting his guard down, Al Zhang gave it some thought. Chenji did not hurt him once when he took his car. Looks like I've misunderstood him. He's probably a plains cloth on some special duty. This is horrible. Did he have to give up his original mission to save me? That is very common in television series. Even though Al Zhang was a normal person, he had a big heart. He had decided to try his best to say good things about Chenji when the police arrived. Chenji did not know what Al Zhang was going through. He talked to them for a while and asked the taxi who had come later to drive him to the office of Ghost Talk's radio station. Number 5 is the radio station's producer, and number 12, Lychee, is the DJ tonight. The two of them have probably communicated before this. After Lychee received the news that number 5 had fallen, she might choose to escape and go into hiding. To prevent that from happening, Chenji decided to help Lychee seek salvation instantly. No matter the reason, if you've done the crime, then you have to do the time. Chenji messaged Captain Yan to explain his location. He used less than 20 minutes to reach his destination. Brother, thank you for your help tonight. Go back to look after all Zhang. I'll handle the rest. After paying his fare, Chenji entered the building alone. A radio station had a high standard for its interior. If the standard did not meet the requirements, then the broadcast might be influenced. Therefore, a large radio station like Ghost Talk normally had their own recording studio, situated at the deepest part of the station. Chenji evaded the cameras. He stopped at the front door for a while before taking out his phone to tune into Ghost Talk. Lychee was still telling a story. She used herself as a model and employed a curious method to explain the various changes happening around her. It was not particularly scary, but the extreme details gave the listeners chills. Looking at the list for the future shows, Chenji realized that Lychee planned to turn the ghost stories into a whole series until next Tuesday. She's planning to personally make her own ghost story. Those who listen to her broadcast might have accidents happen to them. Chenji did not understand what the madwoman was thinking. He snuck into the office. The studio was soundproof, and since Lychee was inside the studio, Chenji was not worried about her hearing him. There's not even one security guard at this office. Looks like number 5 has great confidence in his company and believed no one would come to create trouble here. Chenji understood that reasoning, because he too was never worried a thief might come into his haunted house. He still locked the door at night. However, that was not because he was afraid of thieves breaking and entering, but because he was afraid of scaring innocent people, and that might draw him into unnecessary trouble. Following the map provided on the second floor, Chenji took the elevator to find the studio. Then, the rest would be simple. He took out Dr. Skullcracker's hammer and started to wait outside the door. Lychee was still inside, recording, not knowing that danger was already so imminent. You're telling other people's ghost story, not knowing you're going to be a part of one soon. In the dark corridor, Chenji held the hammer, listening to Lychee's broadcast on his phone. There were barely several meters between them. What? Lychee described the weird things that had happened to her inside the recording studio. In the story, she appeared as the weak victim, looking for the culprit who had ruined her life. But in reality, she was the real killer. The show will end here tonight. Thank you for tuning in. Wish you a wonderful dream. Good night. Lychee finished all the ghost stories at 2 a.m. She turned off all the equipment and sat in the chair. There was a creepy expression on her face that was different from normal. She seemed to have gotten too attached to the ghost stories and had a hard time coming out. The recording studio was very quiet, and after a long time a voice said, "What should I try tonight?" She bit on her own fingers and rambled to herself. This was the real her. When she had just arrived at the station, she had been very afraid. A girl had to tell ghost stories in the middle of the night and then leave the silent building to go back home. For the high pay, she had forced herself to continue. But after some time, perhaps because she had gotten used to the terror or she had reached the threshold for fear, she no longer felt as scared. However, as she lost the sensation for fear, her mind and heart started to morph into something abnormal. She liked to see herself as the monsters inside the story. She liked to hide herself in the darkness and would not be afraid of anything. There's still some meat inside the fridge, but today I can change up the cooking method. Lychee's voice was as beautiful as before. She moved her ruined hand away, and there was fresh blood left on her lips. Chapter 256, Chairperson's Voice. Lychee licked her lips excitedly like she had just remembered something wonderful. She went into the restroom anxiously and took out a lipstick from her purse to redo her makeup when her phone rang. An unregistered number? Lychee tossed her makeup kit back into her purse. She was rather annoyed that the caller had ruined the mood that she was in. She tried to arrange her emotions to make her tone and voice sound as normal as she could. Such a joykill. Lychee picked up the phone and walked to the door of the recording studio. "Hello, how can I help you?" Her sweet voice was like a fruit champagne, fresh and bubbly. Hear it too much and one might get drunk. "Number 5 is dead. I need you to come to Fang HWA Apartments, 24th floor now." The person on the other end of the phone was not seduced by her voice and got straight to the point. Dead Lychee's bleeding fingers slowly pulled taut, and the blood fell on her phone's pink casing. I don't care what number 5 told you or what your relationship is. I need you to come over now. Now, Lychee hesitated. She held the phone in one hand and opened the door with another. The corridor outside was incredibly quiet. The room door opened a sliver and Lychee pressed. How is his death related to me? Why should I go to the 24th floor? If you don't want to die, come immediately. The voice on the phone filtered out the door through the open gap. Fine, Lychee opened the door fully. She just took half a step outside when she saw the head of a scary hammer flying at her. She did not even have the chance to scream before she was knocked back into the studio. The pain registered several seconds later, and a shrill scream exited the recording studio. Chen-ji picked up the phone that fell to the floor and put it beside his ear. Number 12, there was a chilling and raspy sound coming from the other end. The person was using a fake voice, but even so, Chen-ji felt that the voice was rather familiar. Chen-ji wanted to continue to listen in, but the person seemed to realize something was wrong and hung up immediately. Even though I only heard a little, that is a huge reward already. Standing in the darkened corridor, Chen-ji flashed a smile, holding Lychee's phone. All the members were not supposed to know each other's identity, but the person who called Lychee was the obvious exception. He even knew the connection between Lychee and number 5, so he had called to warn Lychee to leave. The owner of this voice is probably the chairperson who is controlling everything from the shadows. Chen-ji compared the voices that he had heard at the Ghost Stories Society, and he could be certain that the voice did not belong to the first man on the left, number 5, or number 10. The range is slowly closing in. Detaining him will collapse the entire society. Placing Lychee's phone on the table, Chen-ji stood guard at the door as he called Captain Yan. Captain Yan's team mobilized faster than Western Jiujiang's police team. They arrived in less than 10 minutes. Chen-ji put away his hammer, suggested that the police examine Lychee's home, and then told them about how she had killed her ex-husband. The few people had been taken away from investigation. At the station, Chen-ji ran into Captain Yan again. The slightly rotund police office looked worse for wear. Captain Yan, long time no see. How come I feel like I see you daily? Captain Yan looked at Chen-ji and was reminded of the things that Inspector Lee had told him in private about Chen-ji. He felt a headache coming. However, he could not blame Chen-ji. He was the one who had awarded the medal to Chen-ji, and he was the one who had encouraged him. He had made his bed, and now he had to sleep in it. Zio Chen, well done. Captain Yan's smile looked forceful, but you were acting too rash. I understand, but I couldn't control myself when I saw they were trying to harm the innocent. Chen-ji did not deny he had acted rashly. However, he would never admit to things that he did not do either. Captain Yan, the fainting of the kidnapper that ran into the woods had nothing to do with me. I made sure to avoid hitting his vitals, and it was me who dragged him out of the woods after he inexplicably lost his consciousness. Captain Yan nodded. I've heard the explanation from the 2 taxi drivers. If you did not appear in time, things would have been worse. The appreciation that the driver had for Chen-ji was sincere. Captain Yan could see that. So, can I leave now? Chen-ji's haunted house was going to have a huge promotion tomorrow, and he had to make sure he was present. Not yet, we still have plenty of questions to ask you. You need to finish giving your statement before you can go. That's the rules. Captain Yan and 2 other officers asked Chen-ji for the details of the cases, and Chen-ji, who had prepared the answers beforehand, dealt with them easily. He described what he could in detail, and he made up certain things that he could not explain did not happen. Other than that, Chen-ji provided Captain Yan with another important piece of information. The surveillance camera at Hai Ming Apartments might have captured the image of number 5's accomplices. At 3:30 a.m., Captain Yan saw how tired Chen-ji was, so they allowed him to return to New Century Park. After stepping into the haunted house, the tired-looking Chen-ji had a rebirth. After eating Zhangya's candy, Chen-ji realized that he did not need too much sleep to maintain a healthy spirit. This was his secret that he would not share with others. I should keep a low profile for a while. I might be able to survive it, but Captain Yan and his team might not. Chen-ji entered the staff break room, removed the white cat from his bed, lay down, and slept without changing his clothes. At 8 a.m., Chen-ji was woken up by a phone call. He was surprised to see it was from Gu Feiyu. After experiencing the haunted house with a bunch of visitors yesterday, he had refused Chen-ji's offer to work there. Money was important, but his life was more important. However, he could not deny Chen-ji's persuasion and promised to give it another try. I'm lacking an actor for Murder by Midnight. Zio Gu will be the perfect fit. Chen-ji changed his clothes and ran to the park entrance to greet Zio Gu after washing his face. Brother Chen, I don't think I have the talent to scare people. I've thought about it the whole night. While I appreciate you giving me this job offer, I cannot allow myself to ruin your haunted house's reputation. Xiao Gu was an honest young man. It's okay, I can teach you how to scare people. Chen Ji inspected Xiao Gu. Come with me, we'll get you into your work clothes first. He brought Xiao Gu into the dressing room. When Xiao Gu saw the bloodied doctor's outfit and the skin mask sewn from different faces, he felt like leaving. Hold this and this hammer, now swing it several times for me. Chapter 257, The Ghost's Chapter Room. Holding the heavy Dr. Skullcracker's hammer, Gu Feiyu's eyes naturally wandered to fall on the blood stain left on the hammer's head. A strong smell of blood reached his nose. Are your haunted house's props all so realistic? It's our haunted house. Now quickly put it on. The park was opening at 9 a.m., so Chen Ji did not have much time left. After putting on the outfit, Gu Feiyu turned to look at the mirror, and he could not believe that the monster that he saw was himself. Not bad, it feels right. Chen Ji nodded with satisfaction. Gu Feiyu was as tall as he was, but he was not familiar with it, so he appeared rather sluggish. The mask sticks onto your skin, so if you want to change the expression on the mask, you need to rely on your facial muscles. Gu Feiyu tried to make a smile. However, it did not look scary, but rather annoyed. You're playing the character of a crazed murderer, a madman. Let me see that craziness in you. Chen Ji gave him several examples. He had seen plenty of madmen in his life. In less than few seconds, he switched through multiple styles. Find your own niche first. After all, there are many different types of madmen. The one with the lowest difficulty is the silent, cold-hearted type. It's the easiest to mimic, I would say, so you just need to keep calm in all situations. Think of yourself as a killing machine that has no feeling. A level higher than that is the bestial type. You need to make the visitors feel like you're constantly just one corner behind them. They're your prey. They could struggle but never escape your grasp. Harder than that is the maddened type. This kind will be able to give the visitors the most fear, but correspondingly requires a greater acting skill to embody the madness both in your eyes and your body language. You're a wildfire. Without sense and reason, you just want to consume everything. Chen Ji had seen many types of madmen, which lent the sense of authenticity to his haunted house. Gu Feiyu was already confused, so he could only nod continuously. You're new here, so I won't ask too much of you. Chen Ji found Xiaoxiao and led Gu Feiyu to the murder by midnight scenario. You went through the whole scenario yesterday. Have you memorized the routes? Reminded of the nightmarish experience he had yesterday, tears were rolling in Gu Feiyu's eyes. Not yet. I was too scared to remember anything from yesterday. A qualified haunted house worker must be familiar with the layout of the place. You have to create this impression that you're not a living human but a stubborn, lingering spirit, a crazed murderer who might appear at any time. Chen Ji walked into the scenario openly, while Gu Feiyu followed him cautiously, holding the hammer. I'll bring you to go take a look at all the hidden passageways again. You'll need to remember them this time, Chen Ji said seriously. Actually, there's another reason to knowing these paths. If something happens to the visitors, you have to go and assist them at the first notice. Here, we're both demons and angels. I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. Honestly, I was already feeling rather unsettled after walking in. I'm afraid, thinking about the need to stay in such a large place alone for a long time. Gu Feiyu was wearing the scary skin mask, but there were tears in his voice. I still think I'm not suitable for this job. Snap out of it. How can you admit defeat without even trying? Chen Ji looked into Gu Feiyu's eyes. There's a process to everything. It's normal for you to be afraid now, but after you get used to the fear inside your heart, it'll be fine. Then Chen Ji passed Xiaoxiao inside his pocket to Gu Feiyu. Don't panic no matter what happens to you inside the scenario. This little fellow will protect you. Gu Feiyu held Yin Xiaoxiao in one hand. No matter what Chen Ji said then, he would choose to believe. Chen Ji led Gu Feiyu to familiarize himself with all the hidden paths and traps inside Murder by Midnight and taught him some simple methods to scare people. Like the distance needed to be maintained to create pressure for visitors and how to make use of the visitors' blind spots. At 8:40 a.m., Chen Ji left Gu Feiyu inside the scenario to wait, and he left. Gu Feiyu was left alone inside the scenario, hugging the hammer and Xiaoxiao. He leaned against the corner, and as he looked down the eerie corridor, his body slowly slid to the floor. Several months ago, I was planting paddy in the fields. The big city is too complicated. I miss Grandma's cooking. After closing the door to Murder by Midnight, Chen Ji heard a commotion coming from outside the haunted house. He walked over to realize that there were several people working on the banner. Chen Ji, Uncle Su was talking with a large, middle-aged man under the resting tent. When he saw Chen-ji walk out the haunted house, Uncle Su waved at him. "Uncle, you're early today. Today is the day our park will bounce back, so I have to be early." Uncle Su was full of smiles and seemed to be in great mood. "This is Foreman Yang. He'll be responsible for building your resting hall. You can come to him if you have any questions or comments." "Just call me All Yang." The middle-aged man looked like a friendly person. Meeting Foreman Yang, Chen-ji was reminded of something. "Foreman Yang, actually, I do have a favor to ask. Director Luo has given me the order, so what do you need?" "I need you to help me seal up the 2 entrances to the park's underground parking lot as soon as possible. Don't need to completely close it, but make it so that it won't be easy for people to walk in and walk out. Currently, the park only used large objects to block the way, so people could still squeeze through the gaps." "Okay, no problem." Director Luo had rented the underground parking lot to Chen-ji for free. Uncle Su knew that, so he did not stop him. "Then thank you in advance. I'll need to go back into the haunted house to inspect all the scenarios." Chen-ji returned to the haunted house and took out the black phone. A night has passed. The expansion should be ready by now. He clicked on the screen, and there were indeed 2 unread messages on it. Second expansion successful. Obtained unique construct, the ghost's changing room. Another expansion, and the haunted house will upgrade to Maze of Terror. The ghost's changing room. The police who wandered into a haunted tower, students abandoned at school, reporters that visited the hospital at night, patients who lost their memories here, visitors can relive the experience of the characters themselves. The ghost's changing room provides costumes to the visitors, and changing into the costumes will greatly increase immersion. Warning, the ghost's changing room has a 1% chance of triggering the extreme experience. It can make the visitor enter a memory that doesn't belong to them to experience terror that cannot be replicated. Chapter 258, Unwanted Guests. Changing Room Costumes. Chen-ji reread the information on his phone. The new feature surprised him. The visitors can pick the identity that they want to increase immersion. That, I understand. But what is this 1% chance of triggering the extreme experience? Chen-ji would have to see it in action to know what it did. After all, it was only after Fan Yu's appearance that Chen-ji truly understood the effect of the midnight ticket counter. Based on previous experience, the reward provided by the black phone should be safe, but just to be extra sure, I'd better be careful about it. Chen-ji thought about it and soon came to a decision. I'll limit the number of people using it. To use the changing room, the visitors have to pay an extra 20. I'll just call it a costume renting fee. Those with a small heart naturally would not spend money to find more trouble for themselves. The ghost's changing room's main audience were those veteran haunted house visitors. The more authentic the experience, the greater the fun they would have. Using the black phone as a guide, Chen-ji headed under the first-floor staircase. There was a small partitioned cubicle outside of the Night of the Living Dead scenario. Murder by Midnight has already taken up a part of the Night of the Living Night, and now the changing room has made it even smaller. Looks like I'll need to move things around soon. Chen-ji entered the cubicle and 2 doors greeted him. They were marked with the male and female symbols. He pushed open one of them, and Chen-ji saw plenty of costumes hanging on the wall. However, different from reality, all of the costumes had blood stains on them, and some were torn or wrinkled. It was not that hard to imagine what the original owners of these costumes had been through. I guess I understand why this place is called the Ghost's Changing Room. The costumes on the wall had probably been left behind by the ghosts and monsters, actual victims. Putting them on would put the visitors in the despair once felt by the victims. Pick their identity, and then challenge the increasingly difficult scenario. The first to clear every scenario will get the 200,000 reward. This system will probably last for quite a while. Chen-ji exited the changing room and clicked on the black phone to read the second message. A new 2-star scenario, Western Jiujiang's private academy, has been unlocked. You can manipulate the props inside the set freely, using the interface available on the phone. Looks like the failure to unlock before was due to a lack of expansion. This means that each expansion only allows me to add 3 new scenarios. Chen-ji opened the wooden boards that led to the parking lot. With instructions from the black phone, he entered deep into Muyang High School. The new Western Jiujiang's private academy was adjacent to Muyang High School. Its size was slightly smaller than Muyang High School, but it added more junctions and corners. The place could already be called a small maze. The combination of a couple of 2-star scenarios and a 1-star scenario takes up almost half of the parking lot. So how big will the completed 4-star school of the afterlife be? Shaking his head, Chen-ji realized that it was not yet time to think about that. I should take it slow. To ensure there were no security threats, he entered the Western Jiujiang's private academy scenario alone. There were 2 individual mini-scenarios. One was the hanging one, and the other was the stink. With the aid of the recorder and the ballpoint pen, Chen-ji used 5 minutes to clear the scenario with a bunch of highly interested mannequins watching. When he exited the scenario, his expression was weird. There were 2 real spirits inside the scenario, but it was unclear what had happened to them. Their spirits were weak, almost disappearing. The weirdest thing was, when they sensed Chen-ji's entry, they started to run and hide as if knowing that something very scary was approaching them. Chen-ji basically used 4 of the 5 minutes to look for them. After he found them, Chen-ji realized that these 2 could not be considered baleful specters, and they had been tamed. As long as they're not dangerous. Chen-ji returned to the first floor and waited until 8:55 a.m. before opening the haunted house's gates. The sun filtered its ray down on him, and several meters away from the haunted house's front door was the large banner. There were park workers waiting under the resting tent. Everything was ready. The day was not a holiday, but there was already a long line waiting outside the park. The park officially opened at 9 a.m. The moment it did, the visitors all surged toward the haunted house. The amount was several times bigger than normal. The reward of 200,000 combined with the heavy promotion by the park, the popularity that Chen-ji had earned through his live streams and videos, and the verbal promotion among the visitors had finally led to this. "Boss, they're all here to visit our haunted house." Su-wan stood beside Chen-ji, unable to believe her eyes. "Of course, but this is just the beginning. More people will come visit us in the future." Chen-ji's hands were shaking. He was actually more excited than Su-wan. "Quick, go and put on your makeup. It's time for work." Su-wan was responsible for Minghun, and Gu Feiyu was running Murder by Midnight. Uncle Su, who came to help, stood outside to sell tickets, and Chen-ji monitored everything. "All the visitors who have visited Murder by Midnight and Minghun, please gather over here. We have scarier and more exciting scenarios waiting for you." Some of the visitors gave up directly after visiting the 1-star scenario, but some of the braver ones chose to continue to challenge the 2-star scenario. Among them were visitors who had visited the haunted house several days ago. They had formed a chat group to discuss the guide to clearing the haunted house. "Don't rush, please wait at the resting tent. We'll open the scenario when we have 10 people in a team." Western Jiujiang's private academy and Muyang High School were linked together, so the place was big enough to let a team of 10 enter at the same time. Uncle Su cut through the crowd to find Chen-ji. He had received a call from Director Luo, who said that there would be reporters coming to help the promotion and wished for Chen-ji to pay attention to that. Chen-ji did not think that Director Luo had such influence, but since this was a good thing, he naturally did not reject it. There were visitors running out from the haunted house. Some had given up halfway through the scenario, and some forced themselves to finish the whole tour and came out with their legs shaking. Others even planted themselves under the sun and refused to budge. About 1 of every 4 visitors managed to survive the 1-star scenario and continue to challenge the 2-star scenarios. 20 minutes passed, and only 7 people wanted to challenge the 2-star scenarios. Chen-ji decided to make an exception for them and send them underground. His gaze swept over these 7 visitors, and when he saw the 7th one, Chen-ji paused. The visitor looked very normal, but Chen-ji felt like he had seen him before. Then he remembered. It was in the surveillance picture at Hai Ming Apartments that also caught number 5. Chapter 259, 3 Taboos Inside the Haunted House 2 in 1. Translator, Lonely Editor, Milman 97. "Boss, your haunted house is not bad." The man realized Chen-ji had been watching him, so he smiled politely and added, "I was a very cowardly child and thus the target of bullying for neighborhood kids. It was my big brother who brought me here to train my bravery, but I ended up falling in love with the exciting experience." "Then you will definitely enjoy the upcoming scenario." Chen-ji thought that this man was acting weird. He did not ask him anything, but the man had already volunteered all of his experience. Is this because he is worried? Chen-ji did not expose the man. He maintained a smile before the visitors, so he left a friendly and kind impression in front of them. "All right, it's time for us to go in." Chen-ji led the way by walking in front and pulled back the curtains that blocked the sunlight. When they were inside the haunted house, Chen-ji took out the disclaimer contracts and showed them to the 7 visitors. Two-star scenarios are different from one-star scenarios, so before you enter the two-star scenario to start your visitation, you'll need to sign these disclaimers. He placed the printed paper on the table, and of the 7 visitors, 3 of them signed it without hesitation. 2 of them picked the contract up to read over it carefully. Do we need to sign this? The 7th visitor, the one who Chen Ji had noticed earlier, started to show obvious hesitation when he found out about this. His gaze silently went over to meet the eyes of another visitor. He has a partner. Chen Ji also did not point that out. He continued as if nothing had happened. Of course. Actually, entering our one-star scenario also requires the visitors to sign the disclaimer, but due to the high influx of visitors, we changed the rules at the last minute. Okay then. Chen Ji watched these few people closely, not letting the smallest action escape his eyes. Today was the first day the park had begun the heavy promotion, and it could be considered a new beginning for the haunted house. Chen Ji would not allow any mistakes or accidents to happen. The visitors started to sign their names. The man with normal looks was called Wei Wu, and the other visitor whom he surreptitiously shared a look with was called Kong Xiangaming. These 2 people, compared to other visitors, were lacking in excitement and nervousness, and they kept a very low profile. The other 5 visitors were a lot more normal. 3 of them looked quite young, like university students, and the last 2 were a couple in a bit of an argument. Chen Ji placed his attention on Wei Wu and Kong Xiangaming, but to his surprise, when he walked over to take the disclaimers, one of the female students called out his name. You're Chen Ji, the haunted house boss that He-san mentioned on the forum, right? Once Chen Ji's name was mentioned, all the other visitors also turned to look at him. You know He-san? Wait, are the 3 of you students from Western Jiujiang's Medical University? The Forensic Science Department? Chen Ji pulled his gaze back without a trace. The 2 visitors whom Chen Ji suspected were members of the Ghost Stories Society did not know they had been exposed. Now He-san can be considered a celebrity at our school. The girl had 1 pigtail. She had a little extra weight on her body and very fair skin. She could not be considered a traditional beauty, but there was something endearing about her. There are many students from our university who have visited your haunted house. There is even an ongoing bet on the forum guessing which of the departments will clear your haunted house first. Clearing my haunted house won't be easy. You should find He-san to ask for some pointers. Chen Ji piled on the smiles. He looked as friendly as he could possibly. It is indeed not easy. 6 of us came to visit, but half have already given up. A rather weak-looking young man stood next to the girl. He seemed to have a crush on her. His face was drained of blood and his legs were weak, but for the sake of winning the girl's heart, he insisted on accompanying her. Why are we wasting time? If we fail this time, we'll try again. If we repeat the same scenario many times, it won't be so scary anymore. This time it was the last student who spoke. He stood on the other side of the girl, and he looked like the type to rush headfirst into things. Chen Ji glanced at their names on the disclaimer and memorized them. Since everyone has waited for so long, I'm not going to waste any more time explaining. Your goal is to find the name tags. Since there are only 7 of you, you only need to find 17 name tags to clear the scenario. Chen Ji looked at the group of visitors. Other than that, the haunted house is coming out with a new feature. For just 20, you can rent the costumes that we provide. There are choices of police, doctor, reporter, and so on for you to choose. We can change costume? The girl was rather interested, but was stopped by the weak-looking man. It's okay. The 3 of us won't be trying it. How about the rest of you? The pair of couple was still arguing, so they ignored Chen Ji. The 2 who might have been members from Ghost Stories Society were not interested in dressing up. Chen Ji felt rather sad. He had been hoping that they would help him try out the new construct. Pulling the wooden boards back, Chen Ji sent the group of visitors into the scenario. The scenario you're visiting is called Mu Yang High School. It's on the left, make sure to not take the wrong turn. The one on the right is called Third Sick Hall, and it's our only 3-star scenario. It's very dangerous. Our previous visitor was scared until he was sent to the hospital. Chen Ji purposely mentioned the Third Sick Hall not because he wanted to remind the visitors out of kindness, but because he wanted to test the reaction of the 2 suspicious visitors. If they were the patients who had escaped the Third Sick Hall, when they heard the name, they would definitely react in some manner. The few visitors all nodded and promised would not wander off on their own. There was no change in the expressions of the 2 suspicious visitors. They did not seem to know about the presence of the Third Sick Hall. Am I mistaken? Chen Ji gave a few more pieces of advice before closing the wooden boards and running to the main control room. Even though those 2 don't look like they're the patients from the Third Sick Hall, chances are high that they're members of the Ghost Stories Society. Chenji's eyes were calm, but the smile on his face had already disappeared. Captain Yen found pictures of me entering New Century Park on Su Tong's phone. So this means that members of the Ghost Stories Society already know what I look like. Last night, the monster possessing number 5 had been consumed by Su Yin, and number 12 had been taken away by the police. Most crucially, Chenji had managed to hear the voice of the chairperson on number 12's phone. Even though the person did not say much, it was the biggest reward for Chenji that night. I've heard the chairperson's voice somewhere before. He is probably someone I know or can recognize. There should have been a monster possessing each member of the Ghost Stories Society. This meant that they were the most powerful at night, but they had chosen to enter Chenji's haunted house during the day. From this unusual behavior, Chenji could surmise two things. One, the exposure of the chairperson's voice was more significant than Chenji believed. The person was worried that Chenji might suddenly remember who he was, and so he needed to make sure Chenji shut up forever before that. Two, perhaps they were cautious of Zhang Ye. As the monster's powers were strongest after midnight, they would be weakened in the day. That was no different for Zhang Ye. But why would they pick this particular time to come? They arrive just as the promotion period is beginning. Looks like they have been planning this for a long time already. They're trying to mix themselves among the visitors, hoping to escape my detection. The Ghost Stories Society's plan was good, but they were simply unlucky. They did not expect Chenji to happen to catch Wei Wu's face on the surveillance picture that also captured number 5. This meant that their plan had already been exposed before they even started. I need to play along at least for now. There are too many visitors, and I cannot disturb the everyday running of the haunted house. When the Ghost Stories Society tracked down the thin monster at Hai Ming Apartments, they had sent out at least 2 people. Based on how much they valued Chenji, he believed they would not send out fewer people than that. Not including myself, there are 12 members at the Ghost Stories Society. Zhu Ziu, number 5, and number 12 have been taken care of, so only 9 of them remain. Chenji entered the main control room and planted himself before the computer screens. After today, there will only be 7 left. Chenji called Xiao Gu on his phone. Chenji asked him to remove the Dr. Skullcracker's outfit and enter the hidden passage reserved for the workers to head to the main control room. Have the visitors left? They have found the exit. I have a feeling they're not that afraid of me. Xiao Gu sounded depressed on the phone. I've tried my best. Perhaps I simply don't have the talent to do this. Don't give up so soon. Chenji changed into the costume that Gu Feiyu had removed. His lips twitched, and a scary smile appeared on the skin mask. Are you interested in learning how to master this character? I have 0 interest. Gu Feiyu shook his head determinedly. After Chenji put on Dr. Skullcracker's uniform, the whole aura about him changed. It was as if the outfit was specially made for him. In that case, we're going to help you cultivate that interest. Come with me. Chenji grabbed Gu Feiyu by his shoulders and dragged him underground. The wooden boards closed to block the last ray of light. The underground scenario was very dark, and the group of visitors needed time to get used to it. Everyone, don't panic. Even though the difficulty for this scenario is high, there is a fair chance of clearing it. The student who looked weak and flimsy before Chenji suddenly changed into a different person when he was underground. His voice sounded stable and calm. He took out a notebook from his pocket and said, "Please lend me 30 seconds of your time. I wish to go through some things that we need to be careful about. We need notes to visit a haunted house. Also, what era are you from? Don't you know how to use a phone? Why are you still using a notebook?" The woman from the couple grumbled with annoyance. She was quite angry. "That is the first point I want to bring up." The young man pointed at the first thing in his notebook. "You mustn't use your phone inside Boss Chen's haunted house. It's best if you don't even touch it." He waved the notebook in his hand. "You might not believe it or think I'm exaggerating, but every detail in this notebook was learned from sweat and tears of our seniors. You can consider it a tradition at our school." "I consider you have lost your mind from too much studying," the woman said snidely. The man behind him pulled on her sleeve. No, please, stop making trouble." "Don't touch me." The woman was in a very foul mood. She swiped the man's hand off her. "Chen Zinning, the first time we met was 2 years ago inside this haunted house, so today we will break up here as well. It is time for us to part ways. Goodbye." "Will you stop being so unreasonable? I don't have time to accompany you because I'm at a crucial point of my career. I cannot afford to be distracted." "So now I'm being unreasonable? I'm the distraction. Do you think I want your money that much?" The woman was wearing a pair of high heels and had on some makeup. Even though the clothes on her back were not expensive brands, she wore them stylishly. Chen Ziming, I stayed by your side when you were at the lowest point of your side, and I've accompanied you for 2 long years. I know, nuh. Don't waste your breath. I know things are different now. Just like this haunted house in these 2 years, too many things have changed. As she said what she wanted to, the woman strode deeper into Mu Yang High School scenario. The man immediately gave chase after her. Hey, please wait. The weak-looking young man held the notebook in his hand, and he appeared rather uneasy. The second point that I want to say is to never split up. He shouted loudly, but the pair of couple was too deep in their argument to pay him any attention. Yang Chen, let's just ignore them. We can definitely do this on our own. The other 2 students from Western Jiujiang's Medical University came to give him support. But clearing this scenario requires collaboration from many people, and we already started with a disadvantage of having so few people with us. The young man by the name of Yang Chen sighed with regret. Now that only 5 of us are left, we must be careful not to split up anymore. He turned to look at Wei Wu and Kang Xiangming. Gentlemen, would you be interested in a cooperation? After all, only by finding 17 name tags will we be able to clear this scenario. Cooperation. Wu Wei shared a look with Kang Xiangming, but neither of them said anything beyond that. You have no idea how mad the boss of this haunted house is. If we do not work together, the chance of clearing this scenario is 0. Yang Chen took out a hand-drawn picture from the notebook. There were 41 red cross marks on it. This is something to show our sincerity. Since Mu Yang High School was open to the public, many seniors from our school have come to challenge it. They have found the name tags at these 41 places. Yang Chen showed the 2 the hand-drawn map. The name tag's location does change, but there are a few constant locales where we can be sure to find them. So the first thing is for us to search these 41 places as soon as possible. Wei Wu and Kang Xiangming were interested in the map in Yang Chen's hands, but clearing the scenario was the last thing on their mind. Sure, we'll be glad for a chance to cooperate. After all, it benefits all of us. The 2 visitors who acted suspiciously like the members of the Ghost Story Society showed their willingness to collaborate with Yang Chen. We're on a time limit, so I'll assign the jobs for each of us. 2 gentlemen, if you don't mind, will you please focus on the classrooms on the left, and Wang Dan, Li Zhu, the 3 of us will focus on the ones on the right. Please be careful. Make sure that your friends are always in your sight, and if you need to separate, make sure to go in a group of 2. Yang Chen then pocketed the map. He looked at the rest with severity. There are several taboos inside Boss Chen's haunted house. Do not play with your phone, don't wander off alone, and do not ask about marriage or relationships. These few warnings are the conclusion of our seniors. Some of them I don't quite understand, but I'm sure they have their reason to exist. Please remember them in your heart, and don't attempt them simply because you're curious. Yang Chen's expression was serious, and his words confused Wei Wu and Kang Xiangming. The team parted down the middle as they inspected the classrooms on both sides of the corridor. When the distance was drawn adequately apart, Wei Wu silently walked to stand beside Kang Xiangming. This haunted house is making me uncomfortable. Those taboos feel weirdly cursed. Stay far away from me. Remember, we're not supposed to know each other. There are cameras inside the haunted house. Be careful not to be seen. Kang Xiangming was very cautious as he pretended to look for the name tags. For some reason, I feel uneasy. Wei Wu also helped look for the name tags, but his soul was not in it. Stop talking and start working. Don't forget the real reason we're here. Kang Xiangming kept his head lowered and blood vessels flashed across his eyes. He turned to look at the entrance. That Boss Chen should be coming soon. Chapter 260, Performance. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Millman 97. A cold draft blew down the corridor, and empty test papers fluttered in the wind. There was no one in the classrooms on either side, but weird noises kept coming out from them. Kang Xiangming and Yang Chen's teams searched the rooms on the left and right. They only took 3 minutes to reach the end of the corridor, where they met up again. They were standing at the door to the sealed classroom. The boss has changed the locations again. Yang Chen's face did not look so good. How many have you found? None, Wei Wu said readily. After all, his purpose there was not to look for any name tags. You sound so happy even though you haven't found anything. Wang Dan was a straight shooter. All Yang, I think we should just move on our own. Bringing them will only increase our burden. There's a familiarization process since we've just entered the place. The place is complicated and the boss understands psychology. The hiding spots are masterfully designed, so it's normal to not find anything. Yang Chen thought that these 2 were weird, but he could not pinpoint exactly what was weird about them. There will be at least 3 name tags inside this classroom. We'll all go in together and finish this as soon as we can. After pushing the door to the sealed classroom open, Yang Chen was the first one to rush into it. Don't dawdle. Our seniors explicitly ordered us to move as fast as we can. The longer we stay, the higher the chance of something scary happening. The 3 medical students each took responsibility for their own section. They kept their heads lower so that they would not meet the eyes of the mannequins. They did not reach out to touch the mannequins and grab the name tags when they saw it. Their action was accurate and fast. It appeared like they had been training for this. Wei Wu and Kong Xiangming did not enter the classroom. They stood outside the door, looking at the mannequins in different poses. I seem to see living spirits in these mannequins. Kong Xiangming forced this observation out from his lips. His voice was soft enough that only Wei Wu could hear him. Making living humans into toys so that they won't have their peace after death. This is a cruel fella. Fear flashed through Wei Wu's eyes. Do you think the mannequins represent the people who were once his enemies? It's probably not that simple. There are too many mannequins. I suspect a large part of them are innocent victims, perhaps even unfortunate haunted house visitors. Kong Xiangming took in a soft breath. There are so many people who go missing in the city annually. Perhaps some of them have become mannequins inside this haunted house. Our target this time is crueler than we thought. We have to be extra careful. After hearing Kong Xiangming, Wei Wu took a cautious step back. His eyes that landed on the few students were filled with pity. How would these visitors know that the mannequins that scared them so were probably the visitors that once disappeared? Come in to help. What are you standing there for? Wang Dan finished searching his area and saw Wei Wu and Kong Xiangming still standing outside. A fire surged through him and his tone turned heavier. Calm down. Yang Chen tried to calm Wang Dan. The 3 of them searched the classroom for a long time but could only find 2 name tags. Things have changed. We need to speed up. Yang Chen left the classroom with the name tags. When he passed Wei Wu and Kong Xiangming, the curious feeling heightened. Gentlemen, if you plan to cooperate with us, please show us some sincerity. It's a waste of time placing our hope on them. We should rely on ourselves. Wang Dan lost his patience. He and Li Zhu followed behind Yang Chen as they entered the bathroom next to the classroom. Wei Wu and Kong Xiangming did not follow, but instead shared a look. These 3 students are quite interesting. Shall we turn them into mannequins as well? Blood vessels surfaced on Wei Wu's neck. Kong Xiangming shook his head. Be careful not to draw unwanted attention. Yang Chen pushed the partitions open one by one. He found another name tag inside the 5th cubicle. Looking at the painted eyes, Yang Chen shivered. This haunted house sure is insane. Yang, those 2 visitors are very weird. Li Zhu was the only female. Even though she was young, she had all the good points of a female forensic doctor. Courageous but cautious with extremely good observational skills. I've noticed that as well. Yang signaled for Li Zhu to keep her voice low. Those 2 are too calm and they don't seem nervous even though they're in an unknown space. In fact, they seem comfortable with this area. Especially the one that looks ugly. He appears like he's in deep thought, often like he's planning something. Li Zhu nodded. I suspect they're not really visitors. Do you think they're the haunted house's actors? Yang Chen and Wang Dan was shocked by this sentence, and a chill climbed up their spines. That's a real possibility. According to He-san, the boss is someone who would do anything. One time he mixed himself among the visitors. 7 people entered the haunted house, but in the picture there were 8 people. No wonder they don't look scared and couldn't find a single name tag. The more they discussed it, the more convinced they were. Thankfully, we found this out sooner rather than later. If we were tripped at the most crucial moment, we might really have been scared until we peed our pants. This haunted house has reached the stage of being crazy to scare people. Where's the humanity? Yang Chen took out the notebook and added a new rule to the 3 taboos. Don't trust any strangers. Even the most cunning fox cannot beat a good hunter. Since we've guessed their identity, we're 1 step closer to victory. Yang Chen was good at raising morale. We'll continue to pretend we haven't discovered anything. When they expose their true identities, we'll prove that we've known all along. I believe their expressions then will be very interesting. Indeed, we just need to focus on searching for the name tags. 1, this can help make them lower their guard, and 2, even if we're mistaken, it won't be awkward. You need to be careful of others when you visit a haunted house. Before this, I thought the 200,000 was just a promotional trick, but now that I've experienced it myself, I think the prize money is too little. Hurry up, we're on a tight schedule. If we stay here too long, it'll arouse their suspicion. Yang Chen waved at the 2 of them. We'll try to catch up to that couple as well. They're still in the middle of argument, so they will be perfect to distract the attention of these 2 actors. The 3 students finished their discussion, and exited the bathroom. They paused for a while at the first junction inside Mu-Yang High School before turning down the corridor to head to the deep well. Chenji took the recorder and led Gu Feiyu into the underground scenario. Unable to resist Gu Feiyu's endless begging, he did not force the young man to follow him. Xiao Gu, after I go down, go into the scenario on the side to pick out several larger props to block the entrance. Chenji checked the items he had and entered the parking lot after making sure that he had everything. Stay guard over the entrance. I won't call you, and don't move the props no matter what happens down there. Gu Feiyu looked at Chenji in the Dr. Skullcracker's outfit and failed to see him as a haunted house actor. From his perspective, his boss did not look like he was going to scare people but commit murder. Chapter 261, The Map is Wrong. Okay, don't worry. Gu Feiyu did not understand why Chenji wanted to block off the exit if he was just going to scare people. He grumbled internally, is this to give the visitors a sense of despair? After sending Chenji off, the honest Xiao Gu closed the wooden boards and hauled the props to cover it up. The group of visitors chose the left path, and they walked for some time until they reached another junction. This is the second junction. The road on the left leads to a deep well, and the end of the right corridor is 3 empty rooms. Yang Chen looked at his notebook. It had a detailed explanation of all the scenarios. To be able to record everything so clearly, it showed how deep the despair his seniors had experienced was, such that they could still remember everything so clearly after they returned to school. The 3 rooms have their own number, and in the ceiling of one of the rooms, bathroom is a female body. According to the record, there's a name tag inside her pocket. Listening to Yang Chen's description, Li Zhu and Wang Dan frowned. Just the sound of it made them refuse to go forward. Leave this name tag to us. Kong Xiangming, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Wei Wu wanted to say something but was stopped by Kong Xiangming with a look. Okay, shall we wait outside the room for you? According to the notebook, when the visitors are inside the room, there might be mannequin dolls that come to interrupt. There's no need. Didn't you say we're running low on time? You can go on to the other path. We'll meet up later. Kong Xiangming left right away. Wei Wu followed behind him, and the two did not share a word as they walked away. All Yang, let us go. Wang Dan pointed down the other corridor. He whispered, it's good that we're splitting up. This means we don't need to worry about them. Even though the notebook said not to split up, this was a unique situation. The 2 visitors were most likely actors. Yang Chen nodded. The 3 of them jogged to the deep well. As recorded in the notebook, there were 2 name tags inside the well. 2 name tags? The seniors are right. This well is very dangerous. Li Zhu took out a ball of string from her purse and then removed the hair clip she was wearing to tie to the end of the string. Thankfully, we came prepared. The boss wouldn't expect this as well. This was the first time the students had felt happy inside the haunted house. It was as if they had just scored a psychological victory. Li Zhu dropped the makeshift fishing line into the well and very easily hooked one of the name tags. She pulled it up slowly, and when the name tag left the well, the 3 sighed in relief like they had just won the Super Bowl. Well done. When Li Zhu dropped the fishing line into the well again, she realized that the well seemed to have gotten deeper. She tried several times before finally hooking the other name tag, but when she tried to pull it up, something scary happened. The sand parted to reveal a dead person's face. Half of the name tag was exposed out of the sand, while the other half was in the dead person's mouth. F***CK. What the hell? The 3 students gasped. For the first time, they felt how malicious the adult world could be. Xiao Zhu tried to yank harder, see if you can pull the name tag out. The girl pulled on the string. The sand moved and the dead body started to surface. She tried this several times until the string snapped. The name tag was still at the bottom of the well, and the girl's hair clip now rested next to the mannequin's lips. No, this won't work. The boss is not even giving us a chance. Li Zhu looked at her hair clip and she felt the sting of regret. You 2 stay here, I'll go grab the hair clip and the name tag. Wang Dan put his hands on the wall of the well. It's just a mannequin that looks like a dead body, right? We've seen real dead bodies. But have you seen one that can move? Chen Yang stopped Wang Dan. This well has been marked by the seniors as extremely dangerous. It's just 1 name tag. Without this, we can still clear the scenario by searching for other name tags. Don't be blinded by the small benefit before us. You're right. Wang Dan was a rash person, but he was not dumb. Should we ask the 2 actors to go down the well for us? If they're real actors, they won't go down the well. If they're normal visitors, that's not a moral thing to do, Li Zhu argued. We still have time. We haven't seen the couple on our way here, so they probably went to the other side. We should go meet up with them first. Yang Chen looked at the map. There's a connecting passageway next to the deep well. The scenario on the other side will be the female dorm. Yang Chen followed the map, but the female dorm did not appear. Instead, there was another junction. The map is wrong. Yang Chen turned the map around to look. How can there be a new route here? Have we triggered a hidden scenario? Is this some new trick by Boss Chen? The three students looked at one another. The map that they had been relying on now lost its purpose. No wonder there are so few name tags in the previous scenarios. Looks like part of the name tags have been moved into this hidden scenario. Yang Chen tore out a page from the notebook and drew some lines on it. Come on, let's go take a look. Even if we cannot clear it today, at least we can complete the map for our friends. The three students thus became the first batch of visitors who entered Western Jiujiang's private academy. After turning the corner, the architectural style of the building changed. There were no longer charred marks on the walls, but the place looked more realistic. All Yang, do you smell something bad? Wang Dan stopped at the entrance with his hands over his nose. It's a very weird smell, like something gone bad. What? Kong Xiangming stood outside the room of three scenario silently. Why did we purposely avoid the three students to come here? Wei Wu was confused. Look at this place, doesn't it look like Hai Ming Apartments? Kong Xiangming pulled the door open. The place reminded him a lot of Hai Ming Apartments. You're right, how can things be so coincidental? Wei Wu was surprised. We just went to Hai Ming Apartments several days ago to capture that runner, and today we see the building replicated here. He would have needed time to build something this scale. Looks like the boss discovered the secret at Hai Ming Apartments a long time ago, Kong Xiangming speculated. I believe he might have seen the person that escaped from behind the door. Chapter 262, The Hanging Man 2 and 1. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Millman 97. I can understand why the chairperson is targeting him. The man has probably gone into the door before and might even have a door of his own. Kong Xiangming kept his voice very low, afraid that a third person might overhear him. Does not matter, so what if he has gone behind the door? Ultimately, there is only one of him. Wei Wu did not sound that confident when he said so. It sounded more like he was trying to convince himself. Since this mission is so important, the chairperson wouldn't have sent only the two of us. The other members from the society are probably also here already. Don't put your hopes on others. What if the chairperson's plan is to sacrifice the two of us to scout out the way for everyone else? Kong Xiangming closed the door. The society's members can change at any moment, but the number will never change. Each number corresponds to a monster behind the door. Owning this number means you have a cohesive relationship with the monster that it corresponds to. Therefore, in the chairperson's eyes, the real thing of import is the monsters living in us and not ourselves. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly brought up something that was not relevant. The rules of the Ghost Story Society forbid us from exposing our own identity and investigating others. The two rules are to protect our personal safety, since the members of the society either are crazed maniacs or butchers with bloody hands. However, have you considered the opposite implication? What is it? What is the opposite implication? Not interacting with the other members means that we will never find out who the chairperson is. Kong Xiangming's thoughts went deep. Everyone knows that the chairperson is hiding among the 10 people at the dining table, but none of us know who the chairperson is. I now have my suspicion that the chairperson might be a monster behind the door, and we are nothing but vessels to contain monsters. Why are you telling me all this? Wei Wu tried to distance himself from Kong Xiangming. No one has ever betrayed the Ghost Story Society, and that is the scariest point. Do you understand what I mean? Kong Xiangming shrugged. You joined the society in the same batch as me, so I can be sure you're not the chairperson. That is why I actively approached you during our last mission together and revealed my real identity. You're the only person I can trust inside the society. Wei Wu had a feeling there were other things that Kong Xiangming did not tell him. He wanted no part of this, but he had already been roped in. All the monsters are escapees from behind the door. Therefore, it is a certainty that the chairperson has a door of his own. Kong Xiangming's voice stopped as a thin smile appeared on his face. Owning the door means owning the right to create the rules. Don't you want to be the chairperson? You really have lost your mind. I have not. I simply have no other ghost stories left to share. If the rules aren't changed, the next time we meet, I might be the food served on your plate, turning from diner into dinner. Kong Xiangming's words were like cold water hitting Wei Wu's face. The Ghost Story Society was not a place for charity. Even the members were afraid of the power of the society. Tell me your plan. If this was before, I wouldn't have done something so risky, but I found a chance recently. The chairperson has been having more constant interaction and communication with us. He is in deep waters, and that is where his weakness is exposed. What weakness? The chairperson communicates with us through the monsters that are possessing our bodies, but the monsters can only communicate when they are within 50 meters of one another. We have tested this out ourselves before. Kong Xiangming came to the key point of his speech. In other words, the chairperson was within 50 meters of us when he communicated with us. You're right. During the meeting, I've always sat close to number 10. Whenever I'm next to him, the monster in my body will reveal a strange emotion. It is akin to a desire. I can sense its desire. It wants to consume number 10. But that doesn't mean that number 10 is the chairperson. The monsters in all 10 of us are different from one another. I know, but the point is several seconds before my monster received the message from the chairperson, it also responded with this strange desire. Kong Xiangming's voice slowly changed. When the message was sent, both number 10 and the chairperson were around the vicinity of my house. Is this not the perfect proof of their relationship? Could this be a coincidence? The society chairperson should be the one who sent us the flyer. He is also the only one who knows the real identity of all the members. For both times when communication was made, number 10 and the chairperson appeared around my house. I don't think there is such a coincidence in this world. Kong Xiangming finished his speculation, and Wei Wu gone completely silent. The mysterious chairperson was like a sharp sword hanging over all the members' necks. Number 10 is the chairperson? Then how do you plan to cooperate with me? Wei Wu walked alongside Kong Xiangming. Since they had the same target, they formed a temporarily truce. If there was no shared benefit, the two would be at each other's throats because they knew the other person's real identity. The chairperson wants us to target the boss of this haunted house. This means that the boss is not an easy character. We must let them fight it out among themselves, and we'll find the opportunity. Kong Xiangming entered the bathroom and removed the female body from the ceiling. He pulled out a name tag from her pocket. We're here as visitors, so just be careful not to let the boss think otherwise. The two left the room with the name tag. 1 or 2 minutes later, there was a sound in the room. It sounded like something rolling on the floor. A mannequin's head had rolled out from underneath the bed. What? The 3 medical students congregated together. Without the map, they finally understood the joy of visiting a haunted house. Li Zhu, wait for us. The girl with a baby face walked in front all alone. The 2 male students followed behind her, leaning so close to each other that it would have been easier if they were holding hands. When we were outside, every one of you boasted more than the other, but without the guide from our seniors, how come you are so weak? Li Zhu turned around to look at her partners and sighed. Are you 2 even men? What does this have to do with gender? Even though Wang Dan was hiding at the very back, his attitude had not changed. This is called being careful. Can't you see that we're just trying to watch your back? Hut. Yang Chen was blushing from embarrassment. I'm not afraid, but this place is too similar to my high school. The set earlier looked fake at first glance, but this place gives me the feeling that I've returned to my high school. What is so scary about returning to your high school? Li Zhu did not quite understand. If the set is obviously different from reality, I can convince myself that everything is fake. But this set is so similar to the high school from my memory that no matter how hard I tell myself, I cannot help getting immersed into the atmosphere. Yang Zhen was still holding the notebook and a pen. He was drawing out the map with shaking fingers. Most of Western Jiujiang's private academy had been cut out due to certain reasons, so the space that it occupied was not big. The 3 students soon reached the end of the corridor, and before them sat a very common glass door. Wait a minute. Yang Chen stopped Li Zhu, who was trying to open the door. He leaned against the door and looked through the dusty mirror. This looks like one of the floors of a dormitory. There is even a number on the door. Could this be the female dorm that was supposed to be on the map? Li Zhu urged Yang Chen to open the map to do a comparison, and realized that the location was much too different. Should be a hidden scenario, Yang Chen said as if that was the answer. When I first got the map, I was wondering why there was only a female dorm and not a male dorm. Now it looks like the male dorm has been made into a hidden scenario. But I'm curious, how did we manage to trigger the hidden scenario? We didn't do anything out of the ordinary, did we? The boss probably felt too afraid because we were clearing the map too fast. Wang Dan laughed cockily as he joined Yang Chen at the door. This looks similar to our school dorm. Let's go in and take a look. Although he said that, his body did not move. Eventually, it was Li Zhu who pushed the door open. The rusted lock fell to the ground, and as the glass door slipped open, a strange smell permeated from within. Why does this smell like body decay? Should we even go in? To be honest, since we're here and discovered the hidden scenario, we've already broken the senior's record. Wang Dan raised his hand. I suggest we leave while we can. It's not a guarantee that we'll be able to trigger the hidden scenario next time. Since we're already here, why don't we enter the place? Are you really going to leave just like that? Yang Chen and Li Zhu grabbed Wang Dan as they entered the corridor. There were half-open room doors on either side of the dark corridor. It was unclear which room the horrible stench came from. This place is so unnecessarily creepy. Wang Dan's voice became low, as if being too loud might awaken the monsters that were slumbering there. We still have time. We mustn't give up on any of the rooms. This place must be hiding plenty of name tags. Yang Chen accompanied Li Zhu as they walked in front. Wang Dan followed unwillingly at the back. He was deeply unsettled, but he did not have the courage to leave on his own, so he could only power on with everyone else. Don't be such a scaredy cat. The scary scenes are probably at the back, so the front few rooms should be perfectly safe. Yang Chen tried to use his own experience to console Wang Dan. Which haunted house will put the scariest scenario at the beginning of the scenario? As he said so, he pushed open the door to the first bedroom on the left side of the corridor. Dust fell from the wooden door frame like a curtain. It appeared like it had been many months since someone visited the place. As the door creaked open, Yang Chen walked into it. However, he only took one small step before he stopped. His upper body was leaning forward, but his lower body was frozen to the ground. "Al Yang, what's wrong with you?" The door fell fully open, and Li Zhu as well as Wang Dan behind him took in a cold breath. There was someone hanging in the middle of the room. A mannequin? Yang Chen was the first one to recover. He rubbed his hands on his clothes to wipe away the cold sweat that had formed in the middle of his palms. "Don't go in first." Wang Dan pointed at the mannequin's feet. "It doesn't look like a real hanging. Look at the feet, they're still standing on the ground. I suspect this is a haunted house actor." "I don't think so." Li Zhu was the most courageous of the party. She walked into the room directly. "The rope is pulled taut. Maintaining this pose for a long time, even while standing, will heavily stress one's neck." She walked to the other end of the room carefully. The hanging mannequin was wearing a dark black coat and had its head lowered, so the face could not be seen clearly. Li Zhu reached out slowly until the tip of her finger touched the dead body's skin. "It's not human skin. Come in, it's safe." There was an audible sigh of relief. All three of them had been given quite a shock. What is the meaning of hanging a mannequin in the middle of the room, and even purposely letting it stand on the ground? Wang Dan touched the dead body's hand. He was a forensic science student, so he understood the difference between fake skin and real human skin. The fake skin felt colder and harder to the touch. "Don't touch anything randomly. This dead body might be the answer to a puzzle that we haven't discovered yet." Li Zhu's hands lightly pulled on the dead body's chin, slowly raising its head. When they saw the dead body's face, the three medical students started to get bothered. It looks too real. Because they had seen actual dead bodies before. The fear that gripped them at that moment was far greater than if this had happened to a normal individual. The rope stressed the front of the neck, causing the tongue to be squeezed upward, blocking the back of the throat and the windpipe. The cause of death is probably asphyxiation. After Li Zhu said that, she herself was stunned. She did not expect that the first time she would use her professional knowledge that she had picked up in class would be inside a haunted house. Look closer at the mannequin's face. There are irregular blood spots. This is different from a normal asphyxiation. Yang Chen walked around the mannequin. The neck snapped, causing a lack of blood flow to the brain. The real cause of death should be brain anemia. "Guys, does it really matter how the mannequin died? We should focus on leaving this place," Wang Dan urged. "Don't you two feel afraid? A dead mannequin in the haunted house not only has the looks of an actual real body, but perfectly mimics its cause of death. The haunted house's boss also knows forensic science." Li Zhu turned to look at Yang Chen standing beside her. Yang Chen did not look so good. An amateur wouldn't be able to replicate the unique properties of a dead body so perfectly, unless he had a real dead body as a model. There was an image that appeared in the minds of the three students. None of them said anything, and they very uniformly left the bedroom. "We have gone deep enough into the haunted house. How about we leave now? Let's look at a few more rooms first. By the way, did you spot any name tags in the room earlier?" Yang Chen asked, and both Li Zhu as well as Wang Dan shook their heads. "Didn't pay much attention." "Oh well, let's go look in the other room, then we'll return to this room last." The three students discussed their tactics outside of the door. None of them realized that the standing body that was facing their backs inside the bedroom slowly opened its eyes. There was another junction at the front of the corridor. The deeper they went, the stronger the stench in the air. Dirty stains started to appear on the floor tiles and walls. The three students reached the end of the corridor at one go. The few rooms at the end of the corridor were all locked. The stench seems to flow out from this place. Li Zhu walked in front, so it was her who pushed open the door to the deepest room. There were 4 beds in this room, but only one of the beds had a mattress on it. The other 3 beds were piled high with various rubbish. That's it, I thought something very scary would be hiding in this room. Hell, the first bedroom is a lot scarier than this. We're running out of time. Focus on locating the name tags. Wang Dan, stop spacing out, come in and help. Yang Chen and Li Zhu entered the room, and only Wang Dan was left in the long, dark corridor. Something seemed to be jumping down the corridor. All Yang, come out quickly. I seem to hear the footsteps of a 4th person. Chapter 263, The Stench. Yang Chen and Li Zhu ran out in a hurry. The 3 of them stood in the corridor and looked down. They saw nothing but darkness. Where are the footsteps? I really did hear them. It sounded like someone was jumping down the corridor. You're just scaring yourself, come help us. Li Zhu dragged Wang Dan into the last room while Yang Chen stood outside for a moment. He repeated the thing that Wang Dan mumbled about earlier. Jumping. The 3 ransacked the last bedroom. Most of the trash on the bed was made from foam and wooden blocks. It looked dirty and messy, but none of it would produce any weird smell. Was this room purposely left open to store trash? Li Zhu used the sleeve of her shirt to block her nose. But why does that bed have a mattress on it? Who would sleep in an environment that is as dirty as this? Now our consideration shouldn't be the occupant of this room. Yang Chen picked up one piece of trash from the bed and gave it a good sniff. When we entered this secret scenario, there was a weird stench in the air, and the stench is the most intense in this room. This means that the thing that gives out that stench should be here. We need to find that thing to solve the mystery of this scenario. All Yang has a point. There is so much trash inside the room, but none of that is radiating this stench. It's very weird. Wang Dan walked to the only bed with a mattress. This relatively clean bed has the strongest smell. He put his hand on one of the corners of the mattress before yanking it back. There was nothing scary underneath the torn mattress except a notebook. Wang Dan picked it up and gave it a read. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gotten too close. I just wanted to help you pick up the ball. Teacher, it wasn't my plan to dirty my shirt. No one bullied me, this is all my fault. Father, I will do my best to be a better person. Please don't hit me anymore. I'm sorry, I don't know why I look so ugly when I smile. I will stop doing that. Where did you think I went wrong? I can change, I really can change. I just want to be like them, I'm sorry. The notebook was thin, but it was filled with apologies. Is something wrong with the writer? Why is he only focused on apologizing? He should fight back if someone bullied him, Wang Dan scoffed. He was very much against what the owner of the notebook did, or rather did not do. Come take a look at this. Li Zhu found a torn picture inside the dustbin. She picked up all the pieces, and after joining them together, a picture could roughly be seen. Looks like a father and son. The son was dangerously obese, and his lack of self-esteem could be seen even through the picture. He seemed to be afraid of the camera, so he hid behind his father. His father had a scowl on his face. He was rough with his child. He had one hand around his boy's neck as he dragged him forward. Is this a stepfather? Wang Dan flipped open the notebook for the other 2 to read. The front few pages were fine, but the more they read, the more uncomfortable they felt. The boy did not have a name. The students all called him Piggy. His father was one of the sponsors of Western Jiujiang's private academy. He came from a rich family, but his father was extremely strict with him. The notebook did not explain why explicitly, but it could be read from between the lines. The boy's mother had betrayed his father, and the father had moved that resentment onto the son. The boy desired his father's love, but no matter what he did, no matter how obedient he was, the only reaction he got was violence and lecturing. He led a very careful life, and only when he was ingesting food would he feel a sense of satisfaction. Food thus became the way for him to release stress. This led to the consequence where the boy's weight had gone beyond the accepted standard even when he was a child. Seeing the boy's ugly exterior, the father did not feel a shred of worry but felt a rush in taking revenge. The boy, who did not know better, forced himself to eat even more to see the smile on his father's face. After he grew up, both his physique and heart were ill. At school, the boy retreated into himself, which was perfect because no one wanted to sit with him anyway. When he was at home, whenever he was not careful, he would be greeted by his father's punches and kicks. Slowly but surely, the boy's heart started to twist. The things that others saw as beautiful were ugly in his eyes. The things that others could not wait to escape from, he saw as treasure. The boy would often be caught doing stupid things like stealing the leftovers from the canteen and grabbing stuff from dumpster. His father would beat him up every time he did so, but the boy could not stop himself anymore. His worldview had completely changed. After this repeated several times, there was one instance where the father was too heavy on his beatings, and the boy had to be sent to the hospital, which alerted the police. With pressure and advice from law enforcement, the father finally agreed to send the boy to the school dorm. The father was a sponsor at the school, so the school was willing to specially open a room for the boy to live in. After moving into the dorm, the boy had to interact with other students. The amount of times he apologized to others drastically increased, and his illness turned several. Not long after that, the boys in the rooms near him started to smell a stench. The school followed the trail and forced open the single room that the boy was assigned to. When the door was open, they were shocked. The originally clean bedroom was filled with assortments of trash. However, the dirty, smelly trash became the best decoration in the boy's eyes. The school had someone cleaned up the room, punished the boy, and informed his father. The way the father taught his son was the same. It was yet another round of heavy beating. The notebook recorded the punishment that night in close detail. His father left only after midnight. No matter how hard his life was, life had to go on. After the wounds on his body healed, the wounds on his heart only got deeper. There was again a deep stench in the dorm corridor. The school could not do anything. His father was one of the sponsors, so expelling his son made no sense. The room was cleaned again and again, but the boy did not change. In the end, the school had to clear away the rooms near to the boy's bedroom, and then had someone clean his room every few days. As days moved into the weeks, the stench seemed to stick to the room, seeping into the floor and walls. At the time, Western Jiujiang's private academy was too busy dealing with the accidents happening at the female dorm, so they did not have time to pay the boy any attention. Even the cleaners stopped coming. The boy whose heart was twisted kept bringing trash to his bedroom, and the stench got thicker. From this point onwards, the boy's diary started to repeat itself. He kept apologizing to his father, asking him for forgiveness. Chapter 264, Plastic Wrap. After finishing the diary, the 3 medical students each had a different take on the story. Helping outsiders to bully his own child, he doesn't deserve to be a father. Li Zhu looked angry. Even though she knew this was probably just a made-up story by the haunted house, she still immersed herself in it, feeling sorry for the boy. The boy is too weak. If it was me, I would have bullied them back twice for what they had done to me. Wang Dan punched the air. I don't think the boy is weak. If anything, I think he's scary. Yang Chen inspected the diary closely. Did you realize the boy spent the last few months in the diary apologizing to his father? Isn't that the perfect proof of his weakness, bowing his head to the real culprit? The boy used to apologize to everyone daily, but starting from a particular point in time, the diary only recorded his apology toward his father. Li Zhu also saw the anomaly. Why would he need to do that? Look at the time. Yang Chen flipped to the front of the diary. The latter half of the diary was mostly about his apology and penance to his father. The boy started apologizing to his father after the school called his father on him, and after the night his father beat him until midnight. Yang Chen held the diary and stood in the middle of the dorm to think. The diary wrote it very clearly. The father locked the bedroom from inside and barred anyone from coming close. He even used the bedsheet to tie over the boy's mouth. So cruel. Li Zhu pitied this boy from her heart. You have to be clear about one thing. The diary is written by the boy, so he'll only let us see what he wants us to see. Yang Chen closed the diary. Almost the entire book is about apology, but think about this. A madman whose worldview has completely twisted, seeing beauty as ugly and vice versa. How could someone like that be filled with penance? He sat on the smelly bed and immersed himself into the character of the boy. The other students hated him, stomping his show of kindness. They thought he was disgusting. His only family saw him as his nemesis. The boy's life was filled with violence and negativity. Therefore, he could only hide his real self in his heart and use the layer of apology as a shield to protect himself. All Yang, what are you trying to say? Wang Dan and Li Zhu thought Yang Chen's emotions were slightly off. I was a victim of abuse myself, but luckily, I had a strong and clever big brother to look after me. Yang Chen sat on the bed. I understand the pain he went through, so I can guess his actual thoughts. There was an indescribable emotion in his eyes. Yang Chen picked up the rubbish model from the floor. The design of this haunted house is amazing. It's as if everything is real. Well, tell us, why are you signed to yourself? Wang Dan mimicked Yang Chen to pick up a model of his own, but he could not see what was so different about it. The boss has given us the hint since we stepped through the door. Yang Chen sniffed at the rubbish model. The rubbish in the room doesn't give out any smell, but the stench is still in the air. Didn't we establish that earlier? Then have you considered why the boy kept hoarding rubbish in his bedroom? Yang Chen had guessed the truth, but he did not feel a rush from guessing it correctly. If anything, he felt slightly uncomfortable. Because the boy is mentally twisted, isn't the diary the best proof? He has been suffering from this illness since he was young, and his worldview has collapsed, seeing ugly things as beautiful. Wrong, actually the answer is really simple. Yang Chen toyed with the rubbish. The rubbish in real life will be smelly. Real life? The boy wanted to use the smell of rubbish to cover the actual thing that is creating the stench. That's why he kept bringing the rubbish home. Standing up, Yang Chen looked around the room. What kind of thing will create a stench? A stench that mustn't be discovered by others. Wang Dan and Li Zhu looked at each other. They were forensic science students, and a phrase appeared in their minds. The stench of decaying body. Starting from that night onward, the diary turned to a devoted apology to his father. I wondered what he has done to his father that he needed to apologize for endlessly. Yang Chen already had the answer in his heart. He stood before the only locked dresser in the room and reached out to grab the lock. The lock was heavily rusted, but it was only a prop inside the haunted house. He pulled slightly and it fell away. The door fell open, and the stench hit them like a wave. There was a dead body standing in the middle of the dresser, wrapped in plastic warp. His face was twisted and his eyes were bulging. The man had a horrible death. The three students stopped before the dresser, looking at the body inside the plastic wrap. None of them spoke. The fear and horror knitted around their hearts, making it difficult for them to even breathe. This should be the answer. The day the boy started collecting the rubbish in his room, the plan was already forming. Ever since that night, the boy kept apologizing in his diary. It lasted for 10 full pages before it stopped. It was hard to imagine how he managed to spend so long in a room with a dead body. The saddest thing is he wasn't discovered for so long. Even after shoving the real culprit inside the dresser, the boy's life didn't change. No one cared about him. No one realized he was even there. Yang Chen closed the door and put the lock back on. To be able to design such a scenario, I'm truly impressed by Boss Chen. His haunted house is more than just a simple scare. Indeed, Li Zhu's hand slowly loosened. Her emotions were still raging. Stop lamenting a prop. 20 minutes should have passed already. Let's get moving. Wang Dan thought about the dead body inside the dresser and was unsettled. The dead body mannequins in his haunted house look scarier than the real deal. Let's go. Yang Chen was the first one to turn. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. Did you notice the stench in the air seemed to get thicker? Is it because we've opened the dresser? Li Zhu followed behind Yang Chen. Stop reading so much into it. We failed this time, but we can always try again. The three of them exited the dorm. When they retraced their steps, they suddenly discovered someone standing in the corridor. The man had his head lowered while facing them. A rope swayed before his neck. Isn't that the hanging mannequin from the first room? Why is it here? Wang Dan turned back to look at his partners and realized that both Li Zhu and Yang Chen's eyes were filled with fear. The stench in the air thickened. Just as the three students were hesitating, the lock on the dresser slowly loosened and fell to the ground. Creak. The old dresser door was slowly pushed open from within. Chapter 265, I Give Up. The three students were squeezed together. Their focus was on the mannequin in the corridor, so none of them heard the weird noise coming from the room behind them. Shall we retreat back into the bedroom? Yang Chen's suggestion was the most conservative. He had no idea why he was afraid of a mannequin. Since we've given up on the visitation, there's no need to keep moving forward, Wang Dan said plainly. Find a security camera and call for the worker to bring us out. Li Zhu looked at the mannequin standing in the middle of the corridor and whispered, When we entered this place, I noticed that this place isn't fitted with any security cameras. Xiao Zhu, why didn't you tell us about something that important earlier? Wang Dan managed to keep his cool because he knew within his heart, when the visitors called for help at the camera, the haunted house worker would appear to help them. Since they could escape at any time, he had not been worried. Because you didn't ask. Li Zhu rolled her eyes. Don't worry, I believe a professional like Boss Chen will have equipped his haunted house with enough security cameras. Perhaps he utilized those hidden cameras in this hidden scenario to not ruin the atmosphere. Now it's not an issue of atmosphere, okay? Wang Dan squeezed behind Yang Chen. The mannequin suddenly appeared in the middle of the corridor. It must have followed us out. It is weird, Yang Chen frowned. The stench intensified and his heart quivered. According to the diary, the boy who was abused by his father was quite fat, but the hanging man in the first room is relatively thin. Will you stop the analysis at a time like this? Wang Dan rushed them with a series of grumbles. Shall all three of us rush forward at once? The mannequin only has 2 hands. He won't be able to stop all of us. Be quiet for a moment. Yang Chen pushed Wang Dan's arm away. The boy is fat and thus doesn't match the hanging man. This means that there is another theme inside this hidden scenario. This whole scenario should be made up from 2 separate stories. 2 stories meaning there's another monster that hasn't shown itself. Li Zhu understood what Yang Chen meant immediately, and she looked behind Yang Chen with fear. When her gaze fell on the bedroom that they had just exited, her eyes widened as color left her face. Xiao Zhu, what's wrong with you? Li Zhu seemed to have lost her ability to speak. The words stuck in her throat and she forced them out 2 seconds later. Behind you. Yang Chen and Wang Dan looked around at the same time. The dead body in plastic wrap was standing at the bedroom door. Its body was heavily twisted like it was trying to struggle free from the plastic wrap. The scariest thing was that there was a ball of smog radiating a thick stench forming behind the body, and it slowly morphed into a ball-like shadow. Is this Special F? What is this? Wang Dan was at the back of the group, so he was closest to the plastic-wrapped body. When he turned around, his face was merely inches away from the dead body's face. Naturally, he did not expect this. Before his head even turned back, his body already carried him forward. When he was about 1 meter away, he screamed, "Run!" Yang Chen and Li Zhu were also shocked out of their daze. They chased after Wang Dan. They ran for their lives, but there was more surprise in store for them. Blocking the corridor was the hanging mannequin. It suddenly raised its head to reveal a face that was bloated with purplish spots. It used a speed that was faster than the 3 students to jump toward them. F*CK me. Wang Dan, who ran from the back of the group to the front, saw the hanging mannequin that was rushing at them, and his face turned green. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. He was afraid, but he did not dare stop. Wang Dan used all the courage he had in his life as he closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and rammed into the mannequin. Bang! The mannequin was knocked into the wall. Wang Dan continued to charge blindly ahead with his hands shielding his face. After he cleared the way, Yang Chen and Li Zhu also successfully ran past the hanging mannequin. However, these 2 students failed to notice one small detail. After the mannequin fell, its lips creaked open to form a creepy smile. The rope around its neck slowly slithered toward Li Zhu's ankle. Just as the rope was about to curl around the girl's ankle, the mannequin seemed to remember some scary memory and quickly pulled the rope back. They're still chasing after us. The 3 made such a commotion that the other visitors in the scenario could hear them clearly. They finally escaped Western Jiujiang's private academy. Fear, terror, shock, and extreme physical activities, the 3 medical students felt like they had just come back from a tour of hell. I can't run anymore. Li Zhu was physically the weakest of the 3. Her face was white as she gasped for air, cold sweat trailing down her face. Take a break, we can afford to take a break. Yang Chen was also running out of air. He leaned against the entrance to Western Jiujiang's private academy and turned to check up on Wang Dan. When they were running for their lives, Yang Chen had clearly seen Yang Chen knock into the mannequin that blocked their way. Wang Dan, are you okay? The Wang Dan who would never admit defeat even when he was afraid was squatting on the floor. He had his hands over his head. He gritted his teeth to stop the tears from falling. Wang Dan, don't scare me. Yang, I don't think I can do it anymore. The feisty young man had tears in his voice. The mannequin was not hollow, it's so F*seeking scared. I give up, let's call the cops. Okay, we'll stop now. Let's find the exit. Yang Chen also had quite a shock of his own. He tried to pull Wang Dan up, but all his attempts failed. Wang Dan's energy had completely left him, and his legs were like jelly. Find the camera to call for the worker to come save us. I think I've seen through this haunted house's tactics. The scary stuff is all at the back, and the beginning is easy to make us let our guard down. Li Zhu had given up on the struggle. She did not dare stay outside the scenario alone. With gasping breath, she walked toward the 2 male students. With our current condition, walking to the exit normally is impossible. I remember there's a camera at every junction. Wait for me here, I'll go get help. Yang Chen prepared to leave when Wei Wu and Kong Xiangaming arrived. The two seemed to have noticed something. Instead of looking at the three students, their attention was focused on the entrance to Western Jiujiang's private academy. Chapter 266, Stay a little while longer. In the crazed doctor's outfit and with a scary hammer in hand, Chen Ji stood at the first junction. This time, he entered the haunted house not to save the visitors, but to use the haunted house's unique environment to capture the two potential Ghost Stories Society members. Now where have they run off to? Standing quietly in the junction, Chen Ji strained his ears. Not long after that, he heard something from the corridor that led to the deep well. A human head was rolling toward him like it was pushed along by some unknown force. You're out to play again? Chen Ji walked toward the mannequin head. He assumed that the head could not find its body, so it had rolled out to seek help. However, before he got close, the head rolled in another direction. It was neither fast nor slow, just fast enough for Chen Ji to keep up. You're going to be my guide. Chen Ji did not hesitate to follow. The draft fluttered his bloodied doctor's coat. Chen Ji wore the skin mask and held the red large hammer in his grasp as he followed the rolling human head deeper into the haunted house. When Yang Chen saw Wei Wu and Kong Xiangaming, his heart jumped with joy. From his perspective, whether they were real visitors or haunted house employees, it was only beneficial to him. You guys just came out from that place? Wei Wu looked at the three students. His tone was cold. Since he felt the threat, he did not plan to keep up the pretext anymore. Yes, Yang Chen wanted to ask Wei Wu for help, but he found Wei Wu's attitude grating. It made him uncomfortable. It did not feel like an attitude an employee in the service business should have. What did you find in there? Why are all of you in this state? Kong Xiangaming also walked over. The two's questions confused the three students. They had assumed that Wei Wu and Kong Xiangaming were the employees at the haunted house, so their questions confused them. Are these two really clueless about the layout of the haunted house, or are they toying with us? Before the students could reach a conclusion, Wei Wu and Kong Xiangaming did something weird. They both suddenly turned their heads to look at the glass door that led into Western Jiujiang's private academy. Their actions were weirdly unified. What are you two looking at? Yang Chen was unsettled. He retreated to his friends. Things appeared more complicated than he had initially thought. After 2 seconds, the glass door opened on its own and a faded stench drifted out. Other than those mannequins, there are other souls trapped inside this haunted house. This is quite surprising. Wei Wu kept his voice low. If not necessary, they would not reveal their identity to outsiders. The one on me has already awakened, and it's hungry. Kong Xiangaming stood where he was as a pair of arms appeared around his shoulders, and then a shrunken head climbed up from his back. Have you lost your mind? There are other people here. Wei Wu wanted to stop Kong Xiangaming, but it was already too late. The three medical students had seen everything. I have no power to stop it when it's hungry. Kong Xiangaming's voice was calm, like this was not the first time he had experienced this. It's fine if they see it. We'll just take care of them as well. Too bad this identity is going to waste, though. Wei Wu did not expect that the normally reticent Kong Xiangaming would be so direct when he made his move. Fine, after all, the one on me is also hungry already. There were blood vessels moving on the back of Wei Wu's head. He turned to look at the three students, and to his surprise, they did not show fear but gave a look that said, "See, I thought so." They're not afraid of us. Wei Wu did not know what the three students had experienced. In comparison to the things they had been through, the monsters on the members looked rather cute. I'll leave the three to you. Kong Xiangaming walked into Western Jiujiang's private academy alone. In the dark, something else seemed to crawl out from his back. Seeing Kong Xiangaming walked into the scenario alone, the three students had different expressions. Shall we go and warn him? Li Zhu felt sorry for the man. Stop worrying about him, these two have to be employees. Normally, when one saw a ghost inside the haunted house, one's first reaction would be to think they were workers. Wang Dan climbed up using the wall as support. He was scared, but his tone still had not changed too much. He sighed and stumbled toward Wei Wu. We give up, please bring us out. The face was almost forming on the back of Wei Wu's head, but when he heard what Wang Dan had to say, the process stopped. You want me to lead you out? Yes, the three of us have given up already. What is going on? To complete the Ghost Society's mission, Wei Wu had created quite a number of ghost stories himself. Whenever his victims saw his real identity, they would be too scared for words. Let's go. Wang Dan's legs were shaking. He held his head with one hand and his other reached out to hold Wei Wu's arm. Boss, can we go now? My head is spinning, and we have class to attend this afternoon. Wei Wu tried to shrug Wang Dan off, but he failed. Are you blind? Do you not see the blood face on the back of my head? How about a little respect? We've already surrendered. What else do you want from us? Wang Dan was annoyed. He had lost much of his confidence and pride that day. Wei Wu thought that something was wrong with these students. In any case, he decided to end it as soon as possible. Looks like none of you will be leaving. The blood vessels knitted into a scary face. The face was blurry as the vessels moved about to slowly form a face that looked suspiciously like Wang Dan. Brother, can you please stop with the tricks? We're tired after leaving the hidden scenario. If you continue to be like this, I'm going to give you a negative review on the internet. Wang Dan's head was hurting, but holding Wei Wu's arm, he felt weirdly secure. What are you talking about? Wei Wu gathered his strength to shove Wang Dan aside. His two faces had the same dark expression. The plan was to finish this as fast as possible, but now. Wind picked up in the corridor, and Wei Wu was halfway through his speech when the face behind him screamed. Wei Wu turned around and saw a monster in a bloodied outfit, and giant hammer running at him as he followed a rolling head. Wei Wu's head went numb as a giant sense of danger gripped his heart. Not good. He turned to run instinctively to meet up with Kong Xiangaming, but the monster did not give him the chance. Since you're already here, why the rush to leave? Chapter 267, Please Forgive Him. The appearance of Chen Ji in Dr. Skullcracker's outfit not only scared Wei Wu, but also the three medical students. They were not sure who that sentence was directed at. After all, who would care about those details when their lives were on the line? The need to survive compelled them to start running for their lives. Yang Chen and Li Zhu squeezed next to Wei Wu as they ran down the corridor to head into Western Jiujiang's private academy. Wait for me, Wang Dan, who had been shoved to the ground, screamed. He was surprised to find the energy returning to his limbs as he climbed up from the floor. Why are you guys running as well? Wei Wu looked at Yang Chen and Li Zhu, who had run ahead of him. He was both angered and anxious. Get out of my way. The blood face on the back of his head screamed. This was the first time he had seen the monster on his back react in such a drastic manner. Blood vessels seeped out from his back and trailed down his arm to reach toward Li Zhu, who was in front of him. He felt deeply threatened and knew he had to meet up with Kong Xiangaming no matter what. Chen Ji's pupils narrowed, and his yin-yang vision allowed him to see clearly in the dark. He caught the changes that happened to Wei Wu's body. It is you, Ghost Stories Society. There was still a distance between him and Wei Wu, but the blood vessels were almost touching Li Zhu already. In his desperation, Chen Ji picked up the rolling head and lobbed the head, which now had a shocked expression at the back of Wei Wu's head. Bang! The mannequin head knocked into Wei Wu, causing him to lose balance. He staggered unsteadily, almost collapsing to the ground, and the mannequin head rolled to the side. The blood face at the back of Wei Wu's head was smashed into a messy pulp. The large crack stunned the three students. Whacking one's head with another head, even a stunt actor would not dare do that. Still want to run? Wei Wu's speed slowed down after he was hit by the mannequin head. Chen Ji rapidly closed in on him. The blood face had not even used its power, and it had already been injured. Seeing this, Wei Wu did not dare stay any longer. Get out of my way. Li Zhu, who ran before him, did not have the chance to evade and was shoved roughly to the side. Yang Chen, who stood before the glass door, frowned with confusion. Wait, isn't he an actor? Why is he running faster than we are? Yang Chen had several answers in his mind. Is still part of the experience, some kind of insider drama? Seeing how Li Zhu was shoved to the side, he was rather angry. If that's the case, that's so rude. How can they disrespect their visitor like this? Wei Wu charged ahead savagely, but Yang Chen did not let him pass. Instead, he purposely moved to block the door. If this is part of a performance, please stop. Your earlier action has. Get lost. The blood vessels seeped out from Wei Wu's skin to knit on his face. It was very dark underground, so Yang Chen did not catch the changes on Wei Wu's face. However, it did not escape Chen Ji's yin-yang vision. He sprinted, and before Wei Wu attacked Yang Chen, he raised the hammer to swing at Wei Wu's left arm. The bone snapped, creating a crisp sound. All 5 visitors, including Wei Wu, seemed to petrify. This was especially true for Yang Chen, who blocked Wei Wu's way. He was closest to the man, so he heard it the clearest. As a forensic science student, he could even hear the tearing of the cartilage between the humerus and scapula. Yang Chen had forgotten what he wanted to say. He was dazed. Losing the control of his arm, Wei Wu gritted his teeth until it was bloodied. Using his other arm, he pushed the glass door open and ran down the corridor. That's a dead end. I'll see where you're going to run this time. Chen Ji put down the hammer and turned to look at Yang Chen. Are you all right? Why, yes, Yang Chen shivered. If he was not leaning against the wall, he would have been sitting on the floor already. Great, normally I'm a gentle person, but that visitor is not a normal visitor. He's different from the rest of you. Chen Ji tried his best to explain. He had to turn to violence earlier because he was afraid Wei Wu might harm the innocent. I understand. That big brother was the employee at the haunted house, right? Yang Chen stated his thought. Employee? Chen Ji did not know why Yang Chen would come to this conclusion. He thought about it and admitted honestly. You guys knew that already? The new actors don't know how to do their job. He acted too harshly earlier. I apologize on his behalf. The three students looked at Chen Ji holding the hammer. They could not believe their ears. How could this person be so insouciant after severely injuring someone? We don't mind it. Yang Chen was screaming internally, compared to us. Shouldn't you be more worried about that actor that you assaulted? Okay, when you go out, go find the uncle who sells tickets. When you come again in the future, I'll give you an 80% discount. Chen Ji took out his phone to call Gu Feiyu. Zyro Gu, you can stop blocking the door now. Come in to help me lead these visitors out. He had asked Gu Feiyu to block the door because he was afraid the two from Ghost Stories Society might escape. However, now that both of them were inside the Western Jiujiang's private academy, which was a dead end, there was no need to block the door anymore. Block the door? The three students wiped their cold sweat. It looked like they were not going to make use of that discount anytime soon. The three of you wait here. An employee will come get you. I'll go and take revenge for you. Chen Ji waved the hammer around. As a service business, we should always put the visitors first. As if sensing the murderous aura on Chen Ji, Yang Chen quickly advised him. No, we're all really fine. Please don't take any revenge on our behalf. Yes, actually, that brother is not that bad. Wang Dan also walked over, but he did not dare get too close to Chen Ji. He grumbled in his heart, at least he looks much friendlier than you do. Stop trying to make excuses for him. If he's made a mistake, then he needs to be punished. Chen Ji opened the glass door. The three students felt guilty, so they stood outside the scenario and yelled. Boss, we're really fine. Punishment is one thing, but you broke his arm. We've already accepted your apology, so please forgive him. There was a faded stench in the air. Chen Ji sighed as he heard the shouts coming from behind him. These few visitors sure are good people. Western Jiujiang Medical University produces some wonderful students. They are helping the people who harmed them earlier. After turning on the recorder, Chen Ji walked deeper into the corridor. Chapter 268, Value of Your Life. There were weird noises coming from the belly of the scenario, and the stench in the air seemed lighter than usual. They're of equal power. Looks like these two members from the society are quite powerful. Chen Ji upped his pace. He did not see Wei Wu along the way. The poor sap had probably run straight for the deepest part of the scenario after being spooked by Chen Ji. Where can you run to? This scenario is completely sealed, and there is only one exit. The Ghost Stories Society's members had come to create trouble at his haunted house during his working hours. This created a great sense of danger in Chen Ji. If he did not terminate the society, they would return in the future, so Chen Ji did not hold back. After walking 10 meters, Chen Ji finally saw the fighting. Kang Xiangming had a dark expression on his face. There was a thin monster standing on his shoulders, but the monster was longer and stronger than the ones he had seen at the third sick hall. Most likely, it had consumed many innocents. The monster on Kang Xiangming was almost 4 meters long, and the crying faces on its body made it look like a twisted centipede. Facing the monster was a mannequin with a rope around its neck. There was obvious damage on the mannequin's body, but it kept charging at the monster. The more savage the soul, the greater it tastes. Kang Xiangming looked at the mannequin, and there was a playfulness in his eyes. The monster on his shoulders did not pay the mannequin much attention, but was looking in another direction with alarm. The stench that covered the scenario had congregated to form a shadowy version of a large man. The fat man had a blurred face but extremely high strength. However, his agility left much to be desired, and he could not do anything in the cramped corridor. The fat man and the mannequin did not know anything about combat, and with the tactics from Kang Xiangming, the battle was one-sided. Slowly, the wounds on the mannequin and the fat man increased. Their bodies turned blurry, and the stench in the scenario slowly dissipated. Are they that weak? Chen Ji thought about it and could understand why. Most of the powerful and resistant baleful specters at Western Jiujiang's private academy had been consumed by Zhang Yao already, and only the two weaker ones remained. Wei Wu was hiding behind Kong Xiangaming. When the blood face saw Chen Ji approach, it screamed, "Be careful, our target is coming toward us." Even though Kong Xiangaming had the upper hand, he was still facing two enemies, and if Chen Ji joined in the fight, it would not be good for him. "Why did you lead him here?" Kong Xiangaming could still maintain the calmness in his voice, but his words came out faster than before. "I didn't want to. How about we swap places? You go and deal with him while I take care of these two?" The blood face on Wei Wu had a special power, and like Pen's spirit, it was not suitable in combat. Kong Xiangaming understood that much. Fine. This was not the first time they had cooperated. They stood back to back as they moved. Blood vessels surged out from behind Wei Wu's head, and the expression on the face slowly morphed to mimic the mannequin. Weirdly enough, when the blood face changed to mirror the mannequin, the savage mannequin suddenly became quiet, and its eyes turned hollow. Wei Wu had stopped the mannequin, but he could not do anything toward the fat man. He could only watch on as the fat man's body slowly recovered, and the stench in the scenario returned. Leaving the specters to his teammate, Kong Xiangaming and the thin monster on his back both turned to look at Chen Ji. Wearing Dr. Skullcracker's outfit, the skin mask, and holding the hammer, it was hard to tell who the scarier party was. The things that Kong Xiangaming told his victims when he created his ghost stories did not seem appropriate. Compared to the monster before him, he felt like he was the more normal one. "Actually, we can talk this out," Kong Xiangaming said very naturally. "Neither one of us came with malicious intentions. We're here because someone ordered us to." Chen Ji did not respond. The man had managed to survive for so long inside that crazy society, so this meant that none of the words that left his lips could be trusted. He raised the hammer. Perhaps Kong Xiangaming was telling the truth, but he did not dare bet on it, nor did he want to bet on it. "Think about it first before you make your move. I know you have gone into the world behind the door already. I can tell you a secret about the door, but you must promise me one condition." Kong Xiangaming increased his talking speed because he sensed the danger. "This is a valuable opportunity. We can cooperate, and you only need to promise me one condition. This is my bottom line." "Bottom line?" Chen Ji took one step before suddenly increasing in speed. "You dare to talk conditions with me inside my haunted house. You really don't understand the value of your life, Su Yin." Following Chen Ji's call, a melancholic young man covered in wounds appeared beside him. Both the man and the ghost rushed toward Kong Xiangaming. Kong Xiangaming's lips twitched as he realized an issue. The thin monster could stop his opponent's specter, but who was going to stop the madman with a hammer? So painful. His legs landed on the floor, and the wounds on his body opened to pour out blood. Su Yin, with his face twisted from anger and resentment, charged at the thin monster. The monster's power was stronger than Chen Ji had expected. The faces on its body started to cry and wail, causing Su Yin's speed to decrease. The thin monster's arms gripped Su Yin's neck, and the human faces on its body chewed on Su Yin's clothes. The thin monster used the faces to apprehend Su Yin temporarily. But the key problem was, after he got entangled with Su Yin, who was going to protect Kong Xiangaming. Chen Ji, who had battled similar monsters before at the third sick hall, knew its weakness. After the thin monster left its host, its power would decrease by at least 30%, so the thin monster was not Chen Ji's target to begin with. "Wait a minute." The hammer cut through the air, and Kong Xiangaming's face paled. Desperate, he forced the thin monster to ignore Su Yin to come protect him. The monster also knew the importance of its host, so it immediately let go of Su Yin to shield Kong Xiangaming. Without the restraint, Su Yin landed on the ground and charged at the thin monster again. He bit ravenously on the thin monster's neck. The more he consumed, the brighter the blood stain on his shirt. At the same time, the hammer also made contact with the thin monster. Chen Ji did not slow down to check the effect of his attack or give Kong Xiangaming any chance to speak. He took the hammer and went ham on his opponent. Kong Xiangaming tried to block, but Wei Wu behind him was losing ground. The hanging man was controlled by Wei Wu, but the key problem was that he could not do anything to the fat man that was slowly recuperating. "If we stay here, both of us are going to perish. All Kong, good luck," Wei Wu yelled and then chose to abandon the war. He turned around and ran past Kong Xiangaming and Chen Ji. Chapter 269, Turning into a Red Spectre. Wei Wu's sudden reaction surprised not only Kong Xiangaming, but also Chen Ji. "From the beginning, it's your friend that has been under pressure, but why is it you who chose to run first?" "Wei Wu," Kong Xiangaming yelled with bloodshot eyes. He was surrounded by 3 baleful specters and 1 madman. He did not expect his teammate to abandon him so easily. In the blink of an eye, Wei Wu was already several meters away. Chen Ji had the two specters take care of Kong Xiangeming while he and Su Yin ran after the deserter. Xiao Gu has already opened the door. I cannot let him slip away. Chen Ji chased after Wei Wu, and after he left Western Jiujiang's private academy, he realized that the three students had already left. There was nothing left for him to worry about anymore. Stop struggling, you're not going to escape. Hearing the call behind him, Wei Wu ran faster. The face behind his head kept screaming, urging him to run faster. The distance between them grew. Chen Ji did not have any good idea to catch up. Running in the haunted house with a hammer hindered his speed. To be able to follow the man so closely was mainly because of his good physique. Wei Wu ran with all his might. There was a voice in his mind saying, faster, faster. He remembered the exit was just several corners away, and hope lit up in his heart. I mustn't fall into his hands. Yes, I can definitely make this. He ran out of the corridor adjacent to the deep well. Wei Wu was about to charge forward when he suddenly realized the tight corridor was filled with numerous mannequins. Shouldn't they be inside the classroom? Why are they here? With intertwining arms and teetering bodies, the mannequins, faces with creepy smiles, looked at Wei Wu, causing him to shiver. Why? Whenever he wanted to do something, there would be people or things trying to stop him. That had happened several times already that day. Wei Wu dashed into the group of mannequins. As he knocked the mannequins down, they gripped his clothes, pulling him down with them. If this was any other time, he could have used the blood face to slowly escape the trap, but Chen Ji was close behind him. As Wei Wu fell down, he turned to look, and the scary-looking hammer was closer than he expected. He was reminded of the first time he created his real ghost story. Once, I chased innocent people like this before. Bang! His other arm was incapacitated, and the large pound sent Wei Wu sprawling across the ground. Not giving him any chance to escape, Su Yin jumped on the man's back and poked his hands into the back of Wei Wu's head to yank the blood face out. A blood-curdling scream reverberated through the haunted house. After dealing with Wei Wu, Chen Ji dragged him to a corner. The blood face on Wei Wu was torn apart by Su Yin, and the blood that splattered all over the place became nutrition for the many mannequins. Not bad, very clever. Chen Ji was never stingy with his praise, and he could sense joy coming from the group of mannequins. Bringing Su Yin along, Chen Ji returned to Western Jiujiang's private academy. Kong Xiangeming's thin monster had harmed many innocent people, so it was incredibly powerful. There was a long trail of human faces on its body, and it did not show any sign of being cornered, even facing three baleful specters. Unfortunately, this was just a battle between ghosts. While the thin monster had a handle on the ghost situation, Chen Ji was already chasing Kong Xiangeming all over the place with the crazed hammer. Save me, he yelled inside the scenario, but the thin monster was unable to do anything. After Kong Xiangeming took a hammer strike to his back, the monster was forced to leave Kong Xiangeming and escape on its own. With the lesson from Wei Wu, Chen Ji was prepared this time. The three specters jumped on the monster and apprehended it tightly. Several minutes later, the monster was shared among the three specters, and its host, Kong Xiangeming, fainted. There's no notification on the black phone. Looks like these three aren't patients from the third sick hall either. Chen Ji looked at the baleful specters who were feasting, and he mumbled to himself, 7 left. The thin monster soon disappeared down the specter's stomach. The fat specter held its stomach like it had not had enough yet. It wiggled its large body around to look for more food when it noticed Chen Ji looking at it. It panicked and immediately dispersed to merge into the stench that covered the scenario. Am I that scary? Chen Ji turned to look at the other specter. The hanging man was even more shameless. After it had its fill, it leaned and fell to the ground like nothing had ever happened. The two specters probably did not eat much since Chen Ji was there. Most of the thin monster had been consumed by Su Yin. This time, Chen Ji could see the obvious change in the man. Su Yin's shirt bloomed with a large blood stain, and it was still growing. A red specter. Chen Ji knew that red specters were stronger than normal specters, but he did not know how they were formed. 1/3 of Su Yin's outfit is bloodied, so normal specter can change into red specter. He looked at the hanging man lying on the floor and compared it to Su Yin. He had a feeling that things were not that simple. Perhaps only a certain type of baleful specter has the ability to turn into a red specter. Chen Ji thought long and hard before he came up with this speculation. He had seen many ghosts before, but other than Zhang Ye, only Su Yin, this specter that was surrounded by hatred and resentment, showed any chance of becoming a red specter. I should use other ghosts inside the haunted house to give it a try when I have the chance next time. He imagined Xia Xiao in a red dress slashing her claws, and he silently shook his head. Even when she's a red specter, I have a feeling she'll still be bullied. I should use the pen spirit to give it a try. Chenji realized that Su Yin had reverted to his original form. He lowered his head, and his eyes were hollow like everything that was reflected in them would lose their color. Taking out the recorder, Chenji walked toward Su Yin. He was about to speak when Su Yin, who sensed his approach, disappeared. The tape stopped moving, but the blood on it seemed to have deepened. Looks like more communication is in order. Chenji understood the source of Su Yin's pain, but he had done everything he could. The rest depended on Su Yin. Dragging Kang Xiangming out of the Western Jiujiang's private academy, Chenji returned to the corner where he had left Wei Wu. From afar, he saw Gu Feiyu standing in the middle of the junction with a flashlight. The young man was worried about Wei Wu's safety. He wanted to help Wei Wu, but the group of mannequins made him hesitate. He paced where he was and did not dare to move forward. "Xiao Gu, come and help me." After removing the skin mask, Chenji waved at Gu Feiyu. "Have the 3 medical students been sent out?" Chapter 270. Anything can be solved with a swing of the hammer. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. Seeing Chenji in the doctor's outfit, Gu Feiyu took an involuntary step back. He recovered seconds later and quickly replied, "Yes, the 3 students all gave the haunted house 5 stars in front of me. They said that they had a great time and hope you won't make it too difficult for that haunted house actor." "They had a great time?" Chenji nodded. "Well, as long as they had fun." "Brother Chen, what is it with those 2 visitors? They've both fainted. Is it really all right?" Gu Feiyu added one last question after some hesitation. "Also, what did the students mean by the haunted house employee?" "It's nothing important, Xiao Gu. If you want to work here, then you need to be familiar with these things. By the way, I need you to learn some first aid skills in the future." Chenji had Gu Feiyu carry Wei Wu and Kang Xiangming. "Now, we lock them in the dressing room first." "First aid skill, lock them in the dressing room?" Gu Feiyu's head was covered in cold sweat. For some reason, he felt like he had entered a trap. "They're not visitors." Chenji knew that Xiao Gu had misunderstood him, so he explained roughly, "The new Century Park is bouncing back, and that is tied to this huge promotion the haunted house is having. Some people are not happy that we're coming back and so sent their men to come sabotage us." "Oh, is that so?" Xiao Gu nodded seriously. "Life in the big city sure is complicated." Xiao Gu carried Wei Wu and Chenji dragged Kang Xiangming. The 2 stopped at the entrance to the sealed classroom. "There are still 2 more visitors in the haunted house. They should be in the scenario on the right. Stay here and wait for me. I'll be back in a minute." Chenji left Kang Xiangming behind and ran into the female dorm. Gu Feiyu stood outside the classroom, and for some reason, he felt like someone was looking at him from inside the classroom. "Brother Chen, wait for me. I'm going with you." They had just entered the corridor on the right when they heard the sound of argument. The visitor by the name of Nun Nu was still at the height of her temper. She was adamant about breaking up with the man. Her fury had completely nulled her sense of fear. "What are these 2 doing, fighting inside a haunted house?" The 2 visitors stood in the middle of the corridor, and there were no other scare points around them. They were locked in a deep argument and did not seem like they were going to stop anytime soon. "Brother Chen, please slow down." Gu Feiyu half-dove and half-dragged the 2 members from the Ghost Story Society with him. "Why did you follow me?" "I'm worried about you, so I came to help." Gu Feiyu looked ahead and changed the topic. "The 2 are in a serious argument. Shall we go help?" "Do you know them personally? How do you expect us to help?" Chenji swung the hammer. He felt dealing with them was easier. At least things could be solved with a swing of the hammer. "But they're arguing so vehemently, will this be good for us? After all, we're inside the haunted house. If people hear of this, it might influence our reputation." Gu Feiyu stood behind Chenji. Eavesdropping on a couple's argument inside a haunted house still did not seem that moral to him. If these 2 really want to break up, they wouldn't have let this drag on for half an hour already. Chenji retrieved the skin mask, put it on, picked up the hammer, and headed for the couple. Before he got close, he saw the girl shove the man back and snuck into the bedroom where Pen Spirit resided alone. Then she locked the door. The man slammed on the door repeatedly. The woman cried inside the room, but she did not open the door. "Yan na na." The woman locked the door and windows. The man called her name outside the window, but the woman seemed insistent on ending this relationship. "Chen Ziming, we met each other inside a haunted house, so we'll end it here today, okay? 2 years, 6 months, and 1 day, thank you for everything that you've given me. I really don't understand why you're breaking up with me. Am I not good to you?" You're very good, it's all my fault. Are you satisfied? The argument kept going, and it grated on Chen Ji's ears. He dragged the hammer across the floor and picked up his pace. The footsteps echoed down the corridor. The man outside the door saw Chen Ji. Honestly, he was a little afraid, but his anger had overwhelmed that fear completely. In fact, when he saw Chen Ji get close, he intended to turn his fury onto Chen Ji, who dared to disturb them. With his finger pointing at Chen Ji, the man's lips were already opening. But before he could make any sound, Chen Ji suddenly charged forward and picked up the hammer to swing at the door's lock. The wooden door broke into splinters, and the lock flew into the wall, creating a crisp sound. The pair was completely stunned, especially the man who was about to say something. When the hammer swung through the air, he could hear the air being sliced through clearly. His lips could not close. The man looked at Chen Ji's skin mask and his eyes twitched. His body would not listen to his brain's commands. The woman stopped crying and started to scream. The man tried to enter the bedroom, but his legs were not moving. His ears hummed, and after he staggered a step back, his body leaned weakly forward. Ziming, the woman ran to grab the man's shoulders. This time she stood before the man to shield him from Chen Ji. Chen Ji pulled the hammer out from the hole in the door, and he was feeling rather embarrassed. He had been using the hammer so much recently that he had forgotten how to gauge his strength. He coughed awkwardly before removing the skin mask. Looking at the two shocked visitors before the two recovered and their fury returned, he said, "When danger appeared, your partner's first thought wasn't to run, but to enter the room to look for you. This shows how much he cares about you." Chen Ji then turned to tell the male visitor who tripped, "When you fell to the ground, your partner let go of everything to come help you and shield you. If you miss a woman as good as her, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." His bloodied shirt fluttering in the wind, Chen Ji helped the two get up with a smile. "You two love each other. No matter what happens, as long as you have that, it's enough." Chen Ji placed the hammer aside. "If you don't believe me, we can play a little game to test it out." The two visitors were picked up from the floor and arranged by Chen Ji to sit on both sides of the chair. They had their fingers intertwined, and a ballpoint pen wrapped in cellophane tape within their grasp. This haunted house has been open for years already, so some of the things have gained their own spirit. This ballpoint pen is one of them. You can ask it the question that you wish to be answered inside your heart, and it will give you the answer. The couple had just woken up from the shock that Chen Ji delivered. They looked into each other's eyes and felt the warmth that came from the other's palm. After a long time, they finally started the pen spirit game. Pen spirit, you are my spirit from my previous life, and I am your spirit in this life. Can you tell me if they love me the most in this world? Looking away from the couple, Chen Ji rolled his eyes. He kept giving hints to the pen spirit. He needed to send this couple out as soon as possible. Several seconds later, the ballpoint pen started to move, and both visitors captured the surprise in their partner's eyes. The pen started to move on the paper to write a word. Yes. After sending the pen spirit away, the game officially ended, but the two visitors had let their hands go. "Ziming," the woman apologized softly, and the man went over to pull her into a hug. "I'll make more time to accompany you in the future. I should have been more understanding." "It's okay, honey." "Are you two done?" Chen Ji's hands that gripped the hammer were bursting with veins. He felt like he was going to lose control soon. "Boss, we're so sorry for creating all this trouble for you." The two visitors finally parted. They apologized and thanked Chen Ji profusely. "If not for the fact that you two met inside my haunted house, I wouldn't have cared." Chen Ji put the hammer away. "Good luck in your future. Don't leave any regrets." "We will." After sending the two visitors away, Xiao Gu was shocked. When he saw Chen Ji knock down the door, he had been ready with his phone to call the police. He was surprised by this ending. "Brother Chen, you're amazing. Stop dawdling. Go upstairs and help me get the toolbox. We need to fix this door." Chapter 271. Are you there? 2-in-1. After fixing the door and the lock, Chen Ji and Xiao Gu dragged the Ghost Story Society's members back to the first floor and locked them inside the dressing room. "Boss, are you sure this is safe?" Xiao Gu wiggled the door lock. "I mean, do you want me to go grab some ropes to tie them up?" Chen Ji could see the improvement in Gu Feiyu. He removed the outfit that he was wearing and handed it to Xiao Gu. "That won't be necessary. Put this back on and return to the third floor. The visitors are already waiting." "No problem, leave it to me." This time, Xiao Gu put on Dr. Skullcracker's uniform without hesitation. In fact, he looked quite enthusiastic, so enthusiastic that Chen Ji wondered if he had been taken over by the monsters from the Ghost Stories Society. After all, it was as if he was a completely different person from how he had been that morning. Weird, when you entered the haunted house earlier, it felt like I was asking you to walk to your execution. Why the sudden change? Change? Ziogu scratched his head in embarrassment. Wearing Dr. Skullcracker's outfit, doing that action, it gave Chenji a sense of incongruity. Actually, I thought your haunted house was only meant to scare people to their death. I don't quite approve of that way of making money, but after seeing you fix the relationship problem of that couple, I suddenly feel like our haunted house is quite warm. Looks like you have been having these misunderstandings about our haunted house. Fear can help people remove the disguise that they wear daily. Here, you don't need to watch your every move or calculate how to appear to others. Just focus on screaming, Chenji said seriously. A fast-paced life means plenty of everyday pressure. In this city, there has to be a location where people can vent their pressure without fear. You assumed we're earning people's money by scaring them. But in reality, we're merely here to add a little color to their mundane lives. Patting Gu Feiyu on his shoulder, a smile that was as warm as the rising sun appeared on Chenji's face. Try your best to scare the visitors. The couple from before is the perfect example. We often forget the things that we have, so only in the deepest despair can we be reminded of what is the most important in our lives. You're right. After listening to what Chenji had to say, Gu Feiyu heavily nodded several times. He suddenly found his job to be quite saintly. I will try my best to do my job. Good luck. Looking at how eager Gu Feiyu was, Chenji felt comforted. That is how you should do it. By the way, you better set my phone number as your #1 speed dial. If you come across anything you cannot solve inside the haunted house, call me immediately. Okay. The arguing couple was nothing more than an interlude for Chenji, so he really did not expect it would be the incident that would help him gain Gu Feiyu's approval. Of course, it was the haunted house that his boss Chen had built in his mind. Opening the thick curtain, Chenji walked out of the haunted house. The resting tent was filled with waiting visitors. The promotion's effect was much better than he had expected. Many visitors who could not wait any longer went to try out other attractions. For the first time in a long time, there were bustling crowds inside the park. Even though it was still far from how it had been during the height of New Century Park, it was good enough to make the park workers rejoice. They finally had things to do and get busy with. The theme park that had been built for almost a decade saw life again. After losing 2 members, the Ghost Story Society stopped coming to test Chenji. Perhaps they had sensed the problem. If they continued to test Chenji's haunted house out like this, the society would run out of members in a few days. The crowd was still bustling outside the haunted house when it was 6:30 p.m. However, for the sake of security, Chenji stopped accepting visitors. The workers began to clean up the park, and the visitors started to leave the park around 7 p.m. The number of visitors had broken the record at New Century Park in the most recent 6 months. During lunch, Uncle Sue was called away by Director Luo. They seemed to be discussing the next phase of the promotion plan. Thank you for your help today. After closing the gates, Chenji counted his earning. Combining the online payment and cash payment, he earned almost 15,000. The number was smaller than he expected, and the main reason was because Chenji limited the number of visitors that could visit his haunted house simultaneously. This was for the sake of their safety. Minghun could only allow 4 visitors at most, and the limit for murder by midnight was 7. Due to the demand for Mu Yang High School, Chenji upped the limit to 12. The first 2 scenarios took about 20 minutes per visitation, but Mu Yang High School was so large that a normal visitation even for 12 visitors would last 40 minutes. The rate of earning money was low, but the good reputation kept climbing. More and more people actively helped Chenji promote his haunted house by telling their family and friends either in person or through social media. This was a positive cycle. For a normal haunted house, due to its limitation in setting, once the freshness was over, the number of visitors would drop. However, since Chenji's haunted house was delineated according to the scare levels, as long as he could provide newer and scarier scenarios, the number of visitors would only continue to increase. For him, a good name and reputation was far more important than temporary benefits. After a whole day of operation, only one group managed to find 18 name tags. The group included other students from Western Jiujiang's Medical University that came with Yang Chen and other visitors who had tried the scenario once before. Chenji asked them whether they would give the other scenario a try, and the team, who all looked like they had been ravaged, very adamantly rejected Chenji's offer. The day's operation finally ended. After Su Wan and Ziogu left, Chenji used his phone to transfer some bonus money into their accounts. After dealing with all the miscellaneous tasks, Chenji opened the door to the dressing room. Wei Wu and Kong Xiangming had already woken up. However, since the monsters that possessed them had left, their minds seemed to be heavily affected. They looked dull and dim-witted, like they could not remember anything. Chen Ji led them out of the haunted house and personally took them to the police station to find Captain Yan. Xiao Gu wandered aimlessly down the road. He kept touching his face. After wearing the weird mask for a whole day, even after taking it off, it felt like something was still sticking to his face. Where will I sleep tonight? After the big falling out with Manager Huang, it doesn't sound like a good idea to return to the security dormitory. Brother Chen has helped me so much already. Asking him for early pay is too hard to do. He pushed his hands inside his pockets. While he was desperate for a solution, there came a message from the bank on his phone. Brother Chen has given me a bonus, but it's only my first day. Xiao Gu looked at the message that stated 800 had entered his account. It was enough for him to rent a comfortable room at Western Jiujiang. Comparing that the experience he had had at the security team, Xiao Gu could not help but be touched. Boss Chen is a really good man. After pocketing his phone, Xiao Gu headed for Fang HWA Apartments, security dormitory. He was going back to pack his stuff and would leave to find a place for himself tomorrow. He arrived at his destination at around 8 p.m. When he walked in, he saw Manager Huang standing there with a lousy expression on his face. "Where have you been?" He was in a sharp suit, and his suede shoes were sparklingly clean. Manager Huang seemed to always have a bone to pick with Gu Feiyu. "I've been looking for you. I found a new job, so I'll be moving out of here tomorrow." Gu Feiyu had always been straight shooter, so he told the man everything that was on his mind. All Wang was also inside the bedroom. He quickly rushed out to pull on Gu Feiyu's sleeves. He lowered his head to apologize to Manager Huang. "Please don't mind him. Xiao Gu is too young to mind his words." He then turned to glare at Gu Feiyu. "Why don't you know how to edit that temperament of yours? There's no need for him to change. After all, this place is too small for a personality as big as his." Manager Huang placed the piece of paper he was holding on the table. "Even if you don't plan to quit, I won't be keeping you around. Fill out this form, and I don't want to see you here again after tomorrow." Pushing All Wang aside, Manager Huang walked to the door and stopped. "There's another thing. All Wang, the kid came on your recommendation, so the money to pay for the damage that he has done and his medical fees will be taken out from your salary." "What does this have to do with Uncle Wang? Just remove that from my salary." Xiao Gu tried to keep himself calm. "Your salary, when you came, things were clearly written in the contract. You have to work for a full month before your salary can be counted. Now you're quitting in less than a month. Do you really think the contract is just a piece of paper? Think about how much trouble you've created for me even though you've been here less than a month." Manager Huang walked away without even turning back. "You want to talk to me about salary? In your dreams." Gu Feiyu wanted to charge forward to punch the man into a pulp, but he was stopped by All Wang. "Xiao Gu, don't act too rashly. Be patient." "Uncle, I don't mind if he didn't give me my salary, but I cannot rest easy knowing he'll take those fees out from your salary." "How old are you already? Why are you still acting so rashly?" All Wang asked for Gu Feiyu to sit down while he walked to close the bedroom door. "It's not easy to find a job these days. Tell me what kind of new job you found. If the conditions are good, perhaps I'll also want to switch over to help." All Wang was worried about Gu Feiyu. He was afraid that he might have been tricked, so he used a roundabout way to ask about Gu Feiyu's situation. The mention of his new job did make Gu Feiyu calm down slightly. "I'm currently employed at a haunted house, and the job is to scare people. The boss is very nice. It's my first day of work, but he's already given me a bonus." "Is that so?" All Wang was still a bit suspicious. "You're too trusting. You'd better be on the lookout for yourself even if you're working for others. Don't create trouble for people, but you have to be careful of cheaters." "I'll be fine, Uncle." All Wang gave him plenty of advice because he worried about the young man. He changed into his security uniform when it was about 8:30 p.m. and prepared to leave. "Uncle, I remember you had the morning shift today, right? Where are you going so late at night?" After the murderer was discovered at this place, everyone has been quite unsettled, and there has to be more than one person for the night shift. "How about I help take your place for one night?" Xiao Gu felt guilty. If not for him, All Wang's wages would not have been docked. "You take a good rest so that you can be energized for work tomorrow morning." All Wang exited the room with his thermos cup. He walked out the door before turning back. "If you don't like your new job, remember to give me a call. I still have some connections here." "Don't worry. As tiring as the new job is, it's still much better than working security." "You cheeky kid." All Wang shook his head and left for real this time. He walked slowly to the back door of Fang HWA Apartments. After chatting with the guard whose shift he was taking over, he stood in the guard post alone. There were 2 guards on night shift, one looking after the front door, the other the back door, so they would not meet each other. The night darkened, and the normally deserted back door became even more desolate. Since a murderer had just sneaked into the residential area, All Wong did not dare lower his guard. He sat beside the window and kept raising his head to inspect the back door. After a whole morning of work, combined with his advanced age, All Wong soon found himself collapsing on the table. At around 11 p.m., the phone on his table suddenly rang. It woke All Wong up from his sleep. He looked around the room guardedly with his forged police baton. There was no one under the dim street lights. Phew, scared me. All Wong opened his thermos cup to take a sip. He looked at his phone. There was a message on his WeChat. Are you there? He was far too old to use much social media, so All Wong was confused. Who sent this message? The messenger's profile was private, so only friends could see it. All Wong looked at the person's name and profile picture, but he really could not remember adding this person as his friend before. Other than my family and colleagues, the only people who would know my WeChat are the tenants of this residential area. Holding the phone in his hands, All Wong thought for a long time, but the memory did not come to him. However, for some reason, the person did seem familiar. He placed the phone on the table. He thought about replying with a voice message, but considering how late it was, that might have been impolite. So he used his fingers to slowly type out a message. Yes, how can I help you? Several seconds later, the reply came. I'm a tenant on the 3rd building's 23rd floor. I don't know what's going with the family across from me, but the children in the room keep crying. However, I cannot hear the voice of any adult. Quickly call someone to come take a look. Crying children, 23rd floor, 3rd building. All Wong looked at the message and assumed it was from a tenant. After all, something similar had happened before. Okay, I'll be coming in a minute. Out of caution, All Wong messaged the guard that was manning the post at the front door. Then he called Manager Huang, but the call was not picked up. Why is it the 3rd building again? So many things are happening here. All Wong picked up his baton and ran to the 3rd building. He had heard the rumors about the elevator at the 3rd building, but the tenant lived on the 23rd floor, and climbing the stairs would have been too slow if there was an emergency. I should wait for All Wei before I get into the elevator. All Wong waited in the lobby for the other guard to come, but then his phone rang again. Are you there? Yes. The children are crying even harder. Something is wrong. Where are you people? Reading the message on his phone, All Wong pressed the elevator button. To his surprise, the elevator was already waiting on the 1st floor. Coming, don't worry. As the silvery gray elevator door slowly closed, All Wong's heart started to race. The claustrophobic environment made his breathing become rather uneasy. The number on display soon turned to 23 and the doors opened. The darkened corridor was unusually quiet, and All Wong stepped out of the elevator carefully. He switched his flashlight on, but for some reason the light did not give him the sense of security that he wanted. It only made him feel even more uneasy. I'm already on the 23rd floor. Can you give me your room number? 3239. Taking a deep gulp, All Wong slowly nudged forward in the dark. He used his flashlight to shine on the room number, and it felt like he had walked for a long time before he found room 3239. There's no crying. He stood at the door for a long time, and room 3239 was very quiet. There was no sound of children. Is this a prank, or has something bad already happened? All Wong was not sure. He took out his phone, ready to ask the person, but the person sent him another message. Are you there? I'm already at room 3239, but there's nothing here. Are you mistaken? Typing was too slow, so All Wong sent a voice message. Not long after that, his own recorded voice appeared behind him. Who's there? All Wong slowly turned around. The door opposite from room 3239 was slightly ajar, and a deathly pale figure was squatting at the door, holding the phone. What? Xiao Gu planned to lie down for the night at 11:15 p.m. when his phone vibrated. He picked it up to read and saw it was a message from All Wong. The content was simple. There were only 3 words. Are you there? Chapter 272, He's Not All Wong. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. Uncle Wong, Gu Feiyu looked at his phone and replied without thinking. I'm here, what's wrong? There's a tenant that said he saw someone suspicious sneak into the 3rd building. You know we're running low on staff, so if you're still awake, do you mind coming to help? Someone suspicious. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Since he was the reason All Wong got fined, Xiao Gu was ravaged by guilt. He had been hoping for a chance to make up for that, so he agreed readily. Grabbing his phone, Gu Feiyu ran to Fang HWA Apartments. The third building was just adjacent to the back door. Gu Feiyu glanced inside the guard post. All Wang had left in such a hurry that he did not even close the door. Did something happen already? He called All Wang, but there was no answer. After he entered the third floor, there was another message on his WeChat. The person who sneaked in appeared to be a thief. We have cornered him on the 23rd floor. When you come, remember to be careful. Okay. Xiao Gu was worried about All Wang's safety, so he rushed into the elevator and pressed the button for 23rd floor. The elevator doors slowly closed, and Xiao Gu started to frown, looking at his phone. Uncle Wang types very slowly, and he normally sends voice messages. Also, why didn't he answer my call earlier? He was confused, but Xiao Gu did not think this was a trap. I just came to the city to find work. I have no looks and no money. There is no reason for people to trick me. Perhaps Uncle Wang's team is on a stakeout, so it's inconvenient to answer the call. The number shifted, and the elevator soon arrived on the 23rd floor. Uncle, I'm already here. Where are you? Xiao Gu slid out of the elevator silently. He hid around the corner and messaged All Wang to ask for his location. The thief seems to have entered room 3239. We're hiding in the room across from it. When you come over, make sure not to make too much noise. Raising his head to look down the darkened corridor, Xiao Gu memorized the room number that he had been given before advancing. The only source of light in the corridor was Xiao Gu's phone. He looked at the closed doors that lined both sides of the corridor, and he slowed down. He moved further away from the elevator. When he was halfway there, Xiao Gu turned back to look. The number on the elevator shifted. It appeared like someone had called the elevator, or perhaps someone had entered the elevator. In any case, the elevator had returned to the first floor. If something dangerous happened then, it would be impossible to escape via the elevator. It would take at least 1 minute for the elevator to come back up again. Someone is coming up from the first floor? Is it the other guard? Xiao Gu waited for a while and realized that the elevator was still at the first floor. He was suspicious, but before he could understand why, All Wang started to rush him through WeChat. This triggered an alarm in Xiao Gu. Uncle Wang couldn't have typed so fast. The person sending the messages is not him. Xiao Gu had already suspected that before, but he had believed that there was nothing worth getting from him. There were so many contacts on All Wang's WeChat, so why was he selected? Xiao Gu slowed down. He called All Wang again, and similarly there was no answer. Don't want to pick up the phone but keep sending messages? Is it because the real messenger wants to hide their voice? Not long ago, Xiao Gu met the madwoman in the third building. He had almost been brutally murdered. The experience had left a deep scar in his heart, but it had also taught him a valuable lesson. One cannot be too careful. He did not dare move forward anymore, but slowly nudged toward the elevator. I should leave this building and get help from the other guards. Xiao Gu regretted rushing into the elevator. Just hours ago, All Wang had reminded him to not act so rashly. He stuck to the wall, and as he moved down the eerie corridor, he became more unsettled. The elevator is still sitting on the first floor. This is weird. If someone on the first floor didn't call the elevator, why did it go down? Did someone enter the elevator on this floor when I wasn't paying attention? In the silent corridor, Xiao Gu's phone suddenly vibrated. It gave him quite a scare. He lowered his head to look. There was another message from All Wang. Have you arrived? For some reason, when Xiao Gu saw this message, he panicked. He increased the speed of his retreating footsteps. He moved several meters, and there was another message on his phone. Are you there? Xiao Gu stopped replying. He retreated to the elevator and pressed the button to call for it. The elevator that stopped at the first floor started to move. Xiao Gu stared at the number on display, and his heart raced. The person who sent him the message seemed to sense something because the frequency of messaging drastically increased. Xiao Gu's phone kept vibrating, and the same message repeated itself. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Now Xiao Gu was certain. It was definitely not All Wang on the other end of the line. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. Seeing the messages that filled up his inbox, a chill ran through his body. What is happening? When the elevator reached the 11th floor, All Wang suddenly stopped sending him messages. Xiao Gu sighed in relief. He swiped his sweating forehead and realized it was soaked in cold sweat. Someone should have taken All Wang's phone already. I need to leave before I'm discovered. Xiao Gu pressed on the button rapidly. When the elevator reached the 14th floor, he turned over his shoulder to look. One of the room doors at the end of the corridor creaked open, and a pale figure holding All Wung's phone was poking their head out. "What? My parents taught me to be a law-abiding citizen from a young age. That filled me with a sense of justice and cultivated the habit of helping others whenever I can. Therefore, when I saw people ignoring the law and harming the innocent, I had to apprehend them. I admit I might have acted a little bit emotionally, but the situation didn't allow me any other options. If I didn't act, more people would have gotten injured." Chenji wiggled the handcuffs and announced openly in front of the 3 officers and Captain Yan that sat across from him in the interrogation room. "That is the reason you used violence to knock them out." The officer who sat next to Captain Yan frowned. "But I'm the victim here. After all, there are more of them than me. Have you seen a victim come to make a police report with 2 unconscious culprits? They attacked me first. I was only acting in self-defense." Chenji stared at the 4 policemen who stared back at him. In the end, it was Captain Yan who coughed and said, "Stop arguing. The officers who were sent out to verify the news should return shortly." Comment 1. Famine 11122, I hope Old Wung will be okay and Zyro Gu also need to escape faster. Or perhaps contact Chenji to ask for help. View all comments, rate this chapter, vote with Power Stone, Chapter 273. Zio Gu Run, Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. The interrogation room door was pushed open at 11 p.m. 2 officers walked into the room and placed 2 printed files on the table. Wei Wu, real name Zhang Wu, male, 36, works at a pharmaceutical company. He has been spotted going out late at night for the past 6 months and has been using his fake identity to rent many underground storage rooms. Investigation is still ongoing for his properties. Kong Xiangming, real name Kong Yin, a wanted man on the run. Xinghai police suspect this man is related to 2 homicides. Looking at the information on the table, Chenji sat up straighter. Things were even more successful than he thought. Kong Xiangming was a wanted man. He did not even have to say much to prove his innocence. "See, I'm not lying to you, am I?" Chenji raised both of his hands. "I'm sorry, but what is the reward for capturing a wanted man? Xinghai is a bigger city than Jiujiang, so the reward money should be higher, right?" "Reward money is decided by the Department of Public Security. It has nothing to do with locality." Captain Yan had the man beside him uncuff Chenji. He then personally poured a glass of water for Chenji. "Tell me, how did you discover these 2? "I've told you, I'm the victim," Chenji pouted. Listening to him, the few policemen in the room felt their scalps numb. "We believe you, but everything needs to be based on the evidence." Since no one had any sign of saying anything, Captain Yan stepped forward. "Don't mind it too much, but if there's a next time, try to take a lighter hand. If you accidentally take someone's life, things will be very complicated." Captain Yan did not know why he would say that, but he had a feeling this was only the beginning. "Okay, I'll try. I'll personally go ask about the reward money for you tomorrow, so now can you tell us about these 2? Captain Yan was familiar with Chenji's personality, so he threw out the reward money as bait. "Told you I'm really the victim." Chenji's voice turned serious. "You guys still remember how I accidentally came into the group of madmen detaining live hostages at the mental hospital, right?" Yes, Captain Yan seemed to remember something. "The group of madmen had a picture of you entering the New Century Park. So do you mean these 2 people were sent by them to the haunted house to disturb business?" "Disturb my business?" Chenji shook his head and sighed. "They were sent to kill me." The interrogation room became quiet after he said that. Based on the investigation and their years of experience, the officers believed Chenji was right. "This is part of their revenge against me. Just because you exposed their secret at the abandoned mental hospital, that made them want to kill you?" a young-looking officer at the table asked. "They're all mental patients. Their worldview is different from us." Chenji thought about it, and he prepared to tell Captain Yan the things that he could reveal to prevent the police from having unnecessary sacrifices. "After a short interaction, I realized these people's hearts have been fully twisted. They use their own twisted views to understand the world, and the scariest thing is they believe they are right and it is this world that is wrong. You cannot apply normal logic to them. They are extremely dangerous." "What? Mental patients going around killing people with a twisted worldview?" Captain Yan tapped lightly on the table. This was something he would subconsciously do when he was in deep thought. "What I'm saying is the truth. You have to be very careful. They're different from normal mental patients." "Different how?" "During the day, they can act incredibly normal. Only when after midnight or when they're alone will their side that is ill be shown." Chenji was giving Captain Yan's team a warning. This group of madmen were different from normal, and most of them were smarter than normal people. I understand. Most serial killers have deficiencies in terms of mental and spiritual health. Captain Yan wanted to say something more when Chen Ji's phone rang. Gu, Chen Ji glanced at his phone and was quite surprised. Why is he calling me? He was detained inside the interrogation room, so he asked Captain Yan, "Do you mind if I answer this call? It's from my employee." "You can answer it here." The few officers placed their absolute focus on Chen Ji. They perked up their ears to listen. Chen Ji picked up the call, and before he could move the phone to his ears, Gu Feiyu's scream at the top of the lungs came through. "Brother Chen, Fang HWA Apartments, 3rd building, Uncle Wang has already." The voice suddenly stopped. Gu's phone sounded like it was slapped away by something and knocked into the wall. There were only running footsteps that could be heard in the call. "Fang HWA Apartments, 3rd building?" Chen Ji did not end the call. He paid full attention, hoping to get more information. The sound of footsteps soon disappeared. It was unclear whether Gu had run to another floor or tragedy had befallen him. "Chen Ji, what was that about?" The few officers leaned forward. "It's at the 3rd building again." Chen Ji's eyes were rather scary. "The bunch of crazies have reached out to attack my employee. They're inside Fang HWA Apartments, 3rd building." The interrogation room was silent for a second before everyone mobilized. "Call the local station, get them moving instantly." If this was before, Chen Ji would not have told the police. After all, Captain Yan would not have chosen to help him capture the members of the Ghost Stories Society based on his few words. But things were different now. The police had confirmed that the 2 members that Chen Ji had caught were involved in many crimes. Chen Ji was not lying. "Captain Yan, can you drop me off at New Century Park first? I need to go get something important." "I'll woo you drive Zio Chen." Captain Yan seemed to morph into a different person. He walked out of the interrogation room and yelled, "Stop dawdling, get moving." "Wait a minute," Chen Ji chased after the man. "Captain Yan, don't make too big a commotion. I fear this is a premeditated plan." "Don't worry." After getting the promise from Captain Yan, Chen Ji took All Wu's car to return to New Century Park. He grabbed the recorder and ballpoint pen, and since the police were coming with him, he did not take the hammer. The Ghost Stories Society targeted Gu mainly to get to me. They want to lead me there with Gu as bait. Chen Ji did not plan to take a big risk. He sat inside the police car and thought about it carefully. Since you have set up such a big plan, there has to be a trap. Conservatively speaking, I suspect there will be at least 4 members at Fang HWA Apartments. Chen Ji looked out the window at the night sky, and his finger traced the play button of the recorder. But they won't be expecting me to come with the police. Chapter 273, Gu Run. The interrogation room door was pushed open at 11 p.m. 2 officers walked into the room and placed 2 printed files on the table. Wei Wu, real name Zhang Wu, male, 36, works at a pharmaceutical company. He has been spotted going out late at night for the past 6 months and has been using his fake identity to rent many underground storage rooms. Investigation is still ongoing for his properties. Kong Xiangming, real name Kong Yin, a wanted man on the run. Xinghai police suspect this man is related to 2 homicides. Looking at the information on the table, Chen Ji sat up straighter. Things were even more successful than he thought. Kong Xiangming was a wanted man. He did not even have to say much to prove his innocence. "See, I'm not lying to you, am I?" Chen Ji raised both of his hands. "I'm sorry, but what is the reward for capturing a wanted man? Xinghai is a bigger city than Jiujiang, so the reward money should be higher, right?" "Reward money is decided by the Department of Public Security. It has nothing to do with locality." Captain Yan had the man beside him uncuff Chen Ji. He then personally poured a glass of water for Chen Ji. "Tell me, how did you discover these 2? "I've told you, I'm the victim," Chen Ji pouted. Listening to him, the few policemen in the room felt their scalps numb. "We believe you, but everything needs to be based on the evidence." Since no one had any sign of saying anything, Captain Yan stepped forward. "Don't mind it too much, but if there's a next time, try to take a lighter hand. If you accidentally take someone's life, things will be very complicated." Captain Yan did not know why he would say that, but he had a feeling this was only the beginning. "Okay, I'll try. I'll personally go ask about the reward money for you tomorrow, so now can you tell us about these 2? Captain Yan was familiar with Chen Ji's personality, so he threw out the reward money as bait. "Told you I'm really the victim." Chen Ji's voice turned serious. "You guys still remember how I accidentally came into the group of madmen detaining live hostages at the mental hospital, right?" Yes, Captain Yan seemed to remember something. The group of madmen had a picture of you entering the New Century Park. So do you mean these two people were sent by them to the haunted house to disturb business? Disturb my business? Chenji shook his head and sighed. They were sent to kill me. The interrogation room became quiet after he said that. Based on the investigation and their years of experience, the officers believed Chenji was right. This is part of their revenge against me. Just because you exposed their secret at the abandoned mental hospital, that made them want to kill you? A young-looking officer at the table asked. They're all mental patients. Their worldview is different from us. Chenji thought about it, and he prepared to tell Captain Yan the things that he could reveal to prevent the police from having unnecessary sacrifices. After a short interaction, I realized these people's hearts have been fully twisted. They use their own twisted views to understand the world, and the scariest thing is they believe they are right and it is this world that is wrong. You cannot apply normal logic to them. They are extremely dangerous. What? Mental patients going around killing people with a twisted worldview. Captain Yan tapped lightly on the table. This was something he would subconsciously do when he was in deep thought. What I'm saying is the truth. You have to be very careful. They're different from normal mental patients. Different how? During the day, they can act incredibly normal. Only when after midnight or when they're alone will their side that is ill be shown. Chenji was giving Captain Yan's team a warning. This group of madmen were different from normal, and most of them were smarter than normal people. I understand. Most serial killers have deficiencies in terms of mental and spiritual health. Captain Yan wanted to say something more when Chenji's phone rang. Gu, Chenji glanced at his phone and was quite surprised. Why is he calling me? He was detained inside the interrogation room, so he asked Captain Yan, "Do you mind if I answer this call? It's from my employee." "You can answer it here." The few officers placed their absolute focus on Chenji. They perked up their ears to listen. Chenji picked up the call, and before he could move the phone to his ears, Gu Feiyu's scream at the top of the lungs came through. "Brother Chen, Fang HWA Apartments, 3rd building, Uncle Wang has already." The voice suddenly stopped. Gu's phone sounded like it was slapped away by something and knocked into the wall. There were only running footsteps that could be heard in the call. "Fang HWA Apartments, 3rd building?" Chenji did not end the call. He paid full attention, hoping to get more information. The sound of footsteps soon disappeared. It was unclear whether Gu had run to another floor or tragedy had befallen him. "Chenji, what was that about?" The few officers leaned forward. "It's at the 3rd building again." Chenji's eyes were rather scary. "The bunch of crazies have reached out to attack my employee. They're inside Fang HWA Apartments, 3rd building." The interrogation room was silent for a second before everyone mobilized. "Call the local station. Get them moving instantly." If this was before, Chenji would not have told the police. After all, Captain Yan would not have chosen to help him capture the members of the Ghost Stories Society based on his few words. But things were different now. The police had confirmed that the 2 members that Chenji had caught were involved in many crimes. Chenji was not lying. "Captain Yan, can you drop me off at New Century Park first? I need to go get something important." "I'll woo you drive Zio Chen." Captain Yan seemed to morph into a different person. He walked out of the interrogation room and yelled, "Stop dawdling, get moving." "Wait a minute," Chenji chased after the man. "Captain Yan, don't make too big a commotion. I fear this is a premeditated plan." "Don't worry." After getting the promise from Captain Yan, Chenji took All Woo's car to return to New Century Park. He grabbed the recorder and ballpoint pen, and since the police were coming with him, he did not take the hammer. The Ghost Stories Society targeted Gu mainly to get to me. They want to lead me there with Gu as bait. Chenji did not plan to take a big risk. He sat inside the police car and thought about it carefully. Since you have set up such a big plan, there has to be a trap. Conservatively speaking, I suspect there will be at least 4 members at Fang HWA Apartments. Chenji looked out the window at the night sky, and his finger traced the play button of the recorder. But they won't be expecting me to come with the police. Chapter 274, Fatal Message 2 in 1. Translator, Lonely Editor, Milman 97. At 11:34 p.m., Chenji received a call from Captain Yan when he was still inside the police car. "The situation is not looking good. The opponent is on high alert. They seem to have discovered us." Captain Yan sent Chenji a picture on his phone. "After our investigator entered the elevator, they discovered a phone that was left inside it. There was this message that they discovered inside the phone. It was still typing." The picture was of Gu's phone. There was a weird paragraph in the typing space. Daddy killed us and placed us on the stairs. Big brother is lying behind me. Little brother is lying in front of me. Can you find us? What is the meaning of this? Chenji looked at the message on Xiao Gu's phone, and he frowned with confusion. He did not quite understand the message that it was trying to say. I suspect they have noticed us, and that's why they purposely left us this message to find in the elevator. Your team has entered the third building. Chenji had already warned Captain Yan, telling them not to make such a huge commotion. The two teams of plain clothes haven't entered Fang HWA apartments yet. Their vehicles are parked at the junction about 150 meters away from the building, but they are fully ready, just waiting for the command. Then how could you have been discovered? Did the scouting investigator slip up or something? Impossible. The investigator that entered the third building to scout is our senior officer. He has 7 years of experience and has helped us clear many impossible cases. Captain Yan did not think the problem lay with his men. Furthermore, the phone was the first thing he saw when the elevator opened. If they wanted to place this phone without anyone seeing, they needed at least 3 minutes, and 3 minutes before this, our teams had not even entered Fang HWA apartments yet. I understand what you mean. In other words, the suspects had placed the phone before you arrived. When Chenji understood that, his face shifted. Where is the investigator that found the phone now? He's still inside the third building. It was he who sent me the picture. Damn it, get him out immediately. Chenji understood that the reason the Ghost Story Society trapped Xiao Gu was to deal with him, so the phone with the weird message was probably meant for him as well. After dealing with many ghosts, Chenji had discovered some rules about them. Including the Red Spectres, most ghosts needed a medium if they wanted to do something in the physical world. For example, Zhang Ye's love letter, Su Yin's tape, and the Pen Spirit's ballpoint pen. In turn, normal people needed these special items as a trigger to allow them to interact with the other world. The message left on Xiao Gu's phone was probably one of these triggers. After reading the message, it meant that the person was targeted by one or several unknown ghosts. Understood. Captain Yan did not ask for details. He used the internal communication device to ask for the investigator to escape the scene immediately, but to his surprise, even though only minutes had passed, the investigator had already lost contact. This is bad. Captain Yan did not hang up so Chenji could hear him clearly. I still need 3 to 4 minutes before I arrive. Do not send any more people into the building. The few officers on the other end of the phone were discussing plans. After several seconds, Chenji heard the door being open. It sounded like someone was looking for Captain Yan. After their brief conversation, Captain Yan told the man to stay in his vehicle while he picked up his phone to inform Chenji. The trainee of the investigator that I told you about just came to find me. He said that his instructor just sent him a WeChat message. But weren't you unable to reach the investigator when you tried to contact him earlier? Chenji was intrigued. What did the message say? Just 3 words, are you there? Are you there? This message is definitely not sent by the investigator. Captain Yan's voice turned serious. An experienced investigator would know not to send meaningless messages to his trainee when he is in the middle of a mission. If he needed any assistance or anything happened to him, the first person he should call is the chief commander. Looks like something bad has already happened to that investigator. Chenji did not say that out loud, but he did think it. No matter what has happened to him, we have prepared for the worst scenario. An investigator could be in mortal danger. This meant that Captain Yan could not just wait outside the residential area anymore. Contact Team 1 and Team 2, we move out immediately. Go into the third building. Captain Yan, don't act rashly. The mental patients hiding in that building are very dangerous. The situation has changed. We can only do this now. Give your phone to All Wu, have him drive the car here to meet up with me. People's lives were on the line. Chenji knew he would not be able to persuade Captain Yan, so he compromised. Captain Yan, you have to make sure the officer who received the message from the investigator does not step close to the building. He might have been targeted already. After the investigator saw the message on Xiao Gu's phone, some tragedy befell him. After that, he immediately sent a curious message to his trainee. Chenji had a feeling there was something problematic about this. He thought back to what Xiao Gu told him when he made the call. The first thing he said was related to All Wang. He tried to arrange the information in his mind. After Xiao Gu got his job at the haunted house, the chances of him returning to Fang HWA apartments for night patrol were extremely low. So why did he return to the third building? Xiao Gu's incident is probably related to All Wang. Perhaps All Wung sent him a message as well. Chen Ji wanted to tell Captain Yan something else, but Captain Yan had already ended the call to command the teams. 3 minutes later, Chen Ji finally arrived at Fang HWA apartments. Have you found the missing investigator? Yes, thankfully we found him at the corner of the staircase leading up to the second floor. Physically, he's fine, but he's unconscious. According to the men that found him, his eyes were unfocused, and his face was pale. Captain Yan stood beside the fleet. Holding their internal communication device, his brows were creased deeply. Now I'm curious, how did the culprit manage to knock out a perfectly healthy adult male with fighting experience in less than a few minutes? When the two were conversing, said investigator had been taken out. There was a specialized unit looking after him. Chen Ji glanced at the investigator's apparel. Without taking off his shirt, thus revealing the police undershirt, he looked just like a normal citizen. His identity would not have been discovered so easily. The Ghost Story Society probably took him as a stranger who accidentally walked into their trap. They see human lives as disposable and won't hold back even when facing an innocent. But this time, they have made a regrettable mistake. And Chen Ji arrived at the 24th floor for the first time. Zhu Ziu had once requested the Ghost Story Society to help him evade the law enforcement. However, the Ghost Story Society had firmly rejected him. This little detail proved one important thing. The Ghost Story Society would not dare start an open conflict with law enforcement. They were like rats living in the shadows of the city, creating chaos and rot, but they would never face the light. Captain Yan, what about the phone left inside the elevator? Have your people found it? Chen Ji asked another crucial question. The unfinished message left on Xiao Gu's phone was a trap left behind by the Ghost Stories Society. Taking a look at it might lead to some serious bad luck. Team 1 has found it. It's now inside the evidence bag. Captain Yan did not realize the severity of the situation, but Chen Ji was different. Too many people's lives were on the line. He did not dare to waste any more time. Captain Yan, the bunch of mental patients' real target is me. I cannot let other people fall victim on my behalf. Then he walked toward Fang HWA apartments. Wait a minute. If this was some other citizen, Captain Yan would have stopped him, but he knew Chen Ji was different. He took out a walkie-talkie from inside the vehicle and pushed it to Chen Ji. Do you know how to use this? Yes, when my haunted house still had quite a number of employees, every one of us had one. Perfect. Captain Yan still worried about him. He waved at All Wu, who had driven Chen Ji over. You two go in together. At least you'll have the other person to watch your back. Chen Ji did not reject Captain Yan's kindness, and he entered Fang HWA apartments with All Wu. To prevent the eruption of unnecessary panic, Captain Yan did not inform the tenants who stayed there, and the third building was eerily quiet. The dim light fell on the curiously white walls. Chen Ji and All Wu walked to stand beside the elevator. Captain Yan wants us to follow behind Team 2, so we'll head to the 5th floor immediately. All Wu had just confirmed the location of the 2 task forces on his walkie-talkie. Make sure you stay behind me and don't wander off on your own. Apprehending the culprit with the victim, that was something that was incredibly rare. However, considering the things that had happened to Chen Ji recently, All Wu soon got over it. The man who was beside him used 3 weeks to fill up a whole row of filing cabinets at the Serious Crimes Unit. Thinking about this, All Wu subconsciously nudged to the side, introducing a larger distance between him and Chen Ji. All Wu, let's go find Team 1 first. That phone is seriously problematic, and Team 1 is in grave danger because of it, Chen Ji said urgently. The more they dragged this out, the higher the chance Team 1 might come across danger. No, we can't do that. Captain Yan has given explicit orders for us to follow Team 2. We'll just go to take a look at Team 1. If they're perfectly fine, we'll go meet up with Team 2. All right, fine. All Wu hesitated for a long time before entering the elevator with Chen Ji. He pressed the button for the 8th floor. Team 1 and Team 2 are each responsible for the stairwells on both sides of the building. Team 1's progress is faster than Team 2's, so the chance of them running into danger is also much higher. That is why Captain Yan wants us to stick to Team 2. He doesn't want us to put you in unnecessary danger. I understand, Chen Ji answered absent-mindedly. He looked at the number changes, but his gaze kept wandering to the button that should not be there, 24. The two soon arrived at the 8th floor. By that point, Team 1 had already reached the 9th floor. They searched the floor one by one, and their speed was fast. All Wu gained contact with the leader of Team 1 on the walkie-talkie, and the two entered the safety passage to gain access to the 9th floor. They waited in the stairwell for a while until the team leader for Team 1 and 2 other officers ran out from the corridor. Why did you bring him with you? The leader for Team 1 was large and muscular. When Chen Ji was interrogated at the station, the man had been sitting across from him. Chen Ji remembered Captain Yan calling him Li Zhang. I'm just following Captain Yan's orders. All Wu looked at the two men beside Li Zhang. Why are there only 3 people in your group? I had Xiao Jia and Ah Cheng are waiting for us at the other end of the corridor to prevent the suspects from running away when we're searching through the building. Li Zhang looked down the corridor. This is weird. Didn't you come across them when you came up? When the man said so, Chen Ji had a bad feeling forming immediately. The phone that you guys picked up inside the elevator, is it with them? Yes, what's wrong with that? Li Zhang knew Chen Ji's name already. Chen Ji's reputation had preceded him even before the interrogation incident at the police station that day. Then something hit him. Li Zhang frowned. He took out his walkie-talkie and yelled down the darkened, horribly lit corridor, Xiao Jia, Ah Cheng. The man's booming voice echoed down the corridor. After a long time, the response finally came on Li Zhang's walkie-talkie. Brother Zhang, I don't know what came over Xiao Jia. He kept running upstairs. I tried to make him explain it to me, but he is not responding in any way. We're now on the 14th floor, and I just caught up to him. Xiao Jia, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? There was chaos on the walkie-talkie, followed by something heavy being thrown to the floor. Ah Cheng, Li Zhang gripped the walkie-talkie. He yelled behind him and led the remaining group member up the stairs. Chen Ji and All Wu also followed. The group ran up to the 14th floor, where they found Ah Cheng lying on the floor with his hands over his face. Blood seeped through the slits between his fingers. All Wu, the 2 of you escort Ah Cheng back down immediately. Brother Zhang, I'm fine. You have to go and get Xiao Jia. He looks like he was possessed. Li Zhang peeled Ah Cheng's fingers back slightly. There was a huge bite mark on his cheeks, and there was a large wound on the back of his hands. That phone, is it on Xiao Jia? Of everyone there, Chen Ji could be considered the one that was the calmest and most collected. Did either one of you take a look at the message inside the phone? I didn't, but Xiao Jia did glance at it before putting it inside the evidence bag. Ah Cheng answered honestly. I knew it. It is related to that message. Chen Ji thought back to the content of the message. It was very weird, and he chewed on it in his mind. Father has killed us and placed us on the stairs. The message should be hinting at the stairs, but what is the meaning of the pair of siblings placed one in front and one at the back? Also, why is the directive to find them at the end? When Chen Ji was thinking about this, Li Zhang had brought him men up to the 15th floor. All Wu, stay here and watch over Xiao Jia. I'll go take a look. Chen Ji did not give All Wu any chance to speak and ran up the stairs straight away. The first investigator who read the message fainted, but Xiao Jia, the second officer who read the message, went berserk. Why is there this difference? Li Zhang did not want to split up his group, but they were afraid to miss the floor Xiao Jia could be at, so they chased up the stairs. Chen Ji did not have this worry. He ran to the 15th floor and then walked to the elevator. After he got into the elevator, he pressed the button for the 23rd floor. He planned to head directly to the most dangerous 23rd floor. After all, this was the floor that Xiao Gu mentioned on the phone. Hopefully, Xiao Gu is still safe. The elevator doors slowly closed, and Chen Ji kept his finger on the play button of the recorder. If he had come alone, he might really have fallen for the Ghost Stories Society's trap, but this time, he had come with the police, and in terms of numbers, he had the advantage. The number on the elevator kept changing, and when the elevator reached the 21st floor, Chen Ji's phone suddenly vibrated. He clicked on the screen to open the message, and he was surprised to find a message from Xiao Gu's phone. Are you there? After reading the message, Chen Ji replied to the number. Give me your location, I will go find you now. Chapter 275, The Ghost in His Heart, 2 in 1. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Millman 97. The person on the other end of the line did not seem to expect such a direct reply. The new message came after about 10 seconds. I'm hiding inside the dresser in room 3239. There seem to be things around me. Do you mind describing the shape and size of those things? Chen Ji was too lazy to type, so he sent a voice message. I cannot take a good look. It is too dark in here, but I can sense their presence. But don't you have your phone with you? Couldn't you turn on the flashlight feature to take a better look around you? I will be discovered. Then how did you manage to hide inside room 3239? Does this mean you have the key? No, the door was open, so I snuck in immediately. What about Al Wang? Al Wang? The conversation had been going back and forth very quickly until this point. On Chen Ji's side, it showed that the other party was typing, but there was no new message. Did I kill the conversation? Chen Ji waited for a long time, but there was still no reply. He took out his phone and sent Xiao Gu a message. Are you there? When the elevator arrived at 23rd floor, Chenji had already sent 13 of the same message. Are you there? When he was about to send the 14th one, Chenji realized that he had been blocked. You're the one who harassed me, but you're also the one who blocked me. What's wrong with you? He walked out of the elevator and pressed the play button on the recorder. The bloodied tape slowly turned. Chenji narrowed his pupils, lowering the influence darkness had on him to its lowest. Well, fret no more because I'm here to correct you. Chenji's nerves tensed as he leaned toward the wall. Then he slowly walked down the corridor. After reading the message on the phone, Xiao Jia lost complete control of himself and even injured his partner by biting him. This means that the ghost hiding in the dark should have the power to influence a person's mind. The blood face of the Ghost Story Society had a similar power, but the blood face needed to be close to their target and morph into the same facial features of their target before they could initiate their power. This is a special type of ghost. Normally, these ghosts that have special powers aren't be good at combat, like the Pen Spirit. When Chenji came, he did not bring Dr. Skullcracker's hammer or the cleaver. He pushed his hand into his pocket to grab at the ballpoint pen inside it while his other hand held onto the wall. He was afraid that the door before him would suddenly open and a ghost head would stick its head in. Counting the number on the door, Chenji soon arrived at room 3239. He wiggled with doorknob, but the door did not move. Should be this room. He knocked on the door. Is anyone there? The bloodied tape created a shrill white noise. It felt as if Su Yin was warning Chenji. He knocked on the door several times, and to Chenji's surprise, a man's voice did eventually come out from within room 3239. Yes, I'm here. Who is disturbing people so late at night? What do you want? Someone is in. Chenji was actually more surprised than the man inside the room. He knew this was either someone who had been taken control by the Ghost Story Society, or the man inside the room himself was the member of the Ghost Story Society. He was severely anxious, and his attention was pulled taut. Fang HWA apartments, room doors all came with a double layer, and soon the door inside was pulled open. A man about 1.7 meters tall stood inside the room, looking at Chenji with a cold expression. What do you want? I'm here to assist the police in capturing a fugitive. In a minute, the rest of the police troop will arrive. Chenji's tone and mannerisms were a perfect mimic of Captain Yan. Another fugitive? The man's face turned even harsher. His brows were creased together. Hubby, what's wrong? A woman about 30 walked out of the living room. There's another fugitive, apparently. Wait, didn't we just have a fugitive sneak into this place a few days ago? This place is so dangerous. How many times has this happened now? The woman's voice turned shrill. I've told you we should move from this place as soon as possible, but you just refuse to listen to me. Move, move, move. Where do you suggest we move to? The man's temper was lit up. Neither of them was backing down, and an argument soon started. Chenji looked at them with a detached gaze. He was unable to be sure whether they were members of the Ghost Story Society, but his instinct told him that there was something off about this couple. When people are in the middle of an argument, they would hold the other person's gaze. Compelled by emotions, they might even use their nonverbal actions. However, these two don't do that. Their bodies are extremely awkward. Is it because they don't want to act out because I'm here, or is this all just a show? The argument went on for a while before the woman left the man at the door and strode back into the room. The man looked like he was harboring a great ball of fire, and his attitude toward Chenji was harsh and pointed. We're tenants of this building. We have not seen any fugitives or heard any weird noise. Go along and disturb someone else. Normally, one would not have opened the door for people to enter at the middle of the night. Chenji had expected that. If the man suddenly opened the door and allowed him to inspect the interior, Chenji would really have needed to be careful. I just have a few questions for you. Chenji pointed at the few adjacent doors. Do you know your neighbors well? The rooms next to us are all empty, and there's a single man living opposite from us. He just moved in 1 or 2 months ago, and he rarely leaves his room, so can't say I know much about him. When was the last time you saw him? Probably Wednesday night. I came back home 3 hours later than usual due to overtime, and I ran into him at the elevator. Wednesday night, elevator. Chenji immediately tied the man in the opposite room to the Ghost Story Society. Do you know the man's name? No idea. The man slammed the door shut after that. The sound of the door closing echoed down the corridor. Chenji stood in the middle of the corridor, and he turned to face the room opposite from room 3239. Could a member of the Ghost Story Society be hiding inside this room? There was suspicion in his eyes. The couple in room 3239 might have looked normal, but they had inadvertently revealed several pieces of key information to Chenji, Wednesday, and the elevator. Only members of the Ghost Stories Society would know such details. Did they do that on purpose? Is their aim to lure me to the opposite room? Chenji did not know whether this was a coincidence or a trap. Ever since he gained the black phone, he had become more and more cautious. His right hand curled around the ballpoint pen, and his left hand grabbed the doorknob of the room opposite from room 3239. Chenji turned the doorknob, and the door slowly opened. It's not locked. When he realized that the door was not locked, Chenji immediately took a step back. The real trap should be this room opposite from room 3239. Just as he released his grasp on the doorknob, a bloody hand the size of a child reached out to grab him. It missed, but they were just centimeters away from each other. What was that? In the dark corridor, the door creaked open slowly. As if climbing out of the door, there was a little boy with tiny limbs, a large head, and a face that was purple from a lack of oxygen. What made Chenji's heart quiver was that the boy was wearing a red shirt. The twisted lips slowly opened to reveal a row of uneven teeth. The boy seemed to be smiling. Daddy killed us and placed us inside the door. Big brother is hiding behind the door. And he told me to hide in front of the door. Just as the boy finished, another misshapen head poked out from inside the room. Its face was bloated, and the eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. Daddy killed us and placed us inside the door. Little brother is hiding in front of the door. And he told me to hide behind the door. Both boys had curious expressions. They climbed out of the door and stood before Chenji, one standing in front, the other at the back. Fresh blood trickled down their bodies to form blood vessels that slowly crept away. They were like millipedes crawling on the ground and walls. The corridor became very dangerous, but the Ghost Stories Society's trick was not done yet. A white shadow slowly crawled out from room 3239. It was the white shadow that escaped from the woman who killed Su Yin. There was only 1/3 of its body left. It looked like it was trying to escape. It crawled on the carpet of blood vessels, but its body was quickly dragged back into the room, and there was soon the sound of chewing coming from behind the door. There are other monsters inside that room. Chenji was unfortunate enough to be right. A hand covered with blood vessels reached out. It looked no bigger than a normal person's hand, but the thing that alarmed Chenji was the hand seemed to have been seriously scorched. There were no fingerprints. The air in the corridor seemed to coagulate. A thick smell of blood filled the air. The air pressed on one boy's head like a kind father tussling its beloved child's hair. He has found us, so now it is your time to find him. The man's voice was throaty and raw. It sounded like he had consumed highly corrosive things before. Just the voice alone made Chenji's skin crawl. After hearing the man's voice, the two boys with red shirts gave an extremely happy smile, and they replied in unison, "Yes, father." The broken faces rushed toward Chenji. Su Yin could barely handle one red specter, much less two. Chenji was under immense pressure to a degree that he had not felt before. Without hesitation, he yelled out the name on the cursed love letter. Zhang Ya. Like water dripping into a deep well, ripples started to form in Chenji's shadow. The crawling blood vessels suddenly stopped moving. Even the hand that hung outside the door with no fingerprint shuddered slightly. Black hair crawled out of Chenji's shadow like waves. It crashed into the walls on both sides of the corridor, using this powerful and violent method to crush all the blood vessels that were heading toward Chenji. The temperature on the 23rd floor continued to drop. Zhang Ya's beautiful face appeared behind Chenji. That bone-chilling presence was hiding a soul that was burning with passion. "This is the ghost in your heart?" The man slowly walked out from behind the door. He was wearing a large red jacket, and even though he was wearing a mask on his face, the mask did nothing to hide the man's face that was completely ruined. "Zhang Ya, be careful." Chenji decided to take a step back from the battlefield. He would be completely useless in the battle between red specters anyway. Chenji's reminder fell on deaf ears. After all, Zhang Ya would not have listened to him anyway. Without wasting time talking or testing, Zhang Ya's eyes filled with resentment, and her black hair rose up like waves, scratching the walls as it rushed toward the two boys. Blood vessels entwined with black hair as they crashed forward like engulfing waves. Chenji hid behind Zhang Ya while contemplating something else in his mind. The man controlling the two boys in red shirts should be patient 10 from the 3rd sick hall. The man's face, his body, and even the fingerprints on the man's hands had been burned off. This fitted the description for patient 10 perfectly. The haunted house recovered all the sick rooms in 3rd sick hall, and the walls of room 10 had a thorough recording of its occupant's history. The reason for his madness was the accident that killed his 2 children. The immense guilt and continuous trauma caused his mental breakdown. Everything matched perfectly. Chen-ji did not think that he would face the scariest patient from 3rd Sick Hall that night. He had underestimated the Ghost Story Society's desire to kill him. They had probably started drafting this murder plot after they lost contract with Kong Xiangming and Wei Wu. With a strategist like Wu Fei, who was smarter than normal people, they would not make the same mistake twice. The Ghost Story Society might have sent out all its members tonight. Zhang Ye's appearance did not give Chen-ji any security. After all, Patient 10 alone had 2 red specters, and other than him, the Ghost Story Society still had 6 remaining members. Bang! The blood vessels exploded, and Zhang Ye's black hair curled tightly around one of the boy's necks, slamming him heavily on the ground. Weirdly enough, the boy did not seem to feel any pain. In fact, there was a smile on his misshapen face. "Big brother, I'm running out of breath." The already crooked head grew bigger, and blood vessels started to surface on his face. It appeared like his head was about to be popped by the leash of black hair around his neck. At this crucial point, however, the other red specter and the man who stood by the door did not seem willing to help. The man even ordered the older brother to jump over Zhang Ye to focus his attack on Chen-ji. The black hair completely covered the younger brother. After a blood-chilling scream, the blood vessels did not get absorbed by the black hair but seeped out through the seams to slowly form a new boy standing not far away. His head was smaller, and the red on his body lighter, but other than that, he was no different from before. "What are you 2 waiting for?" The man with the ruined face growled with pain in his voice. Other than that, there was a trace of anger as well. "We just wanted to wait until things were more stable. After all, the ghost in his heart is definitely stronger than most." The door to room 3239 slowly opened. The pair of husband and wife walked out from it. There was a thin monster standing on the man's shoulders while the woman walked backwards. The blood face on the back of her head was flashing a creepy smile. The 2 walked out laughing. They assumed victory was already theirs. However, to their surprise, when the door was open, the black hair rushed at them and curled around their bodies like a huge python. Facing 4 baleful specters at once, and 2 of them were red specters. The man and woman looked at each other. They saw fear, terror, shock, and despair reflected in each other's eyes. "Didn't you say you can halt the monster on the target's body?" The woman screamed, but that was all she managed to get out before the black hair surged into the holes on the blood face. The man was screaming as well. The thin monster wanted to curl back into the man's body, but it was already too late. The black hair tightened its grasp as it slowly pulled the monster out from the man. 1 versus 4. The man with the ruined face slowly clenched his wounded hand. He had thought that this was a perfect plan, but there was still unforeseeable problem. The black hair was like a river rushing through the blood-red world. In her fluttering red dress, Zhang Ye stood silently in the middle of the corridor. She heard the man's voice and slowly moved her gaze away from Chen-ji. When her eyes fell on the man with the ruined face, her eyes twinkled like she had found a brand-new toy. Chapter 276, just a little more. The man with the ruined face felt pressured from being targeted by the red specter. Compared to the manic gaze standing amid the pool of black hair, his cruelty and madness paled in comparison. He could feel the enmity directed his way. "Stop her!" The 2 boys controlled the blood vessels, trying to stop Zhang Ye, but they were powerless before the waves of black hair. The 2 of them could barely protect themselves. Useless, the ruined man's face twisted. He was not powerful enough to face Zhang Ye. His main source of power was the 2 red specters that were made from the souls of his 2 children. Berated by their father, the 2 boys started to scream. Their bloated heads squeezed out more blood vessels, and they used their bodies to block Zhang Ye's path. Ravaged by the black hair, the 2 boys' bodies were torn apart once more. The blood vessels seeped through the black hair, but the boys' rate of recovery had slowed down conspicuously. It's impossible for there to be such a powerful red specter. How many baleful specters has she consumed already? The man was in throes of disbelief. After so much planning, the cooperation of so many members were unable to deal with Chen-ji. There was regret crossing his eyes. He saw his 2 boys being torn apart again, and his heart was bleeding. Just a little bit more. Both room 3239 and the room opposite from it were set up with traps. As long as Chen-ji had stepped into either one of them, he would have been killed instantly. There would not have been a chance for him to summon his ghost. When the boys were squeezed until they popped for the 5th time, the scars on the man's ruined face throbbed violently. There was a sensation that had not appeared in his heart for a long time: fear. The man grabbed his arms. His fingers dug into the scars and blood dyed his fingers red. This is such a horrible experience. The wounds were torn open and blood leaked out. The man seemed to be acting up. His hands kept tightening. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? The two boys were squeezed until they exploded. They recovered and rushed forward again. They tried everything they could, but they could not stop Zhang Ye. She was getting close. The blood trailed down her fingers and landed on the floor. The man with the ruined face felt like retreating. He glowered at Chen Ji, who stood behind Zhang Ye. Looks like I'll have to sacrifice that thing. The man plucked out his fingers from his open wound. His blood formed a trail in the air. He took out a wooden box from his pocket. The interior of the box was left with an inky black blood stain. The few baleful specters showed signs of losing control. The black blood stain seemed to be highly attractive to them. The man gave some orders silently, and then he grabbed the wooden box and ran down the corridor, abandoning the two boys. The black hair slithered on the ground like snakes. There was greed in Zhang Ye's gaze like a glutton spotting their favorite food. After tearing the boys up for the 7th time, Zhang Ye lost her patience. All the black hair rushed toward the man. The blood vessels from the carcasses of the two boys morphed into blood globules, and they moved behind Zhang Ye with a speed that was observable to the naked eye. Their speed was very fast, and soon the blood gathered together. A monster that looked like conjoined twins was reborn behind Zhang Ye. Not good. Chen Ji ran down the staircase behind him without hesitation. The man with the ruined face had made his last bet. He was going to use himself as bait to create the chance to kill Chen Ji. We've found you. The conjoined twins crawled at Chen Ji with surprising speed. Chen Ji had greatly underestimated the power of the red specters. They had been limited by Zhang Ye's black hair earlier, so they did not have the chance to display their true power. With its ability to morph into blood vessels and be reborn as well as its high mobility, if Chen Ji faced this thing alone, his chance of survival was 0. Su Yin, Chen Yalan. Chen Ji called out all the ghosts that he could manage to buy time for himself. A girl with a purplish face and a man wearing half a red shirt appeared in the corridor. They stood side by side, blocking the conjoined twins. To Chen Ji's despair, the monster completely ignored Su Yin and the pen spirit. Its fingers covered with blood vessels seemed to cut through their bodies like a knife. His wounds opened, and Su Yin was knocked into the wall. One of his arms was torn off. The pen spirit also suffered grievous wounds when she was touched by the blood vessels. Her body faded like she was about to disappear. However, they were not the conjoined twins' target. After damaging the two baleful specters, it charged at Chen Ji without decreasing in speed. There were no other ghosts he could summon. Chen Ji realized how few employees he had at his haunted house. The conjoined twins' heads were radiating with a horrible stench. Their facial features were shifting. The crooked lips hung open, and the completely unrecognizable faces were staring at Chen Ji. We've found you. When they were about 1 meter away, the conjoined twins suddenly slowed down. Its bulging eyes turned to the side. The male ghost with one of his arms torn apart was using his remaining arm to hold onto the conjoined twins' leg. A blood-red hand reached for Su Yin's arm. The conjoined twins picked Su Yin up from the floor, aiming to tear him in half. His body split open down the middle. The wound that was left behind by his beloved leaked out blood. So painful, so painful. Su Yin ignored his half-torn body and tried his best to bite at the conjoined twins. The cruelty of the battle between baleful specters could not be put into words. Chen Ji knew that the current Su Yin was no match for the red specter. He was only trying to buy him time. I need to meet up with the police immediately. He ran out the corridor. When he was almost at the stairwell, a bespectacled man ran up the stairs. When Chen Ji saw the man, his heart skipped a beat. It was not the police, but Manager Huang. What's going on? Quick, follow me. Manager Huang gasped for air with his hands holding onto the railing. He extended his hand toward Chen Ji like he was going to bring Chen Ji to safety. Looking at that hand, Chen Ji took a deliberate step back. The night when he entered the Ghost Stories Society, Manager Huang had also been inside the 3rd building. When he reached the lobby, Manager Huang had been lecturing Xiao Gu. The other suspicious point was the additional number on the elevator. A 24th floor that did not exist. The manager of the residential area had to know about it, but he did not do anything to remove it. Removing the number from the elevator would not have taken too much time. Furthermore, Fang HWA Apartments was the gathering place for Ghost Stories Society, but there was no trace of them on the surveillance. Someone might have helping them from the dark, and that someone was probably related to Fang HWA Apartments. Sensing Chen Ji's suspicious gaze, Manager Huang knew that he had probably been exposed already. He removed his disguise and slowly turned around to reveal the blood face on the back of his head. "I don't want to do this, but after joining the society, I too have become a monster." While Manager Huang was lamenting his face, Chen Ji took out the walkie-talkie that Captain Yan had given him, and he pressed the button and shouted, "23rd floor! All 4 killers are on the 23rd floor." Chapter 277, Even the Shadow is in the Shape of Love. Seeing how Chen Ji took out the walkie-talkie from his pocket like magic, the other half of Manager Huang's words were stuck in his throat. "You're a police officer." His reaction was 1 beat slower. When he realized the situation was getting out of hand, Chen Ji already received the reply from Team 1's leader, Li Zhang. "Hang in there, we're coming." There were rushing footsteps echoing up the stairs. Team 1 was not far away. Manager Huang's face fell. When he created his own ghost stories, there were victims who tried to call the police as well, but there would be a process of taking out their phone and calling the police. However, Chen Ji pulled a walkie-talkie out of his chest pocket without warning. Plus, Manager Huang did not get the feeling of a cop from Chen Ji. Resentment, fear, and screams were a baleful specter's favorite food. Manager Huang was forced to do some cruel and scary things to prevent himself from being eaten by the monster possessing him. However, the man before him was cultivating 3 baleful specters on his own, and it included the scariest red specter. Based on the standard of the Ghost Story Society, the lives this man had claimed would not be less than 10. However, this butcher whose hands were covered with blood also worked with the police. Incensed, Manager Huang knew that things would not be so easily settled tonight. Even after he killed Chen Ji, the identity that he was using then would have to be abandoned. "This is all because of you." The things that happened in the shadows had to be dealt with using the rules that governed the shadows. However, none of them expected there would be a traitor among them. The Bloodface's reaction was much more violent than Manager Huang's. The face knitted from blood flew toward Chen Ji. In that process, the facial feature had started to morph into Chen Ji's face. "This thing again?" Chen Ji used the walkie-talkie to swipe at the blood face, but it was to no avail. His assault just passed through the blood face. He could not even touch his enemy. "Killing you or temporarily taking control of your body might give me a chance to escape." Only Chen Ji knew Manager Huang's real identity. If the blood face took over Chen Ji and made him shut up permanently, Manager Huang still had a chance at escaping. When the blood face was close to Chen Ji's face, the man's pupils suddenly transformed into narrow slits like those of a cat, and they radiated a chilly force field. Yin-yang vision? However, that was only enough to stop the blood face for half a second. Thankfully, that half a second was all Chen Ji needed. He thrust with his legs and sprung forward to do something crazy. He knocked into Manager Huang, sending both of them careening down the stairs. His arms were scratched, and pain radiated through his body. However, to Chen Ji's surprise, the pain only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. When his vision returned to normal, after Chen Ji stood up and prepared to run down the stairs, he realized the joints of his body were wrapped in black hair. Zhang Ye, other than some surface bruises, Chen Ji was completely unharmed. However, the same could not be said for Manager Huang, who was slowly being dragged up the stairs by the black hair. The blood face was punctured, and Manager Huang was unconscious. His body was twisted in various angles after being dragged by the black hair. Chen Ji turned around and looked up the 22nd floor stairwell. Zhang Ye, dressed in red, stood quietly on the 23rd floor. The waterfall of black hair behind her was binding the conjoined twins, blood face, and thin monster. It formed a river that flooded the entire corridor. The red dress was as bright as blood, and the black hair pooled around her legs. The ugly and scary monsters screamed and groaned before being torn into pieces and swallowed. To be honest, Chen Ji was quite frantic when he saw this. Zhang Ye moved toward Chen Ji, and the bone-chilling fear and heavy smell of blood permeated Chen Ji's senses. There was another change to Zhang Ye's body. She seemed to have obtained the thing she wanted. The lowered head tilted upward, and the black hair parted like curtains. Zhang Ye's face stopped several centimeters away from the tip of Chen Ji's nose. She looked into Chen Ji's eyes, and her pale, lifeless hands were carrying a normal-looking wooden box. For me, the moment Chen Ji opened his lips, a cold draft sucked into his body. He accepted the wooden box and opened it to take a look. The black blood stain had disappeared, and in its place was a weird-looking doll. The man with the ruined face. The doll was 1/10 the size of the man. His mask had been taken away. Other than the eyes, the rest of his facial features had been ground flat. He had no nose or lips, just like a devil in people's nightmare. You've turned him into a toy. The doll in the box was a soul that had been pulled out of his physical body. The scary face turned left and right. Chenji could feel the wicked presence radiating off it. Zhang Ye had also taken out Zhu Ziu's soul to make a toy when she dealt with her killer. Chenji's hair stood on end looking at the man who struggled inside the box. This was the second scariest present that he had received in his life. The first was undeniably Zhang Ye's love letter. "Thank you, I like this present a lot. You're the first girl who has given me a present." Zhang Ye moved her gaze away when she heard Chenji say that. She lowered her head like she did not want Chenji to see her expression. However, Chenji could sense the joy in her heart. The black hair continued to move. Chenji could not believe that while they were having this friendly conversation on the 22nd floor, the black hair was still consuming the monsters on the 23rd floor. The black hair slowly returned to Zhang Ye. Chenji caught sight of Su Yin's broken body and his lips fell open. He immediately told Zhang Ye, "Wait a minute. The young man who is screaming pain and the girl in school uniform are my friends. Please don't hurt them." The good atmosphere was thus ruined. When Zhang Ye raised her head again, she had returned to her usual self. Su Yin and the pen spirit were ejected from the river of black hair. The black hair curled upon itself, crushing the other monsters, bathing the corridor with fresh blood. Zhang Ye's body wavered like she was feeling sleepy. She raised her head to look at Chenji before walking past him. When Chenji turned around, she had already disappeared. However, the chilliness behind his back did not dissipate. Chenji felt like there was a pair of resentment-filled eyes following him. After 2 minutes, when he heard Li Zheng's voice coming from downstairs, the feeling finally left. Chenji's body was frozen solid. He collapsed to the floor and summoned back the seriously injured Su Yin and Pen Spirit before shoving the weird box into his pocket. The presents given by Zhang Ye were scarier than the one preceding it. First, it was a candy made from human soul, and now there was a toy made from a mad murderer. Chenji turned back to look with a bitter smile. With the light on his phone, he discovered with a shock his shadow did not reflect himself. The faded light landed on him, but the shadow was that of a long-haired woman. Chenji changed his words without hesitation. "But these gifts are too precious. There was never a girl who was this nice to me. I'll remember this feeling for as long as I live." Chapter 278, Another Spin at the Wheel. "We've found Xiao Jia. He's unconscious, but physically he's fine." Li Zheng paused before adding, "But that Chenji seems to be facing some problems." "Xiao Chen is injured. Where are you? I'll be there in a minute." Captain Yan's voice could be heard on the walkie-talkie. "No, he's fine, but he probably went through some trauma. After all, when we received his distress call, both he and the 4 mental patients were on the 23rd floor. He probably went through something traumatic." Li Zheng looked at Chenji, who sat frozen on the stairs, and he did not feel so good. Initially, he had a bad impression of Chenji. Especially inside the interrogation room, he thought Chenji was being incredibly proud. However, when he heard Chenji cry for help earlier, he put aside all his prejudice and led his men to save Chenji, but he was still one step too late. As the team leader for the investigation team at the city police station, Li Zheng knew how rare it was for a victim of an attack to survive. The physical wound might heal over time, but the mental scars would probably remain forever. "If only we got here sooner." He wanted to encourage Chenji, but he did not know what to say. Chenji sat on the stairs between the 22nd and 23rd floors. He had been staring at his shadow for about 10 minutes already, and he realized something scary. His shadow was not changing back. When the light hit him, he could see 2 shadows overlapping over one another. Something has changed within Zhang Ye. Previously she was hiding inside my shadow, but now she wants to morph into my shadow. Chenji thought back to the curious reaction that Zhang Ye had shown when she saw the wooden box. The black blood stain inside the box must be really important to her. Black-colored blood, red specter. Is there a relationship between them? After absorbing that black blood, has her power broken through another limit? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Chenji looked at his own shadow, and Zhang Ye's shadow was slowly replacing his. It looked like she was planning to follow him forever until he no longer cast a shadow. His finger touched the wooden box that was by his chest. Honestly, this was the first time a girl had given him a present. It was wrong on so many levels, but it also felt quite nice. This is such a weird feeling. No matter what happened to Zhang Ye in the future, one thing was for sure. He would never say anything negative about Zhang Ye ever again. Temporarily, there should be no worry. After Zhang Ye swallowed the hospital president last time, she was asleep for several days, and I had to call her to wake up. This time, Zhang Ye has consumed 2 full red specters, 2 blood faces, 1 thin monster, and that mysterious black blood. She will down for quite a while after such a feast. Zhang Ye was Chen Ji's main fighting force. With Zhang Ye's presence, Chen Ji had managed to beat the Ghost Story Society. Without Zhang Ye, Chen Ji would not have been able to deal with 1 red specter. The man with the ruined face, the couple, and manager Huang. After removing 4 of them, the society only has 3 members left. Chen Ji's face was calm, his thoughts unreadable. The remaining 3 include the chairperson, number 10, and Wu Fei. Currently, I still cannot confirm their identities, but one thing is for sure, these 3 are extremely dangerous and cunning. The society sent out a full party, and they failed to kill me, so temporarily, they won't be making any moves. Zhang Ye was still asleep. Even though Chen Ji could not stop the love from Zhang Ye, at the same time it was undeniable that he had entered a period of weakness. If the society sent out another 2 red specters, it would flatten his haunted house. It was then that Chen Ji suddenly missed Zhang Ye. Without her, Chen Ji felt so unsafe. The number of visitors has been climbing recently, and the haunted house has collected so many screams. Perhaps it's time to spin the wheel again. Chen Ji did not want to use the wheel of misfortune, but he could not think of a better way to increase his power in a short amount of time. He needed more party members. The black blood is something mysterious. When Zhang Ye awakens again, she might have morphed into a new stage already. Something that was scarier than a red specter, Chen Ji shuddered just from the thought of it. Holding the railing, Chen Ji tried to stand up. His body was covered in dust and his arms were scratched. He looked like he might fall any time soon. Be careful. Li Zheng stayed by his side, so when he saw Chen Ji try to stand up, he immediately went to help. I'm fine. Please help me find Xiao Gu and All Wang. I can look after myself. Chen Ji did not know why Li Zheng's attitude toward him had changed so suddenly. He had a feeling Li Zheng had misunderstood something, but he was in no mood to explain himself. The 2 returned to 23rd floor. The monsters had all been consumed by Zhang Ye, so the members of the society were heavily damaged mentally and unconscious. The man who looked the scariest was lying in the middle of the corridor like a vegetable. His eyes were open, and they were soulless. Li Zheng looked at this with a frown. A weird thought bubbled up in his mind. How come these people look like the real victims? No one knew what had really happened on the 23rd floor. The only witness claimed that he had tripped on the stairs and knocked his head. He could not remember anything except that he was being chased. Pushing open room 3239's door, Li Zheng smelled something like blood. He rushed into the bathroom and saw a family of 3 lying unconscious in a pool of their own blood. Their wrists were cut open like it was a bloodletting ritual. They're still breathing. Come over and help call the ambulance. Team 2 had already arrived. They hauled the real victims out of the room. Chen Ji could not be of much help. He stood in the corner of the room and quietly inspected the weird drawing on the wall. The drawing that was painted in fresh blood looked like some sort of alphabet. When Chen Ji got near, the ghosts he was carrying shuddered. Words that can make specters feel fear. Looks like the Ghost Story Society does have some power. He was thankful that he did not walk into this room. After several minutes of inspection, he took out his phone to snap a picture of the drawing. The drawing on the wall slowly faded without the contribution of fresh blood, losing its function. Exiting room 3239, Chen Ji and Li Zheng entered the opposite room. The decor in the room was startling. There were 3 hanging ropes swaying in the middle of the living room. The unconscious All Wang and Xiao Gu were lying under the first 2 ropes, while the third one seemed to have been prepared for Chen Ji. 3 nooses, a family of 3, and 3 final members. They seemed to like the number 3 a lot. Chapter 279. I've been waiting for you. All Wang and Xiao Gu were sent to the hospital, while Chen Ji stayed behind to help the task force finish up their work at Fang HWA apartments. Seeing how hardworking he was, the few officers' impression of Chen Ji improved tremendously. Standing in the room opposite from room 3239, Chen Ji avoided the gazes of the officers and took out his phone. When the man with the ruined face was made into a doll by Zhang Ye, the black phone had vibrated. However, the situation had been too dangerous for him to take a look. A new message appeared on the screen. After the man with the ruined face was taken care of, the third sick hall's completion rate had increased to 80%. If the completion rate reaches 90%, there will be a reward, so I need another 10%. Chen Ji looked at the phone. When the completion rate went over 90%, he would get the reward of a trial mission. After completely demolishing the Ghost Stories Society, he would gain the reward that came from the third Sick Hall's hidden mission. In other words, the black phone is pitting me against the Ghost Stories Society. Why does it hate the society so? After the multiple interactions with the society, Chenji had a deeper understanding of them. Each member was the vessel for a monster from behind the door. To feed these monsters, or rather, to not let themselves be eaten by the monsters on their bodies, they had to continuously create ghost stories to fulfill the monsters' needs. From a certain perspective, they were no longer human beings but puppets controlled by the monsters. This was the biggest difference between Chenji and the majority of the members. I have a feeling the society is not that simple. Their promotional flyer features a blood-red door. This bunch of crazies must know more about the world behind the door than I do. Perhaps the mysterious chairperson is a ghost from behind the door himself. Chenji got gripped by a sense of danger. He had a feeling the current employees at his haunted house were not enough anymore. "Zio Chen," the room door was pushed open, and Captain Yan walked in. Chenji immediately pocketed the black phone and slid down on the sofa to pretend to be weak. "Captain Yan, you're looking for me." "Take a look at this yourself." Captain Yan took out Zio Gu's phone from the evidence bag. At around 25 minutes ago, there was a curious message that came into Zio Gu's WeChat. "Chenji, I will remember your name." This message was sent from the phone of Wang Dajun, the security guard. "We've searched the entire 23rd floor, but we cannot find his phone. Thus, we suspect that there are other runners and they have Wang Dajun's phone with them." Captain Yan placed Zio Gu's phone on the coffee table. "There's another question. Why would your name appear in the message?" Wang Dajun was All Wang's full name. All Wang was the reason that Zio Gu had been at the third building. This person who took All Wang's phone should be the culprit, the person who planned everything tonight. Chenji understood the meaning of the sentence. The person had carefully planned, but he had underestimated Zhang Ye's power and Chenji's caution. If Zhang Ye did not come to his aid or he was pulled into either one of the two rooms, Chenji would have died. Thinking about it, Chenji shuddered with fear. The message came from the culprit, proving two things. One, he is fearless, and two, you have done something to enrage him a lot. Captain Yan placed Zio Gu's phone back into the evidence bag. "Neither is good for you. They might exact crazier revenge on you." The Ghost Story Society had lost 4 members at once. Even the man with the ruined face who controlled 2 red specters had been made into a doll. If Chenji were a remnant of the Ghost Story Society, he would have been mad as well. "Remember my name? Is this a threat toward me?" Chenji looked at Captain Yan, who had turned to leave. A thought flashed across his mind, and he jumped from the sofa. "Wait a minute." "What's wrong?" Captain Yan was shocked by Chenji. "The phone, the time the message was sent." Chenji grabbed the evidence bag from Captain Yan. He opened the phone to take a look. The message had been sent 25 minutes ago. 25 minutes ago, the man with the ruined face had just died, and Li Zheng's group had not arrived yet. There's another society member hiding inside this building, and that person is most likely the real culprit. Chenji narrowed his gaze. Said person had witnessed the whole process, but due to Zhang Ye, they did not show themselves. "The culprit is hiding inside the building," Captain Yan nodded. "We've controlled all the exits, and the roads leading to and from Fang HWA apartments have been sealed. Temporarily, there is no one suspicious. Don't worry, if they're still inside this building, they won't be able to escape." The remaining 3 members were the hardest to deal with. Chenji could not place his hope in Captain Yan and his men. He gripped his hands together and his knuckles cracked. Chenji felt like he had missed something. The man is very clever. The message was sent 25 minutes ago, and he might have left already, but how did he escape the detection of the police? Looking at the message on Zio Gu's WeChat, Chenji was suddenly reminded of something. Zio Jia had started to go berserk after reading the message on Zio Gu's phone. However, the investigator who saw the message first only collapsed. Their conditions were completely different. "Captain Yan, what happened to the investigator who entered the building first? Who has been taking care of him?" "When I last saw him, he was lying inside the police car, still unconscious. 20 minutes ago, the ambulance arrived, so he's probably at the hospital now." 20 minutes ago, the ambulance arrived. What? The nurse station was silent. The People's Hospital at 2 a.m. was extremely quiet. Most of the patients were already asleep when a pair of eyes that were completely white slowly peeled open. "Chenji," the words left his lips unconsciously. Then he sat up in bed like he was sleepwalking. This new scapegoat's body is not bad, but the sensation of splitting consciousness is too painful. He clenched his fists, and the man's expression turned eerie. There was a trace of envy in his words when he said, "No matter how good the scapegoat is, it won't be better than the Red Spectre." The man climbed out from bed and walked toward the door like an awkward puppet. He slowly got used to his body and picked up pace. With no one watching, he entered the hospital's safety passageways. He avoided all the cameras in the lobby and sneaked into the dark alleyway behind the hospital. 3 hours left. I should have enough time to return to the main persona. He staggered down the alley that was filled with pebbles and trash. His arms and feet were wounded from scratches, but he did not mind it one bit. Looking at the exit that was nearing, he slowly relaxed. It's fine even if the plan failed. As long as I'm alive and bring the message back, nothing is certain. The streetlights outside the alleyway emitted a yellowish light. As the man got close to exit, a man holding a hammer walked out from the shadows to block the exit. "I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Chapter 280, Door Knocker. There were no cars on the road, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Occasionally there would be a stray cat wandering past, but they soon left the scene as if sensing that things were not right. "Who are you?" The investigator stood in the muddy, black alley. His shoes were missing, and his feet were stepping on piles of rubbish. Blood trailed down from his wounds. "Have you forgotten my voice already?" The man slowly walked out of the shadow. He was holding a scary-looking hammer in his hands. The streetlights lengthened his shadow. It was a man who spoke, but his shadow was the shape of a long-haired woman. The investigator finally got a good look of the man's face. He gritted his teeth and forced out 2 words. "Chenji." "I don't know you, but you managed to call out my name. Looks like my speculation is correct." The man who blocked his way was none other than Chenji. He and Captain Yan had searched the entire 3rd building, but they could not find the last member that was in hiding. At the time, Chenji had already had his suspicions. After getting the hospital's address from Captain Yan, Chenji had returned to New Century Park to grab his hammer before going to the People's Hospital to set up an ambush. "How did you find out?" At this juncture, the investigator became surprisingly calm. There was a weird smile on his face as he stared at Chenji. "Why should I tell you?" Pressing the play button on the recorder, Chenji entered the alleyway holding the hammer. "Killing me will bring you no benefit. You're just talking to one of my scapegoats. Also, before you forget, you're talking to a policeman." The investigator had initially been shocked when he saw Chenji, but he soon calmed down. "If I die, this policeman is going to die with me." Chenji did not have time to waste on chewing words. The phone in his pocket was recording their conversation. Looking at the approaching hammer, the investigator's lips twitched. Chenji's emotionless expression seemed to be telling him, "We're not good men, so stop trying to threaten me with these despicable techniques. Actually, we can sit down and have a good talk. Aren't you curious about my real identity? Don't you want to know who I am?" The patient was trying his best to communicate with Chenji, but Chenji did not look like he was in the mood for talking. Seeing as Chenji inched closer to him, the patient changed his tact. "Don't you want to know who the chairperson really is?" The identity of the chairperson is a multiple-choice question, and now I'm using the elimination method to find the correct answer. Chenji was telling the investigator in a roundabout way that he was not going to survive the night. Chenji did not plan to kill an innocent man. He did this behind Captain Yan's back because he had another plan. He had prepared to detain the investigator and bring him back to the haunted house for interrogation. After all, he had the numerical advantage there. "I'll detain him before I hand him to the police." Chenji said so because the phone was still recording. His real plan was to break the investigator's legs to incapacitate him but keep him alive. The investigator's plan to find an opening in Chenji failed, but his expression did not change much. It looked like he still had a trump card up his sleeves. "Chenji, what I'm going to say next will definitely get your attention. If you allow me to leave, I will tell you why the door forms in the first place and how to open and close the door." The investigator had a curious expression. He looked like he was smiling, but not really. He seemed to be able to tell Chenji would be interested in what he had to say. "Think about it. You should know how valuable this information is," the investigator calmly said, even though his body still moved 2 steps back. "The policeman you're talking to is just a scapegoat. Only 1/3 of my consciousness is in this body. Even if you kill him, I won't be harmed." "If you won't be harmed, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Chenji slowed down. "Let me see your sincerity. That is the preface to our deal." The investigator sighed in relief. "Since you want to know about the information regarding the door, I believe you know the location to one of them." Indeed, Chenji admitted. The reason for the door's formation is very complicated. For now, no one can really tell why. I only know they will appear in a location where yin energy gathers and human activity is rare. However, those are just minor factors. The key factor is there has to be someone who knocks on the door. Someone who knocks on the door. The world behind the door is one colored by not only red but also despair and distraught. It is filled with human beings, various negative emotions. In contrast to this world, it is filled with endless nightmares. The investigator's voice turned soft. Normal people cannot see that world. Only those with a collapsed mental state or those who have lost all hope will have the chance to push open these doors. I once heard this from the first door pusher. That day he was just going about his life like normal. He didn't do anything different. Like usual, he pushed open that door that he passed through daily, but the world behind the door changed completely. The door appeared suddenly without warning. Without warning? Yes, you own a door yourself, so you must have had similar experience. For example, you're standing outside the door and suddenly you hear. Sirens suddenly came from outside the alleyway, cutting the investigator off. A few police cars were heading their way. Did you call the cops? The smile on the investigator's face instantly disappeared. Chenji shook his head. Continue, tell me more about the door and I can help you escape this. Will you? The investigator laughed coldly. You don't have any other choice. Chenji looked around, trying to find a spot to hide the hammer. I'm a resident of hell. Do you think a demon will trust the devil? The investigator turned and ran down the alleyway. Chenji followed close behind. Don't move. The other end of the alleyway was blocked by another police car. The investigator's path was blocked. He did not hesitate and ran back into the hospital. Is he trying to use the complicated layout to escape, or is he trying to find a hostage? Chenji chased behind him, and he soon discovered that he had greatly underestimated the investigator's decisiveness and viciousness. After kicking the door open, the madman rushed for the roof of the hospital. Don't come any closer. The investigator stepped on the railing. He was just inches away from the building's edge. The night breeze fluttered the patient's garb that he was wearing. Under his feet was the city. He stood in the dark night looking at everything below him. Chenji stopped 3 meters before the investigator. He did not continue pressuring the man. Chenji, I've remembered your name. Next time we meet, I'll give you a surprise. A smile bloomed on the investigator's face. He looked at Chenji and slowly opened his arms. The rooftop safety door was pushed open, and Captain Yan and his men rushed out. Yao Qinyi. Seeing them, the smile on the investigator's face turned brighter. He leaned slowly backward like he was returning to the embrace of the dark night. Chapter 281, Spider Sister. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. Chenji rushed forward when the investigator leaned back. The distance of 3 meters was like a gap that could not be crossed. He did not make it. The night breeze rushed through his ears, tearing his eardrums. The investigator's face twisted as his body fell through the air. Those were his last 3 seconds in this world. The distance between them increased. The investigator seemed to say something, but due to the distance and the howling wind, Chenji could not hear anything. Through the shape of the man's lips, Chenji roughly made out 2 words, Men Nan. Chenji could not understand why the investigator would bring up Men Nan at the last moment of his life. Perhaps he was trying to confuse him, or he wanted to leave him a message. Yao Qinyi, Li Zheng's deep roars came from the safety door. A few officers rushed to the edge. The body landed with a thud. This was the first time Chenji had heard a life being lost. Yao Qinyi landed on his head. Before he died, he kept his face looking at the roof. His eyes were smiling, and a wicked grin hung on his lips. Half of Chenji's body was hanging off the building, and his arms grasped at nothing but air. Ghost Story Society. The society made up from mental patients, and killers had revealed its true face before Chenji. They had never been concerned about human lives. Chenji, what's going on? Li Zheng demanded with red-rimmed eyes. Chenji slowly retracted his arms and asked with a suppressed voice, Who called you here? It was the nurse who made the call. A patient saw All Yao escape from his room in the middle of the night. It looked like he was sleepwalking. Considering Xiao Jia's condition, we were afraid some accident might happen to All Yao, so we rushed over from Fang HWA apartments immediately. It was the nurse who called the police. Chenji gripped the railing with both of his hands. He looked down at Yao Qinyi at the smile on his face. What he said before he died was that the truth or a lie. Who is the real person behind these scapegoats? Wu Fei, chairperson, number 10. There were 3 members left in the society, but if he did not remove the chairperson, the society would add more members soon. Tragedy and despair happened daily. When pain pooled in one's heart and was slowly allowed to influence the soul, the flyer from the Ghost Stories Society would arrive. I'll need to destroy the Ghost Stories Society before next Wednesday. Zhang Yu had gone into her slumber, so dealing with 3 members alone would be difficult. I need a new Red Spectre. The police cars had surrounded the People's Hospital. Since Li Zheng and many other officers were there when Yao Qinyi jumped off the building, they did not make things difficult for Chen Ji. He was sent back to New Century Park at around 4 a.m. Chen Ji locked himself up inside the staff break room and placed the black phone on the table. He still needed to work tomorrow morning, but he did not feel tired. He sat on the chair to go through the mission message on the phone. Daily missions can get me rewards, but only the Nightmare mission will improve my ability. Ever since the rules of triggering Nightmare mission have been changed, I've never stumbled across another Nightmare mission. Normal missions are to focus on improving the haunted house. I can do those when I'm free. There are 2 trial missions inside the black phone. The Hearse, a 2-star scenario, and School of the Afterlife, a 4-star scenario. Unlocking new scenarios and completing their hidden mission will give me rewards that might include new ghost employees. Trial mission will improve the power of the haunted house, but a low-star trial mission won't have much influence on me, and a high-star trial mission will be too dangerous. Chen Ji was conflicted. After Zhang Yu went into slumber, he suddenly realized that he could be fearless before this only because of this Red Spectre who seemed particularly interested in him. The visitor's screams from the past 2 days of work should be enough to exchange for 2 spins at the wheel. The Wheel of Misfortune is a method to increase my power, but there is too much uncertainty. Chen Ji thought back to his previous lucky draws, and he shook his head. He decided to delay the activity to tomorrow afternoon when the sun was shining. The situation is urgent. If the ghost from the wheel isn't compliant, I'll have to feed them to Su Yin. Su Yin had the ability to become a Red Spectre, and only a Red Spectre would be a threat for the Ghost Stories Society. The society has owned their door for many years already, so they must have more than 2 Red Spectres. The only reason they haven't made a move is probably because they don't know my bottom line. If they knew Zhang Yu is currently asleep and cannot wake up to help me, they would make use of this chance to deal with me. He turned to look at his shadow. The long-haired woman's shadow was still a shock to him then. Zhang Yu has probably considered that already. Chen Ji took out the wooden box from his chest. He toyed with the doll and examined it closely. Why would Zhang Yu give this to me? Can this thing save me when the situation is dangerous? Taking a doll made from a man's soul everywhere was not a good experience. Keeping it inside the wooden box was awkward to carry to places, so Chen Ji found a black plastic bag and tossed the doll inside. He turned off the phone, lay on the bed, and slowly drifted off to sleep. Chen Ji was woken up by his alarm at 8:30 a.m. He only had caught 3 or 4 hours of sleep for the past few days, but he did not feel tired. The only difference he could tell was that his body temperature seemed to drop lower than normal, but it did not seem to affect him. The park opened to welcome a new day at 8:55 a.m. Xiao Gu was still at the hospital, but Captain Yan said that he was mostly fine and had survived the fatal period. He would probably be released from the hospital in a few days. Al Weng, though, had the shorter end of the stick. Due to his old age and the great trauma, he fell ill, and the high fever would not recede. During his period of consciousness, he told the police that he planned to quit his security job. The police did ask him about what happened that night, but Al Weng could not remember anything. The visitors rushed into the park, and the number was greater than yesterday. Xiao Gu's absence meant that Chen Ji had to take turns dealing with 2 scenarios. He only got to rest during lunch. The haunted house's reputation grew bigger. Even though Chen Ji's workload had increased, he felt satisfied. At 12:30 p.m., Chen Ji sat on the steps leading to the haunted house to count his morning income. He was only halfway through when his phone rang. He glanced at it and realized it was an unregistered number. He wanted to ignore the call as he was too busy to deal with it, but in the end, he still picked it up. A woman's voice came through. "I'm sorry, are you Chen Ji?" "Yes, I am." "Good afternoon, I'm calling from Jiujiang's children home. In the space for Fan Yu's guardian, your name has been listed. Now that his aunt is currently in jail, we need you to come over to the children home to deal with some things." "Is it related to Fan Yu?" The boy who drew about ghosts had left a deep impression on Chen Ji. "Yes, he has found an older sister for himself at our children home." That's a good thing. The boy doesn't like to communicate with people. I'm glad that there have been positive changes. But what if that sister is not a human but a spider? A spider. Chapter 282, Jiujang's Children's Home. Yes, Fan Yu adopted a spider as his sister. The situation is slightly complicated. If you have time, do you mind coming over to Jiujang's Children's Home? Of course, is it okay if I arrive at 6 or 7 p.m.? No problem, thank you for your cooperation. After hanging up the phone, Chen Ji thought back to the last sentence the worker said. But what if that sister is not a human but a spider? Fan Yu was the haunted house's first special visitor and a poor child. He had witnessed how his father killed his mother and how his aunt pushed his father into the well. Then he had lived for several years under the same roof as the killer. The boy no longer has any family left on this world. No matter what, I should go take a look. Chen Ji initially wanted to run out to the sun to spin the wheel, but thanks to the call from the children's home, his mood was lost. The lunch break soon ended. Chen Ji busied himself until 5:30 p.m., but the number of visitors did not decrease. Chen Ji's team had to delay the closing time until almost 7 p.m. Sky was darkening. Chen Ji did not even have time to do his accounts. After Su Wan left work, he rushed toward the children's home. This was the first time Chen Ji had visited Jiujiang's children's home. It was different from the dirty, cold, and unfeeling orphanages that he had seen on television. The decor of Jiujiang's children's home was very friendly, and it had its own courtyard that was filled with various flowers. Hey, what are you doing here? We do not allow outsiders. The gentleman who guarded the door blocked Chen Ji. Nice to meet you. I'm Chen Ji, Fan Yu's family. This afternoon, a member of staff here called me. Fan Yu's family, the old gentleman studied Chen Ji, and his attitude changed instantly. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go ask, be back in a minute. The gentleman did not use his phone, but ran into the courtyard to yell up the stairs. Not long after that, a woman who looked about Chen Ji's age came out from the building. She was wearing a nurse's outfit, and she gave off a friendly feeling. Mr. Chen, you're finally here. The nurse signaled for Chen Ji to follow her. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Fan Yu's mother. You can call me Xiao Liu. You're his mother. Yes, we have adopted many abandoned children and babies here. To make them feel the warmth of home, we normally allow them to call us mother and father. Of course, it's not forced, but most of the children here like it. The nurse was a friendly character, but she was shy. She did not even dare look at Chen Ji's eyes when she was talking to him. That's wonderful. I admire that. Jiujiang's children's home was like a big family. It was completely different from what Chen Ji thought an orphanage would be like. The nurse flashed a sunny smile. She was about to say something when the window on the other side of the courtyard flew open, and a middle-aged man who held a tray of teacups in his hands yelled at the nurse. Xiao Liu, you're running off again? Get back to your post. Keep an eye on Jiang Ling and Fan Yu. They're getting worse. The man's voice sounded angry, but Xiao Liu was not afraid. Instead, she was embarrassed. Yes, I understand. The nurse led Chen Ji into the building. The wall was pasted with cute decorations, and the corridor was very clean. Who was that, the president? Chen Ji asked. That was Dr. Chen. He can be quite grumpy, but he's a good man. He used to work at a large clinic, but after that, he came to serve here. Dr. Chen, there's a specialist attached to the children's home. Yes, we have doctors, nurses, nutritionists, and teachers. Each of us is responsible for different jobs, but we're all these children's fathers and mothers. Chen Ji nodded. Compared to the orphanage that Mu Yang High School's headmaster had built privately, this place was much more official. When they walked down a corridor, one of the doors was suddenly pushed open, and two kids ran out holding a toy between them. Jiangjin Jianghe, stop making noise in the corridor. It's past 8 p.m. already. Get back to your room. The nurse scolded, and the boys went back to their room unwillingly. Before the door closed, Chen Ji glanced into it. There were 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, and it housed 6 children. You have quite a good place here. The children have new toys and new clothes. Chen Ji looked at the painted cards on the door. They were written with the children's names. This is weird. Why do the names of all the children here start with Jiang? They're Jiujiang's children, so we use Jiujiang as inspiration for their surname. The nurse explained and smiled with embarrassment. Of course, some of the children arrive with a name, so we wouldn't force them to change. The nurse led Chen Ji to the first room on the left on the 3rd floor. She walked in without knocking. President Chen Ji is here. There was an old man in his 60s watering the plants by the windowsill. He was wearing a pair of spectacles and looked like a retired teacher. You're finally here, please take a seat. The man looked at Chen Ji like he was their savior. This confused Chenji even more. "Sir, what is the problem? Did our Fan Yu create some problem at the children's home?" Chenji felt like he was attending a parent-teacher's conference for Fan Yu. He was asked to stay until the end because the teacher wanted to have a private chat with him about Fan Yu. "I'll be frank," the old president gave the nurse a look. As if afraid that they might be overhead, he had her close the door. "You're the guardian assigned to Fan Yu, so you should know about his condition better than us. The boy is not a social person. How shall I put this? He has no knowledge of concepts like family, groups, or happiness. We tried our best to help him, but the effect has been lacking." Chenji knew Fan Yu better than most, so he understood the trouble the children's home was facing. "I'm so sorry for creating all this trouble." The president shrugged. "That's fine. We've seen children who were more introverted. The main problem is that not only are we unable to fix his problem, he has also managed to influence our other children who are facing recovery." "What do you mean?" Chenji understood why that Dr. Chen was so angry when he saw Xiao Liu. It's a sad truth that many children who have faced trauma or been abandoned by their family will have some psychological problems that need counseling. The president smiled sadly. "Fan Yu is a good example, but this boy keeps arguing with the doctor. He not only refuses to accept his treatment, but keeps saying weird things to the other children. Some of the children's conditions have worsened after interacting with him. With no other choice, we had to send those children away." Chapter 283, Sister is Behind That Man. Fan Yu told other children weird things. The sensitive Chenji realized the source of the problem. Fan Yu had a pair of eyes that could see ghosts. The boy was not bad, and the things that he said might sound weird to adult ears, but they were most likely true. Yes, to not interrupt the other children's treatment, we had to send them to an actual children's psychiatrist for counseling. You have to understand that we're a public institution. The budget we receive is limited. Most of the time, our operation depends on kind donations from the public. The president sighed. "It's fine if we need to send the children to a psychiatrist once or twice, but we won't be able to afford it if this continues." Then the president raised his head to look at Chenji like he was trying to gauge his attitude. He saw Chenji was in deep contemplation. He assumed Chenji understood what he was trying to say, so he sighed in relief. He said directly, "Based on Fan Yu's condition, the chance of him being adopted is low, and since you're Fan Yu's only family, I feel like compared to an environment like the children's home, Fan Yu is more suitable staying with his family." The room fell into silence. After 2 minutes, Chenji came to a decision. Fan Yu did not do anything wrong. The president was startled. He thought that he did not explain himself clearly enough. "I know this is not Fan Yu's fault. We're merely hoping he can have a healthy growth, so do not misunderstand." "What did Fan Yu tell these kids?" Chenji looked at the president seriously. "You have to tell me without missing a word. These kids might be in danger." "Danger?" The president stared at Chenji for a full 3 seconds. His lips fell open, and the speech that he had prepared was completely useless. They were not on the same wavelength. Looking at Chenji, he suddenly felt that Fan Yu's condition might be hereditary. "Yes, please tell me what Fan Yu has said and the names and contact information of those children. They might be in serious danger," Chenji repeated seriously. It did not sound like he was kidding. The president forced a smile. "Mr. Chen, I'll be direct. Fan Yu doesn't feel any sense of belonging to our children's home. He probably wishes to stay with his family. He's a very clever child, but he has some internal issues. If you have the financial power, we hope that you can bring him away with you and send him to an official and professional psychiatrist for treatment." "Temporarily, that is not possible. My place is not safe." Chenji was telling the truth. At least until the Ghost Stories Society had been taken care of, he could not take Fan Yu back to his haunted house. The president had heard many excuses when people refused adoption, but a lack of security was a first. "Okay, but you have to come see him often to communicate with him. We will try to do our best." "Thank you." The nurse led Chenji out of the president's room. The nurse felt embarrassed, and she said, "It's not our intention to chase Fan Yu away. The boy is obedient and clever. He just tends to do weird things." Chenji smiled but did not argue. "I know what you're trying to express, but have you considered that what he says is the truth?" The nurse slowed down. She glanced at Chenji. For some reason, she felt like this man was rather convincing. "We're here." The nurse stopped at the door next to the room when they ran into the 2 boys earlier. Both rooms' doors were open. Jiang He and Jiang Jin are on the run again. She entered one of the rooms in a hurry. Then there came the sound of glass shattering from the bedroom. A girl started to cry, wailing the words, "Big sister." It sounded like her sister was being bullied. "Jiang Jin, Jiang He, go and face the wall." The nurse lectured the two boys while Chen-ji stood at the door. He looked at the painted card, and among all the children with the surname Jiang, Fan Yu's name stood out. This boy sure likes to make people worry about him. Chen-ji entered the bedroom and saw Fan Yu, who was seated at the table, drawing with his head lowered. He did not seem to mind the outside world. Beside Fan Yu was a little girl who could not stop crying. She used her small hands to wipe her eyes, but the tears would not stop falling. She kept calling for her sister. After the nurse dealt with Jiang Jin and Jiang He, she hugged the girl to console her, but the girl only cried even harder. Her watery eyes turned red, and her finger pointed at Jiang He and Jiang Jin. "They killed sister. They killed my big sister." The girl was cute, and the clothes she was wearing was rather thick. Carried in the nurse's embrace, she looked like a ball of cotton. But from the lips of the cute girl, cruel terms like killed and murder kept coming out. "Jiang Jin, Jiang He, what have you two done?" The nurse was angry, feeling pity for the little girl. "We just wanted to take a look at her glass cup, but she refused to give it up. It accidentally broke, and someone accidentally stepped on the spider inside the cup." The two boys grumbled with dissatisfaction. "Spider, big sister." Chen-ji turned to look at the center of the bedroom. The glass cup was shattered, and amid the broken pieces there was a flattened spider. After the situation had been cleared up, the nurse had the two boys leave the room first, and she focused on consoling the girl. However, the girl refused to listen, and she cried even harder. She struggled from the nurse's embrace and picked up the flattened spider from the ground. Without any disgust, she held the spider in her palms and ran to Fan Yu. With a despairing voice, she wailed, "They killed sister. Big sister is dead." The little girl looked like she was only 4 or 5. Even when she stood on her tiptoes, she was just slightly taller than the table. Fan Yu, who was focused on his drawing, ignored the girl. In the end, however, his patience was worn thin by the girl. He put down the pen and placed his hand on the girl's head. "Sister is not dead, she just left temporarily." Fan Yu used his other hand to pick up the picture and showed it to the girl. "Your sister was just behind you." On the normal paper, a black coloring pencil drew out a little girl that was closely bound, and behind the girl was a large humanoid monster that was sketched out using a red pencil. It was lying behind the girl, and its head was stretched to rest on the girl's head. Its limbs were arched on the ground just like a spider. Looking at Fan Yu's drawing, the little girl finally stopped crying. He tousled the girl's hair, and Fan Yu turned to look at Chen-ji at the door. "Look, sister is now standing behind that man." Chapter 284, Jiang Ling. The little girl stopped crying and turned around to look at Chen-ji with a blank expression. Her palm-sized face was covered with tears, and her eyes were red with a layer of mist. The girl's pitiable eyes could melt anything. Even the cruelest person would let their guard down in her vicinity. The nurse could not help herself anymore. She picked up the little girl and pressed her face to the girl's head, patting her lightly on her back. If the picture was just of the nurse and the two children, it would have been nice. It was like an older sister looking after two younger siblings with all her might. Even though things were tough and difficult, life was blissful with family around. However, the image turned curious after adding Chen-ji into the picture. Chen-ji stood at the door with his muscle all tensed. It was like he was stranded alone in the jungle, and a monster was eyeing him from the dark. According to the ratio on Fan Yu's picture, the monster is about 3 times the size of a normal man. Knowing Fan Yu, Chen-ji had long realized that the boy's eyes could see ghosts. In other words, this meant that the spider in Fan Yu's picture was really standing behind him. His finger hung over the recorder, and veins popped on his arm. Before he arrived, Chen-ji did not expect that he would run into a monster at this heartwarming children's home. "Fan Yu looks like he has a good relationship with the girl, and Fan Yu knows me. Does this mean that I'm also a friend of the girl?" Chen-ji grumbled to himself at the door. He kept his voice low, just enough to be heard if there was someone behind him. "Stop crying, big sister left already. We'll go find her tomorrow." Fan Yu tousled the girl's hair. He was especially kind to her. "Okay." The girl rubbed her reddened eyes and struggled loose from the nurse. She sat on the little chair in the bedroom unwillingly and still held the spider's body in her hands. She refused to throw it away. When Fan Yu said that the girl's sister had left, Chen-ji sighed in relief. He walked into the room and picked up the broom to sweep the glass to the corner. Standing in the middle, the nurse felt awkward, like she had been ignored. "Mr. Chen, let me." The nurse swept the glass pieces into a dustpan and very naturally pulled Chen-ji out of the room. "You've seen the situation for yourself." The nurse's voice was filled with helplessness. "I was the one who took care of Jiang Ling after she was sent here. It has been almost 6 months already. She used to call me mother and wouldn't leave my side. She was just like a little angel, but ever since Fan Yu arrived, everything changed. She follows behind him every day and only listens to him, no one else. Why do I hear envy in your complaint? Chenji leaned against the wall. He had a good impression of this children's home. They were doing good work. I'm not, the nurse glared at Chenji. If Jiang Ling was playing with other kids, of course, I wouldn't stop her, but Fan Yu is the only exception. You've seen those things that he draws. Do you think it's appropriate a 6-year-old girl to see those drawings every day? That is indeed not so appropriate. Chenji did not know how to explain it to the nurse. It is more than inappropriate. The nurse closed the door and dragged Chenji to the corner of the living room. Jiang Ling was found at a crime scene. You do not understand what she has been through. When she arrived at the children's home half a year ago, she wouldn't even speak and had a fear of everyone. Dr. Chen spent half a year conducting counseling, and her condition was finally improving. Chenji's expression turned serious. Do you mind telling me about Jiang Ling's past? The nurse lowered her voice. I also heard this from the police. Jiang Ling came from a happy family, and the family of 4 lived outside the city. Even though they weren't rich by any means, they were happy. Her father was an honest farmer, but her mother didn't look like a local. She was fair and beautiful. Jiang Ling also had a big sister who inherited her mother's genes. She looked very pretty. Around 1 year ago, her father made a loan to buy a plot of land to raise peach trees. They lived far from the already isolated village, and thus separated themselves from human contact. Just as the peaches were getting ripe, and things were going to become better for their family, disaster struck. After a sigh, the nurse continued with anger and pity. First, it was Jiang Ling's sister who disappeared, and not long after that, Jiang Ling's parents passed away. Their food was mixed with a lot of rat poison. The killer wanted them dead. Has the killer been caught? No, the nurse shook her head. The police didn't reveal too much information. The only thing I know is that the killer didn't steal any of the money, and it wasn't a crime of passion. I suspect the killers are the villagers who were envious of the family's happiness. The place was isolated, and other than the villagers, nobody would have gone there. Also, a few days before the poisoning, one of the villagers was caught trying to steal the ripening peaches. He was caught by Jiang Ling's father, and they had a scuffle inside the peach plantation. After listening to the nurse, Chenji also felt like the villagers might be the killers. Murder usually had a motive, and revenge was a very good one. After the investigation, the police couldn't find any suspect in the village. The only survivor was Jiang Ling, who didn't drink the soup. Perhaps she was stunned after watching her parents collapse. The police suspected that Jiang Ling had seen the murderer, but since they couldn't communicate with Jiang Ling, they couldn't do anything. After that incident, something was wrong with the girl's mental state. As you can see for yourself, she calls every spider her big sister. People usually run from these creepy crawlies, but she feels close to them. Can you imagine the girl leaning close to spider webs, talking sweetly to spiders? After some interaction, I noticed other problems with her. There is something wrong with the girl's conception. She calls the quilt on the bed mother and the rope hanging from the ceiling her father. Others did ask her about it, but she couldn't explain herself. The nurse was sad. It seemed she really did care for the girl. Our children's home has been trying to correct her mindset, and she has now stopped calling rope and quilt her parents. After she stops referring to spiders as her sister, she will be able to live life like normal. However, with Fan Yu's arrival, he only took few days to ruin all our effort. Let's not talk about Fan Yu for now. Chenji needed ghosts to deal with the Ghost Stories Society, so he was more interested in them. Have the police investigated Jiang Ling's sister? Why did she disappear? Could she be the killer? The police did suspect that the killer could be Jiang Ling's sister, but even now, they have not found Jiang Ling's sister. Chapter 285. What happens to you after you die? Now is not the time to speculate who the killer is. That is the police's job, the nurse sighed. I'm more worried about Jiang Ling's therapy. I'll handle that, but you have to give me some time. Chenji had a brief understanding of the story. The case described by the nurse had many inconsistencies, and they demanded a closer look. You'll handle it. You'll bring Fan Yu away with you. I mean, I'll cure Jiang Ling's sickness. Chenji was the one who was most familiar with Fan Yu. He knew that the boy had not lied. The nurse was baffled. How are you going to cure her? You're not a doctor. Letting me try is no skin off your back anyway. Chenji ignored the nurse and walked back into the bedroom. He had a wealth of experience dealing with baleful specters and knew how to gain their goodwill. The death of their parents should be the source of the problem within Jiang Ling and her sister. Finding the murderer and bringing them to justice should gain me the affection of the sisters. From Fan Yu's painting, Jiang Ling's sister did not seem to be that weak. She might even be a red specter. If he could build a good relationship with her or even invite her to join the haunted house, Chenji would not be so worried during this period when Zhang Ye was in her slumber. Chenji tried to communicate with Jiang Ling, but the little girl ignored him other than occasionally using a fearful gaze to look at him. "What do you want to know? I'll ask." Fan Yu walked to the girl and pointed at Chenji. "He's a good guy. He can also see your big sister." "Really?" The little girl turned to Chenji with innocence, and Chenji nodded quickly. Using this chance, Chenji asked the girl several questions and promised that he would help her find her sister. Jiang Ling was very happy when she heard Chenji say that. She even gifted the flattened spider to Chenji, saying that was what her sister looked like. Chenji did not reject the child's kindness. Carefully, he slid the spider's body into a plastic bottle and kept it on him. After their relationship got close, Chenji tried to get more information from the girl. However, the more he asked, the more confused he became. Perhaps due to her young age, she could not remember much, and most of the things that she said did not make sense. In the end, Chenji only managed to get the girl's former address and her sister's name, Zhu Xingru. Chenji left the children's home with the accompaniment of the nurse at 9 p.m. After returning to New Century Park, Chenji packed his backpack with a hammer and Zio. He planned to visit the address that Jiang Ling had given him that night. "I should bring this with me. Perhaps it might be useful." Chenji shoved the plastic bottle with the spider into the backpack as well. Then he called a taxi to head for Linguan Village, which sat at the edge of western Jiujiang's district limit. While he was inside the taxi, Chenji tried to give Inspector Li a call to see whether he could get some information on the case, but to his surprise, his phone was not on. Is he on a mission? Chenji looked at his watch. Being a cop these days is not easy. Chenji finally arrived at Linguan Village at around 11:30 p.m. The place was so isolated. It was carved into the mountains, and the roads leading there had only been repaired a few years ago. The winds in the mountain were cold. There was no light even though it was just 11 p.m. The people there either had a habit of sleeping early or the place was completely deserted. There's not even a street light or a convenience store. How am I supposed to ask for directions? The place the girl mentioned should be further inside the mountain, but it will be easy for me to get lost if I wander into the mountain alone. Chenji realized how complicated things were when he arrived at the destination. He walked into the village using the recently repaired asphalt road. He walked for 10 meters when the asphalt road turned into a muddy road. The village looked new from the surface, but its interior was old and broken down. Many of the buildings were several decades old already. Something is not right. Why does this village feel so creepy? Chenji stopped moving. He opened the zipper on his backpack to reveal the head of Dr. Skullcracker's hammer. Most of the doors are covered with dust. This village should have plenty of empty houses, and the number of villagers still living here should be very small. He wandered to a random home, and when he got near, he realized the door was locked from the outside. If someone was in, the lock would definitely be on the inside. What has happened to this village? He slowly retreated. When he planned to leave the village, the 2 phones in his pocket vibrated at the same time. What's going on? Chenji first took out the black phone to glance at it. The message said that the completion rate for 3rd Sick Hall's trial mission had been increased to 87%. Looks like another patient has been captured. Chenji opened his own phone. It was a call from Inspector Li. "Uncle Sanbao, I thought you de-blocked me. That saddened me. There was a mission tonight, and everyone involved had to switch off their phones." Even though Inspector Li sounded tired, his good mood could be heard through the phone. "Good news, the 3rd Sick Hall's patient 8 has been captured. Chongqing has been captured. You should be glad. The man has been seen patrolling around New Century Park for the past few days. He was probably targeting you." "Where is he? Can I talk to him?" "He's in the ICU. The madman assaulted many officers, and the people from the main station had to shoot him in his legs and shoulders to detain him. He is now unconscious." "Inspector Li, capturing the murderer is a good thing, but you have to be careful. After all, safety first." "Stop going in circles with me. What do you want?" Inspector Li was familiar with Chenji. Once Chenji tried to care about him, he naturally wanted something in return. "Then I'll come right out with it. About 6 months ago, there was a poisoning case at western Jiujiang's Linguan village. Do you have any recollection of it?" Chenji asked directly. "I do, but that is not within our jurisdiction." "But it within western Jiujiang?" Chenji did not expect that answer. "Linguan village is counted as part of the mountains." Inspector Li sighed. "Listen to me. Don't go starting some insane investigation. Many weird things have happened in that village before. At the time, the case was quite a big one. It was followed by Captain Yan's team. What weird things? That will be confidential information. Then can you tell me about the poison case 6 months ago? Fan Yu is staying at the same children's home with the only survivor, a little girl. I'm doing this to help them. A little girl? Inspector Lee paused, and his tone suddenly turned serious. Chenji, you'd better keep a safe distance from that girl. I admit she's a bit weird, but there's no need to avoid her. According to the investigation, the final suspect, and the one who had the power to commit the murders, was the little girl. After a brief pause, Inspector Lee added, she once said something very curious. Chapter 286, What is he digging? Inspector Lee did not seem like he was willing to talk about it. There were footsteps coming from the other end of the phone. He walked to a more secluded place before explaining, the child has a twisted misunderstanding about death. After meeting Men Nan's main persona, the weirdest child looked normal in Chenji's eyes. At the time, a child's worldview hasn't been shaped yet. Perhaps death is just a journey to somewhere far away that I can understand. If only that's all. After the girl was rescued, she didn't say a word for the next 3 days. She didn't make a fuss or even cry. She was so obedient that it was quite creepy. Inspector Lee thought back to those days. It was until the 4th day that things changed. A female officer found the girl curled up in the corner of her bed, spacing out while looking at a spider. She thought the girl was scared solid by the spider, so she reached out to kill it. However, the girl started crying, saying the officer had killed her big sister. That was the first time the girl spoke, and it was from then that we realized there was something off about her. A child her age didn't feel sorry about the passing of her parents, but cried like it was the end of the world for a dead spider. What kind of world she was living in. We tried to explain the meaning of death to her, and we realized that in her heart, death was not the final destination. The girl told us, completely serious, that people would turn into something else after they died. It was not that different from the talk of reincarnation. It was because she was not fearful of death that we kept hearing some cruel words from the girl's lips. A cute girl that looked as innocent as an angel using her childish tone to talk about death. Is she an angel or a demon? After further investigation, we unearthed more details. The first who reported the case was a passing villager. According to the autopsy report, the girl had been living with her dead parents for at least 2 days before she was rescued. Inspector Lee lowered his voice. A child of 5 was already mature enough to think for herself, but she didn't call the police for 2 whole days and didn't even go searching for help from other adults. Don't you think that's weird? Could it be that her parents hadn't taught her about these things? Jiang Ling's pitiable appearance surfaced in Chenji's mind, and he also felt that something was off about this girl. There were only the girl and her parents' fingerprints inside the house. The method of killing was direct, but it was surprisingly successful. There were many other anomalies. In any case, this case is not as simple as you think. There was someone who called Inspector Lee's name. Someone was looking for him, and he answered back. Chenji, I need to leave. I know I wouldn't be able to stop you, but I still want to remind you. Be careful of that child and do not go to that village at night. Why not? Look at the map. Don't you think it's weird that there's nothing else around the village for several miles? When we interviewed the nearest village, which was basically in another district, for the case, there was an elder there who told us there was an epidemic at Lin Guan village some time ago, and it killed many people. Someone was rushing Inspector Lee. After a few more reminders, Inspector Lee ended the call, leaving Chenji stranded in the dark, abandoned village. Chenji pocketed his phone. He said some time ago, how many years ago was that? Looking at the rectangular, blocky houses in the door, he realized that they looked like coffins. Lin Guan village. After separating the Lin one, it'll become Yu Guan village too. He exited the village and stopped beside the asphalt road. Even in broad daylight, Chenji would not have found a taxi, much less at midnight. His way back to the city was gone. Yang Ling said that her father's peach plantation is to the western side of the village. I should go take a look. Chenji turned on his flashlight and followed the road to the western side of the village. The road became smaller as he neared his destination. Chenji hiked over a small hill, and just as he was about to give up, he suddenly saw a light ahead of him. Someone's there? The light moved slowly into the mountains. It did not seem to have noticed Chenji. Chenji nudged the hammer further out of the backpack and placed Zio in his chest pocket before moving forward. The mountain roads were rocky, so he did not dare move too fast. After tailing it for 10 minutes, the light slowly disappeared. Wait, could it be spirit fire? Left alone in the mountains, he was reminded of the ghost stories that he had been told when he was a babe. They were about how ghosts led innocent people deep into the forest with stray light. Calm down, Chenji patted himself on his face. He pulled the jacket tighter and jogged slowly toward the direction of the light. After turning around hill, the scene before him changed. A peach plantation appeared to have been inserted into the face of the mountain. Due to the lack of care, the plantation was overgrown with grass, and the peach trees tipped to their sides. From afar, they looked like living humans with abnormal growths. The light reappeared amid the trees. This should be the peach plantation that belongs to Jiang Ling's father. Chenji did not feel happy even though he had found the location. If anything, he was tense due to the appearance of the mysterious light. Everyone nearby knows about the murder case in this village, so why would someone purposely come here in the middle of the night? Chenji moved cautiously. He switched off the flashlight. Thanks to his yin-yang vision, Chenji could see better than most in the dark. He slowly moved into the plantation, and then came the sound of shoveling. What is he doing? Chenji was close enough to get a good look. There was a lamp hanging on a peach tree's branch, and underneath it was an old man in his 60s. He was using a hoe to unearth the soil of the plantation like he was looking for something. The old man's behavior was weird. Chenji did not announce himself and slowly followed behind the old man to continue his observation. Even though the man had a halo of white hair, his body was strong. His hands were filled with calluses, a sign of a lifetime of farming. He was wearing a shirt that had almost been washed white, and his face was tense like he did not know how to smile. Just a normal old man. No matter how Chenji saw it, this was an elderly farmer. However, why would he come to a crime scene to work the plot in the middle of the night? He was afraid that his sudden appearance might shock the old man, so he purposely returned several meters back and turned on his flashlight before yelling in the peach plantation's direction. "Is someone here? Is there a way to leave this mountain?" The old man was still frightened by Chenji's voice, which seemed to appear out of nowhere. His forehead was covered with cold sweat instantly. Chapter 287. No matter what you hear, don't come out. Sir, I'm a young man who likes to explore, and I'm an outdoor livestream host. Afraid that the old man might not believe him, Chenji told out his phone and showed him the page with his videos. I'm quite famous online. You can Google me if you want to. He confused the old man since he kept saying terms that the senior could not understand. Goggle you? One how would staring at you help? The old man tightened his palms around the hoe, and he looked at Chenji with alarm. To put it simply, I'm a famous outdoor explorer, Chenji summarized. He did not care whether the old man understood him or not. He took out a banknote from his pocket. I'm lost exploring this mountain, and it was lucky for me to run into you. Can you please tell me how to get back to Jiujiang City? The old man did not reach for Chenji's money. He kept his eyes on Chenji. Obviously, he did not trust Chenji. The two stood in the plantation. The weather in the mountain was prone to change. There was a chill in the air, and it soon started to rain. It's raining. Chenji opened his palm and allowed the rain to fall on it. The moment the rain turned heavier, the environment in the mountain would turn complicated. It would be bad for him. I don't know where you're from, but this place is called Linguan Village. It is right in the middle of Jiujiang and Linjiang. It's far from the city, and there are no cars nearby. It'll be difficult for you to return to Jiujiang. The man leaned on the hoe. His legs were weak from the shock that Chenji had given him. Who would have thought that a man would suddenly appear behind him in the middle of the night? Then what should I do? Chenji twisted his face like he was really worried. I can walk you to the foot of the mountain, but it'll probably take the whole night. The old man sighed. Right, there's a village at the bottom of the mountain. I can walk you there, but do not go into the village. Head straight for the road. Why can't I enter the village? If there are some villagers, I don't mind spending a night there. Just listen to me. Why do you have so many questions? The old man said sternly. This seemed to be especially important. But you've said so yourself, there are no cars. Even if I leave the mountain, I won't be able to return to Jiujiang. It looks like it's going to pour soon. I'll need a place to hide from the rain, right? Chenji was telling the truth, and the old man could not come up with a retort. He glared at Chenji, and the silence stretched between them. The rain picked up, and the old man sighed. Since it's raining now, it'll be misty in the morning. If you don't mind, you can stay with me for the night. He removed the lamp from the branch. He dragged the hoe for about 3 meters before asking Chenji, Are you really a famous explorer? Why would I lie? Chenji did not feel afraid even though the old man could assault him with the hoe. He took out his phone with one hand while his other reached for the hammer inside his backpack. You can search for me online. Look, this is me. Chenji showed the video of himself inside the third sick hall. It was the most normal video of himself that he could find. You've been on television before. I suppose you can say that. I'm considered quite famous in Jiujiang. Looking at Chenji inside the phone and the comments that followed it, the old man nodded. No wonder. A normal person wouldn't come here so late at night. After that, he realized that he might have let something slip, so he picked up the hoe and continued on. Come with me. Chenji and the old man exited the peach plantation, and after a few minutes of walking, they came across 4 wooden huts. You can take the first one. After I turn off the lights, stay in your room. No matter what you hear, do not come out. The old man unlocked the first hut, but he did not give Chenji the key. That sounds scary. Is it because there are wolves here? Chenji came up with a lie. I hear wolf attacks are common in the mountains. There are no wolves, just lie down and sleep. Nothing will happen to you if you don't come out. The old man ushered Chenji into the hut. When Chenji was in the wooden hut, he added, Remember, don't come out. Don't even push your hand or head out, remember. Don't worry, I'm easily scared. I will never purposely do things that are dangerous. Chenji sat on the bed inside the wooden hut honestly. Good, then rest well. When the morning mist disappears tomorrow morning, I'll lead you out of the mountain. After the old man bade Chenji farewell, he entered the second wooden hut. This place is just weird. Chenji looked around the room. There was not much furniture. There was only a wooden bed, and it did not even have a blanket. The first wooden hut had been vacant for a long time already. Dust was everywhere, and the corners of the room were filled with spiders' webs. How does one live in a place like this? Did the old man purposely give me this hut, or are there problems with the other huts as well? Chenji walked to the door to inspect it, and he realized something weird. Normally, the door lock was inside the door, but the lock for this hut was on the outside. He told me not to leave, but the door can't even be locked from the inside. Chenji felt like the old man had to be hiding something from him. He leaned against the door and yelled at the hut opposite, Sir, I still don't know your name. Can you please keep your voice down? I'm not deaf. The old man's voice was shaking. He seemed to be worried about something. My surname is Bai. Quickly go to sleep. Okay. After 20 minutes, Chenji yelled at the hut next door again. Master Bai, are you there? What now? Nothing. I just want to thank you and wish you a healthy life. Go to sleep. Chenji leaned against the wall, and the expression on his face was serious. He yelled at the hut next door at 20 minutes interval. Normally, if someone was woken up, their voice would be mixed with anger or drowsiness, but Master Bai's replies did not sound like that. None of his replies sounded like he was asleep, and his voice was shaking. This meant that he was not sleeping. If anything, it felt like he was waiting for something to arrive. Master Bai looks like an honest man, and he even warned me about the village at the bottom of the mountain. He doesn't seem like a bad person, but his curious activities make me worry. Chenji silently opened the wooden door a sliver. The rain was pouring, and darkness covered everything. These 4 huts should be Jiang Ling's family's old home, but it's unclear which one is the hut where her parents died. Pressing the play button on the recorder, Chenji pulled open his backpack to grab the handle of the hammer. He did not stay in his hut, but slowly inched toward the 3 other huts. The sound of rain muffled his footsteps. Chenji held the hammer and stopped before the old man's hut. He leaned his ear on the door. Chapter 288, Friends. Translator, Lonely Editor, Milman 97. The wooden hut was completely silent. Chenji stayed at the door for about 10 seconds until Su Yin's suppressed voice came out from the recorder. So painful. The old man probably was still awake because when Su Yin spoke, there was a commotion inside the hut. The old man heard the noise coming from outside the door, but he did not come out to take a look. Instead, he buried his head deeper under the covers. He must be very afraid. The door of the second wooden hut was also locked from the outside. Chenji tried to wiggle the lock loose, but the door only moved a centimeter before it got stuck on something. Chenji looked through the gap, and the second wooden hut was filled with more furniture than his hut. There was a wooden bed, a wooden table, a chair, and a dresser without the doors. A bunch of clothes that had been washed a few too many times were hanging inside it. Looks like he has lived here a long time already. Chenji could not understand it. The old man was obviously afraid, so why did he move to live at the crime scene? Even more curiously, why did go digging at the peach plantation at night? It was not yet time to demand an explanation from the old man. Chenji retreated silently and headed for the third wooden hut. There was no moon or stars, and the rain made the night even darker than usual. Chenji did not turn on the flashlight, but his yin-yang vision allowed him to see clearly in the dark. He soon arrived at the third wooden hut. The third wooden hut was the largest. There was a rusted lock on the door. Chenji pushed on it slightly, and to his surprise, the lock was just for decoration. The door creaked open, and this door of the third wooden house was different from others because it could be locked from both inside and outside. Chenji felt confused by this anomaly. For a normal village house, there would be locks on both sides. Even if there was not a lock on the inside, there would be a door bolt so that the person inside could lock the door if they wanted some privacy. However, it was not like that for the first and second wooden huts. The inside of the door was completely blank. It feels like the first and second wooden huts act as a livestock pen, and the lock is on the outside to prevent the animals locked inside from getting out. Chenji entered the third wooden hut. The hut was separated into 2 rooms. There was a large wooden bed in the inner room, and the outer room had a wooden table and a simple hearth. This should be the house where Jiang Ling's parents died. Chenji did not feel uncomfortable. Perhaps he had gotten used to it. He ransacked the place and realized that there were many hemp ropes hanging on the walls, and he found a set of carpentry tools under the bed. The layer of dust is very thick, meaning that the tool box hasn't been touched for a long time already. It probably belonged to the victims. Chenji replaced the box and looked at the wooden hut. Jiang Ling's father was probably a carpenter. Did he build these wooden huts himself? So were the doors of the first 2 huts designed like that on purpose. Chenji left the third hut and headed for the last one. The hut was situated at the deepest part of the plantation. It seemed isolated from the other 3, and it sat at least 10 meters away. Chenji treaded along the muddy path before he reached the 4th wooden hut. There were 2 locks on the door, one rusted and the other new. The new lock should be the old gentleman's doing. What kind of secret is this hut hiding? Chenji walked around the hut, but the house did not even have a window. It was completely sealed. He leaned at the gap of the door and looked into the room. There were plenty of nails in the walls and several hemp ropes hung from them. The corners were filled with spider webs. There was something that looked like a medieval torture device in the middle of the room. It was built from several wooden parts, and it could shackle someone in the middle of it to stop said person from moving. So painful, Su Yin's voice came from the recorder. Different from the earlier voice, this time he sounded like he was warning Chenji. This is weird. There's not even a table or bed in this 4th hut. What is the purpose of this place? Chenji took out his hammer, and after a short hesitation, he convinced himself not to smash the wooden door. I shouldn't act too brash. It might leave a bad impression. The rain continued to pour and lightning occasionally crossed the sky. Chenji did not find anything. He returned to his own room. There's nothing here other than the bed. It's hard to even block the door. He was worried that someone might sneak into his room at midnight, so he moved the bed to the door. Looks like that's all I can do. Chenji curled up in bed, holding Xiaxia while he kept his eyes on the small window of the hut. The window was about the size of a basketball. Living inside the wooden hut felt like he was trapped inside a prison. If nothing happens, I'll go ask the old gentleman for an explanation when the sun rises. The rain picked up the pace outside the window. The wind caused the branches to creak, and their shadows looked like small hands reaching for the wooden huts. Chenji was looking through his phone at 2 a.m. when he heard the sound of a door opening. It did not sound like it came from the hut next door, but the third wooden hut. The old man didn't leave his room, and it was someone else who opened the door. Looks like the thing that he is afraid of has finally appeared. Chenji took in a deep breath and grabbed the sheets that were covered with spider webs. Ignoring the dirt, he covered his body with them, only leaving his eyes outside. He kept his eyes on the window. The rain kept falling, and it sounded like something was moving outside. The footsteps were rushed and irregular, like a crowd was bustling to get somewhere. It's coming. There was scratching on the wooden door next door. It sounded like several hands were scratching the wooden door. It lasted for a whole minute, and Chenji suddenly heard a woman's voice coming from the old man's hut. "Save me, save me." The woman was crying, and from the voice it sounded like she was young. This is the thing the old man is afraid of. Chenji's mind turned. The old man seemed to know that the woman would appear, so he pretended to be asleep inside the hut and did not respond in any way. The voice lasted for about 10 minutes before it disappeared. The irregular footsteps began again, but this time they were heading toward Chenji's hut. The scratching sound began outside the door. The other party seemed to realize something because it increased its strength until the wooden door started to swing. Curling inside the covers, Chenji was thankful to have moved the bed to block the door. The wooden door could not be opened, and the monster scratched madly. After several seconds, the woman's crying voice started. "Save me, save me, save me." The door continued to swing. Chenji reached into his backpack to grab the hammer. He was ready for the confrontation, but the voice only lasted for several seconds before it disappeared alongside the scratching noise. I don't hear footsteps. She hasn't left yet. Such a cunning creature. Chenji stayed inside the covers. He wanted to poke his head out to look at what was happening, but when his gaze swept across the window, his breath stopped. A woman's head hung outside the window. Her eyes were completely white, and blood-red spider silk dangled from her lips, intertwining with her black hair. Save me, save me. The woman opened her lips, and the blood-red spider web climbed into the hut. Numerous hands gripped the edge of the window. Chenji tossed the backpack aside after grabbing the hammer. He looked at the woman and walked toward her voluntarily. Chapter 289, Body Inside the Peach Plantation. The temporarily flash of light made the dangling head look even scarier. Several slender hands reached for the window, and the edge was covered with fingers, creepy. At this crucial moment, however, Chenji was thinking about something else. The woman's face is similar to the spider monster drawn by Fan Yu. She doesn't look old, it fits perfectly. She should be Jiang Ling's older sister. The wooden beam creaked. The hut seemed like it was going to crumble under the pressure and was shaking. The spider web crawled toward Chenji, and the woman squeezed her head into the room. Save me, save me. I did come here to save you. Chenji did not dare wait anymore lest the situation got out of control. This was probably the first time the woman had heard such an answer. She stopped talking but continued to crawl into the room. Blood-red web stuck to the wall, and the woman's face twisted with various emotions. You're Jiang Ling's sister. We've met before. The woman was unfazed, like she did not understand what Chenji was talking about. Jiu Jiang's children's home, don't you remember? Chenji was ready to call Su Yin when he suddenly remembered something. He retrieved a plastic bottle from his pocket. This is what your little sister gave me. There was a flattened spider inside the bottle. When he left the children's home, Jiang Ling had given Chenji the spider's body as a present. The hut stopped shaking. The woman's eyes that were lacking pupils looked at the plastic bottle. She stopped destroying the window. After looking at Chenji for a while, she leaned her head toward him. The woman's neck was fair and sexy, but the length was double that of a normal human neck. Chenji twisted the bottle open and handed it to the woman with one hand. The scary monster finally calmed down. She kept her mouth closed like she was considering some stuff. I bear no ill will toward you. I just feel like you and your sister are very sad, so I came to help you. Chenji silently turned off the recorder. Your sister has told me many things. I can understand your situation and your pain. Technically speaking, we're about the same. I too have survived some despairing ordeals. Chenji had told Su Yin the same thing before. He was not good at social interactions, so the only thing he could do was place himself in other people's shoes. The ghost and the human looked at each other with a wall between them. I'll help you clear your name, and I'll take care of your family. Why do you think I entered the mountain alone in the middle of the night? I just want to help you, little sister, who wants to relieve her sister's pain. In the end, even Chenji believed in what he was saying. He looked serious, and pain could be heard in his voice. The woman pulled back her head. She looked at Chenji with her head titled. The expression on her face did not look that angry anymore, and in its place was confusion. I can help you put down your resentment and bring you away from this painful place. I can find you a new home to live, said Chenji earnestly. The woman appeared like she had started to believe Chenji. She did not quite understand what Chenji was saying, but when he mentioned bringing her away, she shook her head. I know you love your sister and want to protect her, but do you know? It is because of your presence that your sister is bullied by other children and is seen as a monster, a patient. She cannot return to a normal life, love normally, and enjoy being loved. I can understand you, but others can't. Believe me, if you continue to shadow her, one day you'll become her darkest nightmare. Do you want to hear from your own sister's lips that she hates you? The woman felt like things had developed beyond her expectations. Her white eyes turned before she shook her head again. I will not force you to make any choice. I'm just telling you the truth. It's for your own good. Chenji's voice had a trace of indescribable sadness in it. The pain that you've suffered and might suffer in the future, I've experienced it before. If you find yourself with no place to go, you can come find me. Then he made a brave move. He hid the right hand that was holding the hammer behind him and reached out with his left hand to the woman. My little brother is your little sister's best friend. If possible, how about we be friends as well? He did not purposely lower his voice. When he said so, there was a weird sound coming from next door. It sounded like someone had fallen from the bed. The woman's eyes turned crazily. She leaned back, looking at Chen Ji's extended hand. "We can be friends?" Chen Ji walked forward, and the woman's eyes turned even faster. She opened her lips to shoot a spider web at the door before retreating into the plantation and disappeared. "Wait!" Chen Ji moved the wooden bed away and rushed out the door, but the woman had already disappeared. "I still haven't given her my address." "Never mind, this was a good start. To employ her at the haunted house, I still need to go through Jiangling." The door next door flew open, and the old man rushed out, holding both the lamp and the hoe. He stood at the door, shaking. He was truly afraid of Chen Ji. The man did not get scared meeting a ghost, but even opened the door to chase after it. What was with that expression of regret on his face? "Master Bai, you've been eavesdropping, right?" Rain wet Chen Ji's hair. He turned to look at the old man. Chen Ji's gaze caused the old man to quiver with fear. "What is he going to do? Kill me to silence me? Also, where did he find that hammer that looks like a murder weapon?" "No, I was awoken by the words you said when you were sleeping. I'll be going back to sleep since you're fine." The old man gripped the hoe tightly until the back of his hand was popping with veins. He was so nervous that his lips were quivering. "You don't need to lie to me anymore. This place is a crime scene. A family of 4. The parents were poisoned, the older sister went missing, and I believe that the creature I just saw was that sister." Chen Ji thought about it before adding, "She disappeared into the peach plantation, and when I first met you, you were digging inside the plantation. If my guess is correct, you should have been searching for her body." The old man was stunned. After a long time, he said with a voice heavy with guilt and regret, "How did you find out?" "Not only do I know that you're looking for her body, I also know that her body is hidden under the tallest tree at the plantation." Chen Ji pointed at the blood-red spider web on the door. It was the clue left behind by the woman. Chapter 290, Coffin Village. Translator, Lonely Editor, Milman 97. There was a line of words that was formed by the spider web, but weirdly enough, when the old man turned to look, the words dissolved into blood and washed away. "You've been searching for Jiang Ling's sister's body. Is it because you've done some wrong by her?" Chen Ji heard the guilt and self-reprimand in the old man's words. "Come in first." The old man hung the lamp by the door. He was flustered because his secret of many years had been discovered. Chen Ji joined him in the second wooden hut. The old man released a long sigh. "Actually, I know who the killer is that poisoned the couple." "You do?" Chen Ji stood at the door holding the hammer. He did not walk in. "I can make a guess." The old man peeled back the wooden bed, and there was a coffin hiding under it. It was smaller than a normal coffin, and it was pure black. Placing a coffin under the bed, Chen Ji was confused. The coffin was prepared for the Zhu family's eldest daughter. The old man pushed the coffin lid open and took out an incomplete plaque. It was carved with the name, Zhu Xinru. "Why did you prepare this coffin for her? Are you related to her disappearance?" "The story starts a long time ago." The old man looked at the plaque in his hand dumbly. "When I was a child, I heard from the adults that there was a coffin village deep in the Jiujiang Mountains. The villagers there never interact with outsiders, and the villagers all have weird growths. They observe weird traditions like preparing a living coffin inside every home, but no one knows what they are for." Chen Ji could still follow the earlier half of what the old man said. Since the villagers did not mingle with outsiders, this led to consanguineous marriages, and it was common for that to lead to abnormal growths. However, what the old man said next confused Chen Ji. "What is the meaning behind every family owning a living coffin? Placing a coffin inside the house is much too unlucky." Chen Ji closed the door and softly asked, "Master Bai, is the village still there today?" "Initially, I thought the village was just a rumor. After all, no one had seen it before, but one day we were proven wrong." The old man placed the plaque down and reached into the coffin to look for something. "About a decade ago, there was a tragedy that happened at Coffin Village, and several families managed to escape. The families who managed to escape looked just like normal, and they did not follow these weird rumored traditions, so Bai Family Village, which sits at the foot of the mountain, accepted them. However, no one expected that within that same year, Bai Family Village would be struck with an epidemic as well." The old man's voice was steeped in regret. It felt like some of the villagers were against keeping these people, but the majority accepted them. The few families brought the epidemic out from inside the mountains. Who can really tell? Those with the power to move migrated long after, and the village was practically deserted. However, the families from Coffin Village stayed and extended their roots there. In fact, later, they even changed the village name, and that is the Lin Guan village you see today. Master Bai finally found the thing he was looking for. It was a black outfit. This jacket was made for the Zhu family's eldest daughter. Those who died outside was requested to wear black when they were moved into the coffin. That way, the blood wouldn't be so obvious. There was something curious about the clothes that the old man was holding. The place where the back was located had 4 sleeves that were about a quarter the length of normal sleeves. You two realize how weird this outfit looks, right? But that's what the Zhu family's eldest daughter looked like. The old man's voice became smaller and smaller. Chenji could hear the pain in his voice. The child's parents were one of the families who escaped from Coffin Village. Her mother already carried her at the time of their escape, so in other words, the child was Coffin Village's last seed. This level of abnormality can no longer be explained by consanguineous marriage. Something is very wrong with that Coffin Village. Chenji did not expect that would be the answer. Looking at the black jacket, Chenji could imagine what Zhu Xinru looked like. I don't know much about the problem Coffin Village was facing. I only know that the child had a harsh life. Her parents were afraid to let other villagers see her, so when she was small, she would be wrapped in many layers even when the weather was scorching hot. However, the secret would inevitably be exposed when she got older. Therefore, the parents came up with the idea to lock the child inside their home to prevent her from leaving. The old man folded the outfit and placed it on the coffin lid. It would serve its purpose soon. Then what happened? Eventually, the villagers still found out about the Zhu family's eldest daughter, and to my surprise, the other families who escaped from Coffin Village did not come out to help the couple but even prepared to kill the poor child. They were close to holding a riot. In the end, it was Bai Family Village's people who stepped out to calm the crowd. They decided to chase the family out of the village. The Zhu family's father was a coffin maker, so he was good at carpentry. After leaving the village, he moved the family to this peach plantation and lived a fairly isolated life. Life went on as usual, and there was a rumor in the village that the family had given birth to a second daughter. Just as everyone thought that was the last that we would hear about them, the couple ran back to the village to warn everyone because their eldest daughter had gone missing. Yes, you heard right. They didn't come to ask for help to search for their daughter, but came to warn us to be extra careful. A few days later, the eldest daughter was found in the mountain, and her parents dragged her home to be given heavy punishment. They strung her up and beat her. Every few months, the eldest daughter would escape, and she would be dragged back every time to be delivered corporal punishment whenever she was found. The wooden hut that was built at the deepest part of the plantation was used to lock up the eldest daughter. To punish her, her father even built a special device. The eldest daughter was treated as monster by the villagers, and her parents seemed like they wished she hadn't been born. Only her younger sister was good to her and treated her as family. There was an abnormality about the youngest daughter, too, but it was not as obvious as her sister, plus she was kind and cute. She was a well-loved child. The old man sighed. My land is just adjacent to the peach plantation, so I had many interactions with the little girl. She was never shy around strangers, and we became fast friends. One day, while I was working the field, the girl came crying to me, asking me to save her sister. I knew about her family's condition, so I ignored her. At this point, the old man choked on his words like he could not continue anymore. His muddy eyes stared at the black jacket on the coffin, and his hands gripped his knees. I should have helped her even though she was treated as a monster. The girl left crying. In the end, I couldn't stop myself from worrying, so I came to the plantation to take a look. I saw the eldest daughter inside the 4th hut, and that was the last time I saw her. Her body was shackled to the wooden device, and her several arms were tied by ropes. There were plenty of wounds on her body, and she appeared to be dying. I couldn't imagine what she had been through. She begged for me to save her, but I was too afraid and ran in a hurry. Several days later, I finally gathered enough courage to return, but the couple told me that their eldest daughter had escaped again. Chapter 291, New 3-Star Mission. I missed the only chance to save her. The old man kept his head lowered when he spoke. His words were filled with guilt and regret. After some time, he continued. I visited them again after 1 month to see whether they had found the girl. I knocked on the door for a long time, but there was no answer. I walked to the side of the hut and saw that the window had been shattered. I stood on my tiptoes and glanced through the window. The girl's mother was collapsed by the window, and one of her hands was gripping the edge of the window. She seemed like she was trying to escape, but the room was built like a prison. The window was too small for her to fit through. I grabbed the hoe to smash the lock on the wooden door. The father had built a sturdy house, and I needed to knock several times before the door fell open. There was a faded stench inside the room, and the tables and chairs were all tipped over. The father was lying beside the door, and there was a deep scratch mark gouged into the door. It must have been painful for him. I called the police and the ambulance. When I was about to run back to the village to call for help, the door to the hut next door suddenly opened. It was the Zhu family's second daughter. She walked out obediently from the house. Seeing the key in her pocket, I was reminded of the fact that the door was locked from the outside. This place was so isolated that normal people wouldn't come here, and the villagers gave the family a wide berth, so no one would come to poison them for no reason and lock them inside the hut. There was only one possibility. The killer had to be the daughter. Suddenly, looking at the young girl, it felt like I could not recognize her anymore. Perhaps she saw her future in her sister, so she was just trying to protect herself. After all, the little girl had been born with a not-so-noticeable abnormality. However, a scarier thing happened. When the girl saw me, she did not panic or show fear. She walked over like normal. She raised her beautiful face and looked so innocent, but the words that left her lips still chill me to this day. She said them with a flat tone without any emotion. She told me that her sister had been buried inside the peach plantation several weeks ago, and she hoped that I would help her find her sister. I wanted to tell her, after one was buried in the ground, they were dead already. I tried to explain the concept of death to her, but she just smiled happily at me. She told me, after we die, we would change into something else, and her sister actually hadn't left. The old man gripped his hands tightly. Thinking back to the day, his forehead still broke out in cold sweat. I didn't know how to communicate with the child, so I ran back to the village alone to call a few young men to guard the perimeter of the plantation while we waited for the police to arrive. Then there was a long investigation. I told the police there might be a body buried in the plantation, but the police couldn't find Zhu Xinru. They tried to use the little girl as an opening, but she refused to speak. It was as if she had turned mute overnight. Due to my guilt toward Zhu Xinru, I didn't expose her sister. Furthermore, from how I see it, their parents got what they deserve. There was a bitterness in the old man's voice. The couple always hit their children, and when the escapees from Coffin Village wanted to execute Zhu Xinru, they not only did not stop them, but even gave their silent approval. If not for the people from Bai Family Village, a tragedy would have happened a long time ago. Other than the little girl, you're the biggest suspect, right? Didn't the police say anything to you? Chenji was calm. The case was as he expected. I tried to hide the little girl, but the police were not so easily fooled. They managed to discover many things from the little clues, and I believe that one of them by the name of Yan seemed to have figured out everything. However, he did not point it out. The old man looked at the coffin and reminisced about the past. He was not that interested in the poison case, but showed more interest in Coffin Village. After giving my statement, I was free to go. The girl was taken away by the police, and I moved to the city to live with my son. However, whenever night came, I could hear Zhu Xinru's voice crying, "Save me, save me." I asked my son and daughter-in-law, but they claimed that they didn't hear anything. It was normal for the two adults, but my grandson, who had just started kindergarten, would point at the bottom of his bed or the cupboard and yell, "Spider! Spider!" We ransacked the house but could not find any spiders. I suspected it had something to do with Zhu Xinru, so I bought the peach plantation and moved here. My aim is to find Zhu Xinru's body. I'm old now with a few years ahead of me. I only have 2 wishes left in my life. One is the safety of my family, and the other is to find Zhu Xinru. The old man held the black jacket and stood beside the coffin. He seemed to be ready. His voice lowered like he was talking to himself. Whether she can be found or not, at least this coffin can be put into good use already. Old master, don't be that pessimistic. Now that we know the exact location of the burial site, we can report to the police tomorrow. Digging for body would disrupt the crime scene, so Chenji wanted to leave that to the police. That's fine, but I wanted to go and check. When the poison case happened, I told the police there is a body inside the plantation, but they couldn't find it. I'm afraid of an accident. The old man grabbed the lamp and the hoe. You have a point. The rain outside had receded. Chenji grabbed his backpack and followed the old man to the largest tree that was at the middle of the plantation. They dug around it for a long time, but could not find Zhu Xinru's body. This shouldn't be. Chenji believed Zhu Xinru had no reason to lie to him. After all, he only wanted to help her. Sai, looks like it's not here either. There was a thick disappointment in the old man's voice. Wait a minute. Chenji looked at the decaying tree, and he retrieved the hammer from his bag to smash at the trunk. The trunk wasn't that thick to begin with, and it shook from the force. The roots are dead, the trunk might be hollow. The two worked together to loosen the soil around the roots and then push the trunk down. Underneath the cluster of roots was a hole filled with spiders, webs, and through it was something that looked like a woman's legs. This is it. Zhu Xinru was buried head first, and the peach tree sealed off her body. Save me. When the body was found, Chen Ji's black phone vibrated. He took several steps back to look at the message. Congratulations, Spectre's favored. You've triggered the trial mission for a 3-star scenario, Coffin Village. The scenario is extremely dangerous. Please decide whether to accept the mission within a week. Chapter 292, A Miracle Draw. The night rain slipped through his collar and chilled Chen Ji's skin. He stood at the fringe of the plantation and stared at the message on his phone. In the slot where he could choose the trial missions, there was a new option, Coffin Village. A 3-star scenario is still too difficult for me. The third sick hall is also a 3-star scenario. Without Zhang Ye, I would have died then. Since the difficulty was 3-star, this meant that the scenario possibly had more than one Red Spectre. Based on the information Chen Ji had, the only source of threat to a Red Spectre was another Red Spectre. The trial missions given by the Black Phone are more than just a mission. I need to consider the other variables both in real life and in the future. I cannot rush into this. Chen Ji hesitated. Well, I have a week to think. Perhaps Zhang Ye will wake up in a few days. If that happens, I will not hesitate to take the mission. He came to the decision and glanced at his shadow before shoving the phone into his pocket. I'll decide in 5 days. Coffin Village was a new choice, but ultimately it was a choice. Based on the accident revolving around Jiang Ling and Zhu Xinru, Chen Ji had a feeling that this 3-star mission would be as dangerous as Third Sick Hall. The key problem was that the village at the foot of the hill was called Lin Guan Village, but the mission venue given by the Black Phone was called Coffin Village. Based on what the old man had told him, Chen Ji suspected that the real mission venue was that mysterious village hidden in the depths of the mountain. After unlocking such a scenario, it would be a real attraction at the haunted house. After all, there were not that many haunted houses that used an abandoned haunted village as the theme. Once unlocked, it would attract many new visitors. To be honest, Chen Ji was intrigued. However, he was also cautious. Coffin Village was situated deep in the mountain, not near anything. The place probably would not have telephone signal. If something dangerous happened to him then, seeking escape alone would be difficult. The villagers of Coffin Village are born with abnormalities, and each family prepares a living coffin. This place is probably hiding plenty of monsters. Those who escaped to Bai Family Village looked normal, but their attitude toward those with abnormalities was curious. It was like they wanted to kill all of them. Why did these people escape from the mountains? Was it really because of an epidemic? Chen Ji could not understand why, but he was certain of one thing. Before entering Coffin Village, he needed to make friends with Jiang Ling. The girl was definitely not as innocent as she looked. Both Yinzia Xio and Fan Yu seem to like me. Perhaps I'm more natural around children than adults. It shouldn't be too hard to make friends with Jiang Ling. The peach trees rustled in the dark. The old man used the hoe to pry the hole underneath the tree open. His motion was soft, and guilt hung on his face. Chen Ji wanted to help but was rejected by the old man. He removed his jacket and hung it over an overhanging branch like he was trying to keep the body from being ruined by the rain. The old man moved the soil away, and the female body started to slide. When Chen Ji saw the small arms that grew under her normal arm, he did not feel so good. She was born into this body, so why did the people around her fault her for it? Chen Ji thought back to Zhu Xinru's childhood that the old man had described. No matter the weather, she would need to be wrapped up tightly, and when her abnormality was discovered, she had to face the bullying and mockery from people around her, and she had to apologize to them for something that she could not control. She must have loved the winter when she was young. When he saw Zhu Xinru's full body, the shock could not be described by words. However, compared to disgust and isolation, what Chen Ji felt was pity. He had seen many monsters and many people who had seen many monsters, so he could see it from a more subjective perspective. It's not your fault. Chen Ji stood facing the wind to block the rain that threatened to pour into the hole. Suddenly, the black phone in his pants vibrated again. He took it out, and the black phone said the affection Zhu Xinru had for him increased from stranger to slightly favorable opinion. When I first saw Xia Xio, that was how she thought about me. Looks like this one also won't attack me for no reason. Without a taxi, leaving the isolated Lin Guan village in the middle of the night was difficult, but Chen Ji already had a plan. At 3:15 a.m., the police arrived at the scene. As the one who found the body, Chen Ji requested to follow the police to the station to give his statement. At 5:30 p.m., Master Bai and Chen Ji were in Inspector Li's office. Compared to the nervous Master Bai, Chen Ji was more relaxed. He even managed to get some shut-eye in the police car. Master Bai, just tell the truth, don't be afraid. Our Jiujiang's police are the best of the best. They will not purposely make things difficult for you. When Inspector Li walked into the room, Chen Ji was trying to teach the old man how to face the police like he was an experienced master. Inspector Li did not even know how to react. This kid looks more and more like our informant as the days go by. Uncle Sanbao, Chen Ji stood up when he saw Inspector Li. Tonight will trouble you again. The police's work is never done, isn't it? The old man beside him nodded. He was an honest man. He realized that they had reported the case in the middle of the night and the police officers had trekked into the mountain before daylight. They were indeed hardworking. Thank you for all the trouble you've gone through, sir. It's our job, Inspector Li told Master Bai with a smile, then he turned toward Chen Ji. Jiujiang is so big. Can you please wander out of our district once in a while? I beg you to leave the district for holiday. Give yourself a break and give us a break. Inspector Li, you're so nice to me. Don't worry, my body can still stand it. Inspector Li looked at Chen Ji and wanted to stand up to smack him, but since an outsider was there, he held it in. Inspector Li rubbed his temples, and after taking their statements, he hastily called De Yang to lead Chen Ji out. De Yang, who had dark circles under his eyes, walked Chen Ji to the door. He gripped Chen Ji's shoulder as he said, Brother, Inspector Li is a straight shooter, don't mind him. But if you don't feel like going on a holiday, how about staying home to relax for a few days? De Yang sounded sincere. He was really looking out for Chen Ji. Accepting the kindness from Western Jiujiang's police station, Chen Ji nodded and replied with sincerity, Okay, I'll try my best. Chen Ji jumped into a taxi and returned to New Century Park. The sun was just climbing over the horizon. Staring at the sun, standing before the haunted house, Chen Ji suddenly took out the black phone. I remember the effect of lucky draw during midday is not so good. They say a good morning is a good start to everything. Perhaps I might be lucky if I initiate the lucky draw now. Chen Ji thought about and spent 100 screams to spin the wheel of misfortune. Chapter 293, Draw. Sunlight fell on his face as Chen Ji stared at the phone screen. When the spinning needle slowed down, his heart tightened. 100 screams was not a small number. If he won something useless from the lucky draw, it would have been such a waste. I purposely picked early morning to do the draw. It shouldn't be a baleful specter this time. Just from the perspective of probability, it's time for me to see what other things the wheel has to offer, right? Chen Ji could not remember the last time he had been so nervous. His heart rose with anticipation while he kept his eyes on the phone. It stopped. Lucky spin completed. Congratulations for having won a rare special item, the drawer that cannot be opened, chance of winning, 1/100. When he saw the message, Chen Ji sucked in a cold breath. A series of nouns appeared in his mind. Cursed love letter, crying tape, drawer that cannot be opened. They sound like they're from the same series. Chen Ji continued to read. I felt like someone was watching me. He was probably hiding in this room. I searched all the corners that someone could hide in, but I could not find him. I grew afraid. Whenever I worked at the table with my back facing the living room, the feeling of being watched returned. He was spying on me. I was so afraid that he would sneak to stand behind me when I was not looking. To save myself, I hid a knife inside the desk's drawer. One night, the feeling of being watched reappeared. I couldn't wait any longer and pulled the drawer open to grab the knife. But when the drawer was pulled open, I realized the man wasn't hiding in the living room. Congratulations, Spectres favored. You've won another rare baleful spectre. Warning, if you win 5 baleful specters from the Wheel of Misfortune, your title will be upgraded. The morning breeze touched his face and the sun was warm. Chen Ji slowly moved his gaze away from the screen. Why is it a drawer this time? When Chen Ji saw the name of the reward, he knew it was a baleful spectre. He had spun the wheel 4 times already and won 3 specters. His title would be upgraded soon based on his luck. I have a feeling I won't be seeing anything else in the wheel. Then again, how is a drawer going to help me fight the Ghost Stories Society? Chen Ji felt like he needed a bigger backpack. The probability of drawing Zhang Ye's love letter was 1 in 1,000, and this drawer was 1 in 100. It should be weaker than Zhang Ye, but slightly more powerful than Su Yin. It's at least a rare item, which is better than nothing. Chen Ji ran into the props room. When he earned any reward from the wheel, the item would appear inside the wooden box that his parents had left behind. Chen Ji kept the box inside the props room. However, Chen Ji searched for a long time, but he could not locate that drawer that could not be opened. Could the black phone be referring to the actual drawers inside the props room? He pulled open the drawer one by one and found a rental notice in one of them. Room 304, Jiujiang 3rd Hospital's staff residence. Room model, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom. A brand new home, upscale furniture, 46-inch LED television, large sofa, wooden floor, can move in immediately. Rental 900 per month. Phone number. Chen Ji was made confused by the string of exclamation marks that were used on the flyer. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The location is not bad. Normally it should cost 3,000 per month, so why is it so cheap? The notice looked old, like it was from several years back, but even so, it should not cost 900 per month. There's something fishy about this room. It's probably haunted. Although Chen Ji could not find the drawer, he did find this notice. Chen Ji understood what the black phone was trying to say. This new friend requires me to go find him personally. Chen Ji leaned the hammer against the wall. He looked at the time. I can take a half-an-hour nap before the park opens at 9 a.m. In the afternoon, I'll go to Jiujiang's children's home to visit Fan Yu and Jiang Ling. On the way home, I'll go deal with the drawer. After changing his clothes, Chen Ji prepared to feed the white cat. He tried to use the cat food as bait to train the white cat to find the food itself. He tried for a long time, and he came to the conclusion that taking care of Xia Xiao and the pen spirit was more convenient. Since I can't train the white cat to look for its food on its own, perhaps I should train Xia Xiao to feed it. Chen Ji rustled Xia Xiao's head and suddenly felt like there were many abilities of his current employees that he had not yet discovered. The haunted house opened at 9 a.m., and the number of visitors was obviously bigger than before. Director Luo's promotional tactic was good, but Chen Ji believed that the power of his haunted house played a bigger part. To match the promotion, New Century Park had made a lot of adjustments. One could purchase tickets online, and the visitors could also share the link on social media to enjoy a greater discount. After the discount, New Century Park's ticket did not cost much anymore. This meant that those who had tried one-star scenarios before invited their friend to challenge harder scenarios. After all, visiting a haunted house alone was a vastly different experience to visiting with friends. With the growing popularity, there were guides to Chen Ji's haunted house appearing online. The number who cleared the 2-star scenarios increased, but none of them had a perfect clear. The highest record was held by a group of students from Jiujiang Medical University and normal visitors. 12 of them worked together to find 21 name tags in 20 minutes. It was to Chen Ji's regret that when one group finally gathered to challenge a 3-star scenario, the 3rd sick hall, they swiftly retreated when Chen Ji opened the door and they saw the mattresses that littered the corridor like mass graves. Some visitors are already challenging the 3rd sick hall. Looks like I need to unlock a new scenario soon. Chen Ji finally got time to rest when the park closed at 6 p.m. After Su Wan left, Chen Ji grabbed the rental notice and left New Century Park. He stopped at a supermarket to purchase a bunch of snacks and toys before arriving at Jiujiang's children's home. The president thought Chen Ji finally decided to bring Fan Yu away, so he came out personally to welcome Chen Ji. Of course, he was disappointed by the result. Chen Ji carried the bunch of snacks into Fan Yu and Jiang Ling's room. The 2 kids, who did not know that he was going to visit them, were drawing quietly in the room. Chapter 294, Fan Yu's Warning. Red and black were still the only colors on the paper. Fan Yu's style had not changed. This is the room we're living in, and your sister was lying there at the time. Fan Yu's finger moved on the painting. It passed several black people before stopping at a black window. The nurse looked at Fan Yu's drawing, and she was confused. She was standing near the window, so if Fan Yu was right, the spider-like humanoid monster was just above her head. Ling Ling, let's go back to the room to play, okay? The nurse squatted down and moved her gaze away from Fan Yu's drawing. Her rational mind told her that Fan Yu was drawing those things from his imagination, but the more she looked at it, the more unsettled she became, as if there was a real monster beside her. No wonder many mental doctors fall ill with psychological issues. After extended interaction with these abnormal patients, their worldview will slowly be twisted as well. The nurse told herself that the source of her fear was her brain playing tricks on her. She tried to hug the little girl away, but the girl struggled. She did not want to leave Fan Yu's side. Let me, you should not be so rough with kids. Chen Ji placed the toys and snacks on the table before reaching for Jiang Ling's small hand. I'm rough, the nurse stood to the side with a speechless expression. I just think daily exposure to these scary drawings will have a negative effect on Jiang Ling's growth, so I'm trying to lead her away. Understood, taking care of children is not easy. Chenji looked confident and mature. There was an indescribable warmth in his smile. The nurse glanced at him before turning her head away with a harumph. Even so, her gaze would drift back to Chenji occasionally. Jiangling, I've met your sister, Chenji said directly. He did not treat Jiangling as a little kid. I just came back from Linguan village, and I've gained a new understanding of what happened to you and your sister. After some time, I'll go deep into the mountains to Coffin village to investigate the truth. The girl stopped crying when she heard the terms Linguan village and Coffin village. Her watery eyes seemed to be conveying a special emotion. It appeared like fear and shock. Neither of them spoke, and the room suddenly turned quiet. The nurse grumbled to herself, "What is this man doing? Coffin? Investigation? Why did he start playing along? There has to be a limit. Don't lie to children." To the nurse's surprise, Jiangling, who had been crying, suddenly reached out her hand to grab Chenji's collar. "Don't go." "Is it very dangerous there?" Based on what Master Bai had said, Jiangling also had some slight abnormality. Similar to her big sister, Jiangling was that village's seed and probably knew some secrets about it. Yes, the girl nodded obediently. My mother said that the village has many things similar to Big Sister, but they're very bad. Similar to your sister, what else did your mother say? Don't touch the coffin. Jiangling's left hand tightened and her right hand held onto Chenji's collar tightly. Don't go, you won't return if you go. I know, Chenji tussled Jiangling's head. He picked her up from the floor and placed her on the chair. The girl did not resist. What are you two talking about? Afraid that Chenji would say more weird things, the nurse immediately snatched Jiangling away. This time, Jiangling did not make a fuss, but before they left, she kept her eyes on Chenji. Don't touch the coffin. This is quite crucial information. Chenji closed the door and sat beside Fan Yu. Fan Yu had started his second picture. There was a black man who stood in the middle, and around him were plenty flying red shadows. Fan Yu, would you like to move to my haunted house? Chenji peeled open the bag of snacks and started eating. Fan Yu put his pencil down and turned to look at Chenji before nodding seriously. After I deal with this issue, I'll come and fetch you, but I need you to promise me a few things. Chenji leaned closer to Fan Yu. I know that you have no psychological issue, and the reason you're acting so strange is because you have an ability that others don't. Actually, in comparison, you're much smarter and more mature than people your age. I will not force you to go seek psychiatric help or medication. I just need you to do one thing for me. What? Fan Yu raised his head. I will enroll you into a normal school and give you a life similar to other children. I don't ask that you score in class, but I hope you can make a friend your own age and walk out of the enclosed world that you've built for yourself. Chenji was being sincere. When he made this decision, he had already prepared the money required to start Fan Yu's schooling. He was not one to splurge, but some expenses were necessary. Fan Yu did not reply. He lowered his head and started on his third drawing. Think about it. Chenji looked at Fan Yu's drawings but did not force him to decide. Also, one last piece of advice. Stop looking like the world owes you money. You have to learn how to smile like me. Do you know why I'm so popular? It's because of my winning smile. The expressionless Fan Yu finally got tired of Chenji's blabbering. He shoved his latest drawing into Chenji's hands. He then lay down in bed and used the quilt to cover his face. This kid, Chenji shook his head and looked at the drawing. He had thought that Fan Yu was just doodling, but Chenji could not move his eyes away when he saw what the drawing was. There was a little girl drawn in black standing in the middle of the drawing. Behind the girl was a large red spider monster. This was similar to what Fan Yu had drawn earlier, but after a closer look, Chenji realized that there was a pair of crying red shadows twined around the girl's left and right hands. They appeared to be her parents. Is this a warning from Fan Yu? Chenji pocketed the drawing. He looked at the boy who hid himself under the quilt and sighed. He picked up his backpack and left the children's home. The girl is not as she appears. Chenji called for a taxi and gave the address on the rental notice. After taking this drawer, I'll need to rest for the night. He called the phone number given by the notice, but the number had already been disconnected. Since he could not contact the person who issued the flyer, he had to visit the place personally. Third Hospital's staff residence was part of the old city. The place had low population, and the buildings were generally low. Chenji found the place at around 9 p.m. The area was quiet, and most of the streetlights were not functioning. Chapter 295, Disappearing Arm. Third Hospital's staff residence looked old and battered. There was not even a guard post. Chenji glanced at the rooms on the first floor and realized that none of the rooms there had a room number. The rental notice only stated room 304. How am I supposed to find it? Chenji stood at the entrance holding the backpack. He wanted to find someone to ask for direction. 10 minutes later, a high schooler entered the area on an e-bike. "Hello, do you mind telling which building room 304 is in?" Chenji spoke when he was quite far away. He did not want to spook the kid. "Room 304? That sounds familiar." The high schooler stopped the bike and pointed toward the residential area. "Should be somewhere inside, I'm not sure." "I have another question if you don't mind. Has any weird stuff happened in this residential area before?" Chenji tried to make himself look as friendly as possible. After all, the electrical plant's residence is as old as this place, but theirs is livelier and more exciting. "I don't think so." The kid looked at Chenji guardedly, thinking that the man was weird. "Yan, who are you talking to?" A middle-aged woman's voice came down from the third floor. Chenji turned to look and saw a woman in pajamas looking at Chenji with caution and waving for the high schooler to come home. Coming, the high schooler pushed off and quickly left. "Wait a minute." Chenji did not want to miss this opportunity. He was there to take the drawer, so he did not want to make things so complicated. He then yelled at the lady upstairs, "Sister, do you know which building has room 304? He shouted that once, but after that, all the lights in the building switched off simultaneously. "Is it that serious?" Only the middle-aged woman's home had its lights on. "Walk down there, the third floor of the first building on your left." The lady's face was dark, and when she returned to her own home, the light was turned off as well. What is with this reaction? Chenji did not leave instantly but quietly tailed the high schooler. The kid, who did not know anything, parked his bike and went up the stairs. "Mum, what are we having tonight?" The kid was opening the door when the middle-aged woman could be heard yelling, "Don't touch the door. Stomp your feet on the ground before coming in." "Mum, what are you saying? I just came back from a long study session and I'm tired." "Stop arguing with your mom." The woman's voice suddenly turned up like she was incredibly angry. It shocked Chenji, who was hiding on the second floor. The kid followed the order unwillingly. Then the woman opened the door, her lips mumbling, "The child doesn't know anything. Please forgive him." She repeated it several times before allowing the kid to enter the room. "Remove your clothes. I'll wash them for you." "But just I changed this morning." "No dinner if you don't change." The door on the third floor slowly closed. Chenji walked out from the stairwell, thinking to himself, what's with the people at this place? The chance of winning the drawer was 1 in 100. Su Yin, S was 3 in 100, so technically speaking, the drawer was just slightly stronger than Su Yin. However, it should not be a red specter. So be it, I need to get the thing before night falls. Probably due to his shout earlier, the number of rooms with their lights on had decreased dramatically. Chenji found the building that the woman mentioned and did not sense anything weird when he stepped into it. The place looked old and had been abandoned for a long time already. He came to the third floor, and there were 2 adjacent rooms. Neither of them had a room number, but the one of the left had a contact number pasted on the door. "Is this room 304? Chenji took out his phone to call the number. It only rang twice before it was picked up. "Thank you for calling Yeju Real Estate. How can we help you?" "It's like this. I'm interested in a room you're renting in 3rd Hospital's staff residence. I'm in the area, so if it's not too much trouble, can I look at the place tonight?" "Please wait a minute. I'll ask our agent who is responsible for that area." After a while, the reply came. "He just got off from work, but I've reported your situation to him. He's currently heading your way. This is his number." "Thank you." Around 10 minutes later, a man in a black shirt holding a suitcase stopped outside the building. He looked around 30 and very friendly. "This is such a coincidence. My home is nearby. If you want to look anywhere else, you'd have had to wait until tomorrow." "Sounds like fate if you ask me." Chenji chuckled, thinking about how he could shuttle the drawer away without the man noticing. "How about we go take a look at the room?" Sure, the man was obviously scared, looking at the darkened stairwell, but he did not show it on his face. "Come with me." He took out his phone to use as a flashlight and started his sales pitch. "This area is not bad. It has plenty of nearby amenities like a hospital, school, library, and so on. Plus, the price is cheap." He took out a cluster of keys when they reached the 3rd floor. With the aid of yin-yang vision, Chenji realized that every key was taped with a number. The man prepared to use the key to room 305. "Is this room 304? Chenji asked. Hearing that, the keys almost fell from the man's fingers. He turned to laugh dryly at Chenji. "This is room 305. Room 304 is haunted, so how could we?" I want room 304. I don't mind its history as long as the price is right. Bring me to room 304, Chenji said firmly. The man gripped the key to room 304, but he did not dare open the door. The stalemate continued for a long time before he moved to the door with a saddened face. If I knew you're interested in room 304, I wouldn't have come. He pushed the key into the door. The price for room 304 is half of room 305, but I have to tell you some things just in case you complain to me later. What is it? Chenji focused. He had a feeling that he had won an unusual draw. The first tenant of room 304 was a gambler. He put the house on sale to clear the debt that he owed the loan sharks, but it was not enough. In the end, the man jumped out from the window of his room and died. That's the cause of it being haunted. When I tell you the truth, you won't want to rent this place anymore. The man pushed the door open. He committed suicide after midnight. When the police arrived, they realized that one of his arms had been chopped off, but even now, no one knows where the missing arm is. Chapter 296, You Want to Scare Me. If it was just a suicide, it would not have been so scary, but the dead man's detached arm still had not been found. No one dared move in. What if an arm poked out at them when they were cleaning the place? I still want to take a look, Chenji said calmly, like this was nothing serious to him. Okay, there was a patch on the back of the man's shirt that was wet, drenched by cold sweat. Actually, this place is not bad. The same model at Electrical Plant's residence is 4 times the price. After the door opened, a weird stench flew out. It smelled like mildew. The man tried the light in the living room, but perhaps because it had not been used for a long time, he had to work for it for some time before the light came on. The light banished the darkness and seeped into the room. Chenji walked into the room. He did not want to do anything extra. His purpose was to look for that drawer. The black phone provided a description of the drawer. It sounds like it belongs to the desk in the bedroom. Before the man standing at the door could stop him, Chenji had already entered the bedroom. However, he searched both bedrooms, but there was no table, only a large dresser. The description is different to what's described by the phone. Chenji walked out from the bedroom and glanced at the agent with confusion. Brother, are you sure this is room 304? That is what it says on the key. It can't be mistaken. The man showed Chenji the key. There was no desk in the bedroom, but there were tables in the other areas of the place. It'll take time for me to go through them. Will I really need to stay here tonight? What do you think of the room? We can still discuss the price. The man was afraid. He stood at the door and did not dare enter. I like this room a lot. Can you let me stay here for a night? Chenji reached into his backpack to search for something. A stayover? We don't provide that service. If you're not satisfied, how about we look at the room next door? There's no need. I want this one. Chenji interrupted the man. He took out his ID and 500 from his bag. 500 for one night, and this is my ID. I will not destroy anything in the house. If nothing weird happens tonight, I'll take this place. The agent had not seen this kind of customer before. I'm sorry, but the company has rules that I need to follow. Are many people asking for this place? If you don't sell it to me, this room will remain vacant for who knows how long. Chenji finally managed to persuade the man to give him the key. There are security cameras around the residential area. If you need help, just run out. I'll be back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. You'd better come sooner because I have something else to do in the morning. Chenji sent the agent out. Looking at the key in his hand, he felt something was off. The key itself was old, but the tape was new. This is weird. A sound in the kitchen interrupted his thought. He took out the hammer from his backpack. Chenji walked into the kitchen and saw that the cleaver on the chopping block had fallen into the sink. Where was this cleaver earlier? He picked up the cleaver to take a look. Then he opened the gas stove. Holding the wooden handle, he seared the cleaver. Baleful specters should be afraid of fire, right? The bright knife was burned until it was charred. Chenji then dropped it back into the sink. There are so many drawers, but one of them has to be one I'm looking for. He turned on all the lights in the room and started to search for that drawer that could not open. Night had fallen, and the residential area was freakishly quiet, like none of the rooms were occupied. 1 hour passed without Chenji noticing. Chenji sat in the living room, looking at the drawers that had been pulled out. All of the drawers in this place can be opened. There's nothing out of the ordinary with them. Leaning against the sofa, Chenji felt drowsy. He had not had a good rest in a long time already. This is different from my previous draws at the wheel. Is it because the specter is particularly powerful, or does it have a special power? He placed the recorder beside him and fell asleep on the sofa, hugging the hammer. He was about to close his eyes when his phone rang. The real estate company? Why are they calling? Chenji answered the call, and it was the familiar female voice. Hello, I'm sorry, but I just received the news that the agent responsible for 3rd Hospital's staff residence just ran into an accident while he was on his way to find you. He's currently unavailable to provide his service. If you're still interested in that room, please come back in 3 days. Car accident. Chenji lost his desire to sleep instantly. The agent had gotten into an accident, so who was the man who had shown him the room? A baleful specter that haunted the residential area or the agent's soul. Either way, the result was the same. He had met a ghost. Can you describe the appearance of the agent? I'm sorry, but I'm only responsible for customer service. I'm not really familiar with the individual agents in Jiujiang. You're not familiar with your own company's employees? Chenji looked at the key in his hand. This key had been left behind by the soul. The more he looked at it, the more off he felt about it. The tape was new, but the key old. He pulled the tape back, and there were 3 crooked numbers written underneath, 305. The room that the man tried to recommend me earlier was the real 304. The one that he wanted me to buy is the real haunted room. Chenji's lack of rationality surprised the man. Normally, people would avoid haunted places, but that customer was the complete opposite and was adamant about entering the haunted room. I'm sorry, is there anything else I can help you with? The woman on the phone was very nice, and her tone was polite. Since you're with the agency, you should have the information on the house, right? Can you help me check the information on the former tenants of room 304? I know it's haunted, but I'm interested in it because the price is low, so there's no need to hide anything from me. Okay, the agent answered quickly. There were 3 former tenants in room 304. The 3rd tenant was a gambler, and the loan sharks chopped one of his arms off because he didn't have the money to pay his debt. In the end, he was cornered and jumped off the building. The 2nd tenant was an English teacher who mysteriously disappeared in the house. The 1st tenant. Chenji focused on the phone when there was a knock on the door. Someone is outside. At this time, Chenji grabbed the hammer and muttered into the phone, please snap a picture of that information and send it to me. I'm definitely taking this place. Chapter 297, Are You a Ghost? Chenji hung up the phone and gripped the doorknob. With his right hand on the hammer, his left hand pulled the door open a sliver. The light filtered into the corridor, and the simple door seemed to split the world in 2. Who are you looking for? There was a thin, lanky man standing at the door. His eyes were sunken and his skin looked rough. He seemed tired. I came to give you a warning. The man kept a fair distance from the door. Don't stay here overnight. If you have to stay within this residential area, do not stay on this floor. Why? Chenji wanted to hear what this strange man had to say. Don't mind why, just don't stay here overnight. He coughed twice and pulled his hand out of his right pocket to put over his mouth like he did not want people to hear him. He whispered, someone went missing on this floor before. Went missing? Chenji was reminded of the information given to him by the agent. The 2nd tenant was an English teacher and mysteriously disappeared inside the room. Leave while you still can. The man appeared like he had come to warn Chenji out of kindness. How do you know about all this? Are you also a tenant here? Chenji exposed half of his body while he kept his hand that held the hammer behind the door. Yes, I live upstairs, and I overheard your conversation with yourself earlier. The man was wearing a dusty jacket and kept both his hands in the pockets. He looked physically weak and teetered unstably. I thought you'd leave in the end, but you ran into the room. You look like you're planning to stay overnight, so I came to warn you. Conversation with myself? Chenji gulped. Other people would have started to panic by now. Have similar events happened at this building before? Yes, but normally people come during broad daylight. This is the first time someone has visited at night. What happened to those people? Some went mad and others stayed as tenants. Then again, I'd say those that went mad got lucky. After all, the tenants either committed suicide or disappeared. Went mad, disappeared. Why are the endings so different? There's apparently a reason. The man signaled for Chenji to come closer with his right hand, but Chenji did not follow his order. In the end, the man had to lean closer to Chenji to whisper. I heard that those who went mad found this place through the actual agent, while those that stayed as tenants called the ghost agent's number. Ghost agent? Chenji was reminded of the girl's voice, who remained the same throughout their conversation, the only defining feature about her voice being the politeness. What is a ghost agent? This story began several years ago. There was a murder in this room 304 next to you. The victim was a real estate agent, but even now the murderer hasn't been caught. The man took in a deep breath and turned his attention upstairs. Other than Chenji's room, every corner was shrouded in darkness, so Chenji had no idea what he was looking at. After checking their surroundings, the man continued. Ever since his death, this room has been vacant, but weird things kept happening. People would come to see the room, but when asked where they got the information, their answers would be different. Some said they saw it online, others said roadside advertisement, but some of them could not even remember how the information got into their mind. The man paused while he looked at Chenji with confusion. By the way, how did you find out about this place? And how did you get the key to the room next to room 304? The process is rather complicated. Chenji glanced at room 304. I saw the phone number left on the door and called it. Then a man about 30 wearing a black shirt gave me the key. About 30, black shirt? The man mumbled before his eyes widened. He's returned. After saying that, the man rushed upstairs like he was running for his life. Hey, finish your story? The man was too suspicious, and Chenji did not intend to let him slip away. He grabbed the hammer and chased after the man. It was unclear whether the man saw the hammer or just focused on running upstairs. The building was old and it only had 8 floors. When Chenji chased the man until the 5th floor, Chenji's phone started to ring. Stop! Chenji did not allow himself to get distracted. He rushed until the 6th floor when he finally caught up to the thin man. Why did you run? The agent was 30 plus. When he died, the white formal shirt that he was wearing was dyed black by blood. The man was panicking, and the fact that Chenji was holding a scary-looking hammer did not help. It's like I thought. Looks like the agent I saw was the first tenant. Now the issue is whether the female agent is same or not. Chenji's phone was still ringing, and he pulled it out. The thin man leaned against the railing like he did not want to be close to Chenji. The screen unlocked, and it was the information sent by the agent. The first picture recorded the information on the 3rd tenant, the gambler. Chenji swiped the screen to the bottom, and the agent was nice enough to include the gambler's picture. Tired-looking, sunken eyes, and slight of frame. When he saw the picture, Chenji's body moved faster than his mind. He picked up the hammer and swung at the railing. When he saw the thin man, Chenji already had this speculation. No matter what the man did, he only used his right hand and kept his left hand in his pocket. At the time, Chenji had suspected that this man had no left hand. The hammer smashed the railing, and the thin man evaded to the side as his body twisted in unnatural angle. He did not fight back. With a weird smile on his face, he jumped over the railing and disappeared to the 3rd floor. He's probably run back to room 304. When Chenji left the room, he did not take the recorder with him. To prevent further accident, he decided to return to the 3rd floor first. Chenji felt better when he was inside room 305, and he turned on the recorder. This building sure is interesting. Everyone looks like they're telling the truth, but everyone is lying. I can't trust anyone. Chenji thought back to his conversation with the thin man. The gambler kept persuading me to leave. Why is that? After picking up all his stuff, Chenji took out his phone and looked at the screen. The agent only gave me the information on the gambler, but not the other 2 tenants. Did she do that on purpose? What is the connection between these people to the drawer? Chenji shook his head. Looks like the baleful specter of one this time is rather unique. He called the agent's number. He held the hammer in one hand, and his other held his phone to his ear. Good evening, the information has been sent to your phone. How can I help you? The voice on the phone was still very polite, but the time was already close to midnight. Yes, I still have one last question to ask. Please go ahead. I'm sorry, but are you a ghost? Chapter 298, Videotape. Chenji's directness surprised the lady on the phone. She did not expect a question like that. Are you a ghost? Chenji repeated the question, and he sounded easy on the phone, like he was asking if a friend had eaten dinner yet. The woman's breathing turned urgent, and she felt weirdly agitated. The line started to break up, and the signal suddenly worsened. I'll take that as a silent admission. Chenji leaned against the door with his phone on his ear. He looked like he was chatting with an old friend. The woman wanted to say something, but eventually held back. She could not understand how Chenji managed to make a ghost feel uncomfortable. Shouldn't a person's first reaction be screaming as the phone drops from their hands when they realize they are conversing with a ghost? Even if you don't do that, at least end the call with shaking fingers. Why aren't you doing that but instead asking those questions? The call was abruptly ended. Hearing the dial tone, Chenji was not surprised. Looks like she was angered after her lie was exposed. He pocketed the phone and stood in the darkened corridor. There are 3 tenants that found their tragic end inside room 304. I've met the gambler and the agent, so the woman on the phone is probably the second tenant, the English teacher. It was not yet midnight, and Chenji had already met 3 different ghosts. He felt this was only the beginning. I wonder what kind of weird creature I'll meet after midnight. Looks like I need to be prepared. Chenji grabbed his backpack and headed for room 304. Instead of waiting for them to come to me, I should be more active. The light from room 305 fell into the dark corridor. In 3rd Hospital's staff residence, only Chenji's room had the light on. Most of the tenants live in the 2 buildings in front. Looks like this block is a no-go zone for them. Chenji grabbed the lock to room 304. He shook on it twice, and it broke off. Perhaps due to the many murders, the police had broken down the lock many times, so there were obvious signs of tempering on the edge of the lock. Breaking down the door is too rude and not something I like to do, but there's no better option now. Chenji made his aim and swung at the door. Bang, bang. Several hits later, the lock yielded under Chenji's assault. Chenji fitted the handle of the hammer into the open sliver and pried the door open. No one came to stop me even though the commotion was so loud. Looks like the ghosts here have left quite an impression on the nearby tenants. After turning on the light in the living room, Chenji realized how weird room 304 was. The furniture, like the sofa and dining table, was all normal, but everything that could be opened like drawers and dressers were all sealed up with wooden planks. Now this looks like a haunted house. Perhaps due to the old wiring, the light kept flickering, and it made one uneasy. Walking to stand in the middle of the room, Chenji touched the back of the sofa. The place had been vacant for a long time, but there was no dust. It was as if there were daily cleaners. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The layout is similar to room 305, but the stuff is much older. Chenji walked to the shoe rack. Looking at the nails on the boards, he was curious. Why are all the racks and drawers sealed? Are they hiding something scary? With a swing of his hammer, the shoe rack was opened. It was holding several pairs of shoes, nothing interesting about them. Were these left behind by the victims? Slippers, high heels, and boots were shoved inside the rack. Chenji tossed the shoes out, and he was surprised to find out they had all been slashed through with a knife. Knife marks? Who did this? Chenji could not find anything on the shoes, so he looked elsewhere. The living room was small, and across from the sofa was a television cabinet. Interestingly enough, even the drawers under the television were sealed up by planks. The thing that I want is called the drawer that cannot be opened. Does this mean, after I try all the drawers, the one that cannot be opened is mine? No one could give Chenji an answer, so he could only try it out himself. Due to the positioning of the cabinet, Chenji took some time before he managed to pry the planks off. He pulled open the drawer, and videotapes that were kept inside black boxes fell out. Videotapes? How old are these? He found a rather new-looking one from the bunch and slotted it into the videotape player situated under the television. He plugged the machine in and switched it on. As the television came on, a shadow flashed across the screen. Was that a shadow? Something just ran past me. Chenji stayed on high alert. He knew the gambler who had lost his left hand had run into room 304 and he was hiding in one of the corners. The videotapes were from many years ago and the quality was bad. Adding to the problem was the television. It was filled with white pixels and stripes. Then again, the fact that the antique was working was already a miracle. Chenji ignored the details and squatted down before the television to watch the video. The video was showing the image of the room. The video was still, so the person who recorded it had probably fixed the camera to a certain corner. What is he trying to record? After 1 minute, the video had not changed. Chenji was getting impatient. He used the remote to fast forward. The first half of the video was normal, but the latter half was weird. The latter half was shot at night, and the video looked similar to what Chenji was experiencing in real life. The light was on in the room, and the camera was placed on top of the television. The camera was facing the living room, so the angle included the entire living room and the 2 bedrooms. The whole drawer is filled with videotapes, meaning the person recording them has been recording this home for a long time already. Chenji could venture a guess at the person's intention. They had probably experienced something supernatural, and to prove the point, they wanted to use the video camera to record everything. Didn't they know curiosity killed the cat? He should have moved when he noticed something is wrong with the place. Chenji hugged the recorder to his chest and continued watching the video. The video quality was horrible. When Chen-ji reached the end of the video, the image that remained the same suddenly changed. The lights in the video, like in reality, started to flicker, and after each flicker, the closed bedroom door in the video opened little by little. Chapter 299, Bunch of Actors. The camera was placed on top of the television, meaning the video on screen was the image that Chen-ji would see if he turned around. With the flickering light, squatting before the television, Chen-ji felt as if he was not looking at a recorded video, but what was happening behind him. The lights continued to flicker, and the flickering in real life started to match the tempo of the flicking in the video. When the light dimmed in the video, it also did in reality. Then, the light came back at the same time. The video is influencing reality. No, the ghosts are playing tricks on me. Chen-ji did not turn around but kept his focus on the bedroom door in the video that was slowly opening. Whenever the light turned down, the door would open several centimeters. When the light flickered for the 7th time, Chen-ji saw a head of black hair poking out from behind the door. The hair is long, should be a woman. Could she be the second tenant? Chen-ji still did not turn around, but his grip on the hammer did tighten. When the light flickered for the 8th time, the hair swayed in the wind, and half an exposed face reached out into the living room. Chen-ji stared at the face in the video, and he counted silently. The time between each flicker seemed to be constant. When the face in the video was about to show itself, the light in the video and in reality suddenly shut off at the same time. Su-yin, Chen-ji reacted in seconds and swung the hammer behind him. The hammer landed on the soft cushion, and Chen-ji looked around him. The room was dark, and something seemed to be moving. Several seconds later, the light came back on. Nothing changed in the living room in reality, but the bedroom door was open, just like the one in the video. Chen-ji turned back to look at the television. The screen was white, the video had ended. Kicking the sofa aside, Chen-ji looked at the slowly turning tape. When Su-yin's voice returned, he moved toward the bedroom slowly. The wooden door was half open, and there were several strands of long hair on the floor. Chen-ji picked them up and rubbed them between his hands. If you are intent on trying my patience like this, I might just torch the whole place down. Walking into the bedroom, Chen-ji was greeted by a mess. Various trash littered the ground, and there were wooden planks on the dresser. Even the bedside table was sealed up. Everything that can be opened is sealed up. What is this furniture hiding? Which tenant left the videotapes behind? Looking at the sealed furniture, an idea appeared in Chen-ji's mind. Did the tenant find the reason of the haunting from the videotapes, so he closed up all the drawers and dressers? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. The tenant probably saw the ghost crawl out from a piece of furniture, and to prevent that from happening again, they sealed up all the furniture that could be opened. Chen-ji stood in the middle of the bedroom, and he thought of another problem. Counting that female ghost, I've met 3 ghosts already. All of them can move through the room freely, meaning sealing up the furniture was pointless. This means that the tenant probably missed a drawer, and this drawer is probably the one I'm looking for. He placed Xiaoxiao on the bedroom door to act as a lookout, and he used the hammer pry open all the drawers and dressers. All the furniture is sealed tight. Could the drawer be in the other bedroom? Xiaoxiao collapsed onto the ground like she was trying to crawl out. When Chen-ji picked her up, he realized her hand was pointing outside of room 304. Initially, he did not pay it much attention, but when he passed the living room, he glanced out the door accidentally. The doors to both room 304 and 305 were not closed, and in the middle of the 2 rooms stood an old woman with a hunched back. The old lady did not say anything as she faced room 304. The wrinkles on her face were like tree rings. She looked quite scary. Chen-ji stood where he was and unconsciously moved the hammer to hide behind him. Elder, are you a tenant here? Chen-ji kept his voice calm and collected. The old lady did not answer Chen-ji. She was not even looking at Chen-ji, but at the drawers that Chen-ji had pried open with force. It's getting late. Elder, your family will be worried about you if you don't return home. An old lady standing quietly in the dark, there had to be something weird about her. If this was someone younger, Chen-ji would not have hesitated to reward them with a hammer to the face. Was it you who opened these drawers? The lady's voice was hoarse. It sounded like tree bark grinding against each other. Yes, I plan to buy these 2 rooms, and now I'm arranging the furniture. Chen-ji kept his gaze on the old lady. If she did anything suspicious, he would summon Su-yin. You'd better leave immediately. Find a good doctor to look at you. Perhaps you've been haunted by her already. The old lady gave Chen-ji this advice before turning to walk away. She moved slowly, her footsteps wobbly. Haunted by her? What do you mean? Chen-ji followed her to the stairs. The old lady pointed at room 304. Before this, an English teacher stayed in that room. She was very pretty and had a sweet voice. In the end, she was killed by her lover. She was chopped into pieces and hidden inside the drawers. She was discovered a long time after her death, so she bore great resentment. She haunts everyone who lives here. English teacher. Chenji realized that the old lady's story matched what he knew. She probably was not lying, but the problem was, why would an old lady stand outside the door in the middle of the night? Elder, why would you tell me all this? Chenji stood under the light and did not follow her down the stairs. He asked, can you tell me how you know these things? I live in the next building. The English teacher was my daughter. The old woman's face fell, and even her tone turned sad. You're the third one. She has done many bad things, and I don't want her to do it anymore. Leave, don't stay in that room any longer. The old woman continued down the stairs. She walked slowly like she was waiting for Chenji to catch up. But I still have a question. Chenji was about to ask who the other two victims were when he received a message on his phone. It was from the female agent. Do you know why the tenants at that residential area don't dare make any noise and turn off their lights so early at night? There's an old lady haunting the place, and she tries to find her way home by following the light and noise. After reading the message, Chenji raised his head. The old woman stood at the corner of the stairwell. The wrinkles on her face were folded together, and she said in a creepy voice, "Come with me. That room is very dangerous." Chenji's gaze flitted between the phone and the old lady. Chenji suddenly dropped his backpack as a story slowly formed in his mind. None can be trusted, but there's no need for me to trust anyone. He summoned Su Yin and tightened his grip around the hammer. I'm just here to retrieve the thing that I've won. I'm really not interested in your stories. Chapter 300, The Artist. Su Yin slowly climbed out from behind Chenji, and the pair rushed toward the old lady in unison. The wrinkles on her face folded together. When the old lady saw Chenji exit room 304 and enter the shadow, her dry lips curved into a smile. However, before she could do anything, a man wearing a half-red shirt suddenly rushed at her. So painful. The wounds on his body oozed blood, and the man landed on all fours like he was some feral animal. The smile froze on the old lady's face, and with a speed that did not match her age, she morphed into a shadow and escaped down the stairs. Didn't you ask me to follow you? The hammer landed heavily at the spot where the old lady had stood a moment ago, and the sound echoed throughout the building. None of you are escaping me tonight. Su Yin and Chenji gave chase after the old lady. The stairwell was filled with the sound of rushing footsteps. The steps were like endless, and this was the first time the old lady had felt that the stairwell was so long. This was probably the scariest night she had ever experienced. The exit was just before her. The shadow ran with all her energy. She was just a normal lingering spirit. Her soul was lost when she saw Su Yin with half a red shirt. Stand right there, Chenji called after her. Su Yin was slightly faster than the shadow. Just as the shadow was about to escape, he managed to grab its arm. The shadow shuddered, and without hesitation it tore its arm off and rushed out of the building, disappearing into the darkness. Looks like I need more training. I was running too slow. Chenji sighed with regret. When he turned to look at Su Yin, he realized that the broken arm had already disappeared, and the blood stain on Su Yin's shirt seemed to have grown. Perhaps it won't be a terrible thing if Su Yin becomes a red specter. Chenji looked down at the dark residential area. Since we've met, I can't just sit idle. After I find the drawer, I'll come back to deal with the old lady's lingering wish. Calling Su Yin, Chenji returned to the third floor. He called the agent's number. The call was not answered, so Chenji messaged the number asking for a reply. He wanted to thank the agent in person for her reminder. Why isn't she taking my call? Chenji held the phone in his left hand and dragged the hammer back into room 304 with his right. I've inspected the living room and the bedroom closest to the door. The only remaining room is the deepest bedroom. These spirits have been trying to stop me from going there. The last room was locked from within, but this was solved by a swing of the hammer. The bedroom is locked from the inside. Does this mean the gambler's missing arm is inside? Chenji cracked the door open and finally gained entry to the last room. The bedroom was tiny. A large bookshelf and a desk took up half of the space, and the remaining half was occupied by a rusted mini-fridge and a tattered sleeping mat. The edges of the mat are frayed. Looks like the owner used this mat often, but there's a bed in the other bedroom, right? Why did he insist on staying in this room? Was he afraid of something? The atmosphere in this room was totally different from outside. There was no chill in the air, and the drawers and shelves were not sealed up with wooden planks. The working table and shelf are perfectly clean. They look like they've been cleaned daily. Chenji looked at the tidy bookshelf, and a weird thought appeared in his mind. Feels like it's the lingering spirits that help with the cleaning. Does this mean the spirits here have an obsession with cleanliness? The bookshelf had literature related to drawing comics. How to draw a famous comic series, how to create an exciting world, an understanding of human anatomy. These books don't seem to fit the previous tenants' identities, so has this place played host to a fourth tenant? Chenji replaced the books and found a box of abandoned drafts under the bookshelf. The weirdest thing was the drafts had signs that they had been crumbled, and some had been torn apart, but someone had gruelingly pieced them back together with tape. Why are all the drafts preserved? Chenji picked up the thick stack and started to read. The characters drawn were off. It was obvious that the artist had tried to make the characters look cuter and more mainstream, but the effect was just scarring. The artist was definitely not a professional. The characters did not have vibrant expressions, and in fact, a few of them had blank eyes. Some of them were frozen in fear. However, it was observable that the artist had been trying to improve, to fit the taste of the public, but something was different about his eye for beauty. Even if he was mimicking other people's work, he managed to draw the famous comic book character like a female dead body. It's a kind of talent to be able to draw every picture as scary as these. Chenji placed the drafts down and saw a thin notebook with a yellow cover at the back of the shelf. He flipped through it and realized that it was a budget book. It recorded the artist's weekly expenses and what he earned from selling his script. Reading the content, Chenji's face slowly creased into a frown. Technically speaking, the comic artist was also a tenant at room 304, but he shared it with someone else, and the place he rented was this small bedroom. He had a hard life. He was a comic book lover, but looking through the notebook, for the 3 years the artist stayed in the room, the income he gained from drawing was a measly 1,200. The 1,000 was sponsored by the old landlady or his only fans, and the other 200 was the payment he got when he moved under the bridge to do people's portraits. In the end, he drew the living people like a dead man, and he was chased by the angry customer for several blocks. After the police came to intervene, the person gave him 200 as compensation. He powered on with his passion and love. He kept his monthly expenses to under 400, and his belief held firm, one day he would succeed. However, the cruel reality was, even until his final day, his work did not find any appreciation. The last page of the notebook was a folded newspaper. One of the articles was on a middle-aged man who sacrificed himself to save a drowning boy. The article did not mention the man's name. This is different from the other spirits. Just how many tenants room 304 has had? Chenji replaced the notebook and walked to the desk. It's facing away from the living room. This should be the table mentioned in the black phone. The table was filled with a lot of drawing equipment like it was waiting for its owner to return. Chenji scanned the desk, and he saw the 3 drawers that came with it. He pulled open the first drawer, and it was filled with drawing pencils and pens. This isn't it. Chenji pulled the second drawer open. It was filled with the rejection letters that the middle-aged man had received. They were almost overflowing out of the drawer. Then Chenji tried the third drawer. He gave it a powerful yank, but the drawer remained unmoved. Chapter 301, I'll take care of you in the future. Try as he might, Chenji could not get the third drawer to open. He pulled out the top 2 drawers to try to see the contents of the third drawer from above. However, to his disappointment, there were wooden boards partitioning the different levels, so he could not see anything. The room is purposely kept clean, and I do not want to ruin it. If you can hear me, you'd better come out on your own. This was not the first time that Chenji had threatened a ghost, but he had no idea whether it would work or not. He grabbed the edge of the drawer and tried to pull, but the drawer seemed stuck on something. Su Yin, Chenji summoned Su Yin, and they grabbed the drawer on both sides. As Su Yin channeled his strength, the wounds on his body opened again. The red blood trailed down his white arms to drop on the edge of the drawer. The drawer that remained unmoved started to loosen. Keep going. Su Yin did not hold back. He would do what Chenji told him to. The wounds on his body tore open, and blood dyed his shirt. His face was twisted from the exertion, and his hands were covered with his own blood. So painful. The tightly closed drawer finally was pulled open the width of one's finger. Su Yin's power seemed to affect the stuff inside the drawer. The blood continued to flow, and the drawer was slowly pulled open by Su Yin. When the drawer opened to the size of half a palm, several human hands suddenly reached out from within. There were male and female hands. They tried to stop Chenji and yanked the drawer close. Surprised, Chen-ji and Su-yin released their grip, and the drawer closed shut with a bang. "Why do you insist on this struggle?" Chen-ji stopped Su-yin, who intended to repeat the earlier effort. He picked up the hammer and said, "I'm trying to be nice. After all, we might work again in the future. I hope you'll give this serious consideration. I can use brute force to smash the table or use fire to burn everything and look for what I need in the rubble, but I won't. I'm a kind person, and you can ask any of my friends to confirm that." Chen-ji squatted beside the drawer. He was not afraid of the stuff that might reach out from within the drawer. He gripped the drawer's handle. "This drawer belongs to me, and I'm just taking it back." He increased his strength and said, "I will forget what happened tonight. Even though all of you have tried to trick me again and again, none of you came for my life. You only wanted to scare me away. I'm telling you not to waste your time. I'm someone who you can reason with. If you have any issues, come out and talk to me." Then Chen-ji's empty hand picked up the hammer. "Like now, you have no other option. Eventually, you'll need to face me. Why not lower your guard so that we can start this over the right way?" The drawer slowly vibrated like the spirits inside it were in a disagreement. After 10 seconds, the drawer voluntarily bounced out for 1 centimeter. "Good, I do appreciate cooperative spirits." Chen-ji took out the third drawer and placed it on the table. It contained several comic books. These are by the artist's hand. The notebook said that none of the publishers wanted to work with the artist, so he probably went the route of self-publication. So many ghosts came from these comic books. Chen-ji thought back to his experience that night, and he understood certain things. He flipped through the comic books that looked to be the artist's work. The artist had a semi-realistic style, and it was understandable why no publishers wanted to work with him. The characters in his story felt uncannily real. The whole comic was made up by 5 individual stories. The main character of the first story was a gambler. He was thin and tall. He looked similar to the man Chen-ji had seen earlier. The gambler was born in a single-parent family. He had never seen his father and was raised by his mother. He did not receive any worthwhile education. If he did not make anything of himself, it would have been fine, but he suffered from the vice of gambling. Even in his 30s, he had no work and relied on his mother. For him, life was meaningless other than being alive. However, when he was 37, his peaceful life was shattered. The mother who took care of him fell seriously ill, and they quickly burned through his mother's savings. His mother wanted to give up on the treatment, but the gambler did not agree. He sold everything they had but the old house that was under his mother's name. Even so, the surgery still needed some money, and even if the surgery was successful, she could not do heavy work again. He thought about it and began to borrow money from loan sharks. The surgery was successful, but the loan had tripled from the interest. The loan sharks forced the gambler to sell his mother's home to settle the debt. The gambler asked them to give him 1 night to consider. The second day, the loan sharks returned, and they got a shock of their life when they pushed the door open. There was a basin on the round table, and it was filled with blood. The gambler's left hand was chopped off, and he stood next to the table with the cleaver in his right. He said that he had not done anything worthwhile for his mother before in his life. Now that his mother could not do heavy work anymore, if he sold the house, she would have nowhere else to go. Therefore, he would never sell the house. If they wanted something as compensation, then he would give them his life. He was the one who signed the loan papers. He rushed out of the bedroom, slashing the cleaver, so no one dared to stop him. They watched on as the man jumped from the 8th-floor window. The gambler died on the spot, but the arm that he chopped off was still not found. The main character for the second story was an interning English teacher. The old landlady rented her the living room and the master bedroom while she stayed in the small bedroom. After her son passed away, the old lady became quite confused and absent-minded. The teacher took care of her like she was her real mother. The two got close, and things were moving toward a positive ending. The English teacher would conduct tuition at night, so she came home late. However, when she returned, the old lady would have dinner prepared for her. She was already old, so she would be asleep when the teacher returned. Afraid that she might wake the old lady up, she would advise the old lady to close the door when she went to sleep. One day, the teacher came home late again. She did not realize that someone was following her. Once she left the stairwell, someone reached out from behind to clamp his hands over her nose and lips. She struggled vehemently and tussled with the culprit in the corridor. Surprised by her vehemence, to prevent her from making noises and attract attention, the murderer slit her throat. The body could not be left in the corridor, so he dragged the teacher's body back into the bedroom. He cut her into pieces to hide them inside the many drawers. It was the old lady who found the teacher inside the drawers the next day. The killer was caught 5 days later, but the old lady's condition worsened. With the neighbor's help, she was sent to the hospital. It was then that the room welcomed its third tenant. It was a real estate agent, and he was the main character of the third story.